In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force.
Yo, welcome back, lads. We're here for episode 108 of Flat Earth Fridays. Hava Nagila, everyone. We're going to jump into it here after we watch Proud's intro.
1 second, let me make sure that we get this. Proud Flirt. Attention, Proud Flirt. Be sure to clip this. I expect to see it on your timeline. You know, fucking being a Nazi, you know, we'll totally be okay with that, but the very moment you interrupt sacred, oh, you piece of shit.
Quick question. Why are you going with guilt from association?
Why are you going with guilt from association? With guilt from association?
We are gonna ban you for that now. It shows that their fucking priorities are fucked up. And well, here's the thing, Sacred. Here's the thing, Sacred. The reason why I bring this up is because your spaces are full of people that hold these demonstrably evil beliefs.
Why are you going with guilt from association? Going with guilt from association?
Now, you say that you've been ignorant to it, you haven't seen it.
I'm not reckoning with it at all, but we don't talk about that in Flat Earth Fridays. That isn't a topic that we talk about. That isn't something that I engage with. I engage with the sciences and the debate or the dialogue about Glow Earth and Flat Earth. If he took one innocent life, I'm not rocking with it. I don't want anybody to get misrepresented like we just accept anybody who's a Flat Earth. If you got racist stuff and you're saying things against an entire people, we not dealing with that. Because there have been many Flat Earthers that came into space, many Glow Earthers too that came into space that were racist, and we removed them, and they are not allowed back in.
That was the first time I made a meme about flat earthers. It was that I can excuse being a Nazi, but I draw the line at interrupting.
Going with guilt from association.
And also, isn't Brian Sweet still going into their spaces all the time?
Can you explain why you are so willing to do a guilt by association, but when behavior is brought to your attention about people that you associate with in a not guilt by association way, you find ways to ignore their behavior?
Amen. Like you should be able to be proud of who you are. Like you should be able to have white pride without diminishing another group of people. You should be able to have Hispanic pride without diminishing another group of people. That's our position. Whole purpose of the space to show that people can have conversation with a polarizing topic. Now, so if I find out that any flat earther denounces an entire people based on their religion, based on their race, based on the color of their skin, just know me and Proud Flirt is not rocking with it.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
Shout out to the level heads.
Back with like Floyd Mayweather with this shit.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up, he was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop what's about to happen.
Can't stop what's about to happen. Quote from Witsit. Very, very wise quote. All right, we're going to join Flat Earth Fridays.
108. Is it the end of Flat Earth Fridays? You thought. Let's go. Hava Nagila, Flat Earth Fridays. Retweet.
don't retweet, you a Nazi. Head ass. Hold on. Ain't no way, hold on. We took a couple weeks off, they thought it was over. Trying to see me dead out here? No way. We still right here with it. Tell him, Trump.
I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And trying to take my life away. I put a hole in it for fucking with me. My man, alone, now you gon' see. Watch how you talk when you talk about.
Bro, watch how you talk when you talk about the level head, you heard?
Wish that on me, no, I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky.
No. Hold on. We just getting it started, man. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it going. I love y'all. Let's get it. Let them know we live. You want to talk about it, right? I don't care about my ops. We don't care about our ops. Let's go, level heads. Yeah, we gonna get to it tonight. I'm charged up. Let's go. Oh, well, you still in that Ethermobile? 101, right? We don't care. None. You know what come with this? More clips, right? Stop playing with us. I can win it. Trying to send a message? Come grab a mic then. Y'all care that much, right? We get to it tonight, yeah, it's gonna be a long one. I owe y'all, right? Yeah, he back. I don't give a damn what my ops is. They ain't on mic, right? Hold on. We just getting this started. Let's go.
Hey, what? This is the my daddy raised me on. I lit off the features I skated on. I gotta know how you get lit off the you hating on them.
How you get lit off hating on me? You got lit off hating on me? Stop it. Y'all know what we do up here. What we waiting on, Proud?
About don't shoot the messenger. Pop, get shot for way less than him. Blocking my blessings here. What? Bodies just throwing success in your face. Success on my face. They don't address in my face. I can't be showing.
No stress on my face.
No face. No face.
None.
No face. No face. No face. No face. No face. No face.
No matter where you want to take this conversation, we do this for real. You heard me?
No face. No face.
Y'all all getting exposed.
No face.
Retweet the space, let them know we live, gang. What up, double heads? We late, but we on time.
Sleepy off no melatonin. My therapist put in a 30-day notice because I keep on talking about beefing and business and money and women. There's no diagnosis. They empty the clip. Quick.
Y'all know what happened when that clip go up. Y'all see the pin tweet?
Got to finally show it. I'm over the moon.
I'm over the moon.
I'm spreading my wings. I have a cocoon. I'm studio trapping. I'm locked in the room. What? All these just throwing success in your face. All of these.
Let's talk about it. Y'all see the numbers?
I can't be showing no stress in my face.
None.
No face. No face.
My team too strong.
No face. No face. No face. No face. No face.
Now y'all want to get to the drama, right?
No face.
Okay.
No face.
Okay.
No face. No face. No face.
Hold on. Y'all still with me? Y'all still with me? Turn me up.
Yeah.
Or I got all the energy tonight. Bow.
I hate the weed too hard. You send an 8-minute voice, don't straight from the heart. I reply like, yo.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You know I'm gonna reply.
When can you come get your stuff? I need this shit out the crib.
I
think it's bringing bad luck. Plug in, now you're lit. I put a flow, now you're stuck.
Yo, level heads, they don't speak our language.
Weak man on the cut.
They don't know how we be talking.
How many feathers they pluck? That game like my sleeping pattern, cause how the fuck I'm still up?
How I'm still up?
Yeah, niggas don't speak my language.
How am I still up after all this time? Cause my squad got me. Y'all don't got one. Let's get it.
Yeah, niggas don't speak my language. Niggas don't speak my language.
They don't speak our language, level head. That's why they mad. We got one question.
How the fuck I'm still up?
Yeah.
Right names on the list, baby. 7-day candles a lit, baby. Shot the machine here with, baby. Problems are there to get fixed, baby. Send me something from your trip.
They can't do what we do. Hell no.
Housewife and you never had to clean a dish, baby. Yeah, they just rolling up. Yeah. How many quotes I wrote? How much gold
Your crowd rolling up for me.
How many funeral days?
We gotta get high enough to see the curve tonight. Something gotta go.
How the fuck I'm still up? Yeah, niggas don't speak my language.
That's why they mad.
Niggas don't speak my language.
They ain't got the lingo.
Niggas don't speak my language. Yeah. How the fuck I'm still up? Yeah, niggas don't speak my language. Niggas don't speak my language.
That's your favorite anti-flirt. Tell them to pull up. We back.
Yeah. How the fuck I'm still up?
Hold on. It can't be. Y'all thought we was done? Mans took a couple weeks off, try to handle some stuff. We right here with it.
Open up your eyes, man.
We on new stages.
I cannot sell my soul.
I will never sell my soul, you heard?
And I cannot sell my soul. And I cannot sell my soul.
We'll always take the righteous path. High roads only.
Jesus saved my soul. And I cannot sell
God got me.
I've been at the top shining like a light pole.
Yeah.
And I'm just a proud of whatever I was raised in. Money sanctified, so I gotta say it again.
Say it again.
They said I was mad at the Grammys, but I'm looking at my Grammy right now. Put up on Ye, and I said they don't understand me. I just
pull up on me in the level heads. Let's go.
When you really came from the churches, you was raised in the churches.
Pull up your hood.
I hope God can forgive me for the days.
I got one question.
The truth is only what you get away with, huh?
Oh, y'all trying to get away with them lies? Hell nah, we back.
That's why a lot of these be faking, huh?
Frauds.
Made it through the trials and tribulations. Yeah. Well, here goes.
Here it goes.
Here it goes. I was one of them weirdos of the pure soul that would go to the flea market.
Shout out to the weirdos.
Every color jabos, every color's is cold, every cousin is stole, every summer was cold. Out of all of the moles, out of all of the folks, after all of the jokes, I'm the one that was chose. All of my friends love the gangbang. How we in my car and you say we ain't in the same lane? When we both had pellies on and we was scamming for the prom before Chief Keef.
Turn me up, turn me up, turn me up.
Always had mob time, stood on my 6 points. How could I not rise? Love, truth, peace, freedom, justice, but I'm not 5. This Southside.
And we outside. Front line with it.
This Southside, and we outside. This Southside, and we outside. This Southside, and we outside.
Stop lying to my people.
For all the guys, I went to the White House and set free the old man. Every day I put my life on the line to feed the whole clan.
Right here.
Personal worth is not what a person is worth.
I can give a mic to every person on earth.
Man, it's gotta be God's plan.
Everyone getting the mic. What up?
Boys keep playing. We gonna have to square up.
We gonna have to square it up.
We gonna have to send it up then.
Wow, let's send it up.
We gonna have to send it up then. We gonna have to send it up then.
Yeah.
We gonna have to send it up then. We gonna have to send it up then.
My favorite place to take it.
It ain't how it used to be.
Nope, no more flirts running. That's over.
Just a new me, so get used to me.
New ether. What up?
It ain't how it used to be.
Nope.
Just a new me.
Levelhead is here.
Looking in the mirror is the truth for me.
Looking at the youth is the truth for me.
Devil, get behind me, I'm loose.
Bye, devil.
Father, Holy Spirit, let loose.
What up, God?
Father, I'm yours, exclusive.
They don't believe you, but we got you. They don't believe in you, but we got you.
Father, I'm yours exclusively. Devil, get behind me, I'm loose, I'm free.
Let's get it.
Devil, get behind me, I'm loose, I'm free.
We got one question for these frauds.
The truth is only what you get away with, huh?
The truth is only what you get away with. Not here, not tonight.
That's why a lot of these be faking, huh? Made it through the trials and
Tribulations. What? Go to clip. Ready, crowd?
Right. Eye disease.
Here we go.
Not trying to be a prophet, but he who parted the sea is a part of me. And when I look in my heart, I see the same mystery. And I know that we share the same history. Yeah, Hebrew is the language of G-D. So silently, I know he walks with me like an OG. I'm G'd up, I'm G-D'd up. I'm a read up with my feet up.
Big G, not little G.
So we all get freed up, so please plant your seeds up. Israel's the bride and the groom's inside. And when I'm staring at the line, I'm like open wide. And when I'm drowning in the ocean, I will choke the tide. Snatch a patch from the sky, put that patch in my eye. You can tell me I'm fly, but it's not for a white guy. Back when I rapped in high school, people told me that I'm tight for a white dude. I'm not white, I'm Jewish. I'm not white, I'm
Jewish. Fridays, let's go.
High school, people told me that I'm tight for a white dude. I'm not white, I'm Jewish. I'm not white, I'm Jewish. Even with my eyes low, my shine, show wise guys' eyes, close respecting what my mind know. My reach is like a newborn's, I'm grabbing at everything. Get mad, rich, and take it back from the savages. Sabbath is past, but it's not ash to ash. No, it's what to what, and it's task to task. Yeah, life is to act with more secrets than a Kevin knew. It doesn't matter.
And you ain't between you cosmetic.
Tired these days, getting
That
earlier. My eyes carry baggage, my Jew froze curlier. The patch on my pants for the lack of the cabbage is a problem I'm working on solving. We all interact in high school. People told me that I'm tight for a white dude. I'm not white, I'm Jewish.
Boy, they can't do what we do.
Jewish. When I rapped in high school, people told me that I'm tight for a white dude. I'm not white, I'm Jewish. I'm not white, I'm Jewish. These years, introspection, learning text and reflection. If what's inside has died, you better believe in resurrection. Give me protection from the godless. Let my conscience place its candle on the mantle to illuminate the nonsense. I'm well equipped with legitimateness when I spit, so it's a bit ridiculous to just talk. It was God sick when he blew his breath in the chest of his convict. Trapped in paradise, my eyes are paralyzed. In high school, people told me that I'm tight for a white dude. I'm not white, I'm Jewish. I'm not white, I'm Jewish. Back when I rapped in high school, people told me that I'm tight.
Ain't no way it's only level heads in here. Where the anti-flirts at? It's what they wanted, right?
I'm not white, I'm Jewish.
They damn sure don't want to talk about the shape of the earth. That's the show. We know y'all watching. Incognito, YouTube Live, it's whatever. We see you.
Why the Suburbans they watching? Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain we locked in. Black the Suburbans they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed, medicated me.
I mean, we want to talk about it or we know to talk about it. Let's go.
23. Pharmacy the creep, patient get deceased, nomination leaves, taken by the beach, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cops won't dumb it down for the people lost, so sorry, that's your ego, sorry, fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped, like the Suburbans they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain we locked in, like the Suburbans they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain we locked in, 84. Knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorb, wonder what's in store. 19.
Well, instead we in New Mexico tonight.
Ready to explore what's beyond the shore, since the ship is war, gotta bring the sword. Better than veteran, don't wanna let him in, ain't got tour, but to let him in, I float in the ethers. Coming through the speakers, you're talking to see me speak, but you're not about it. Type of legal confounded, with thoughts of profound, it's a voodoo they drown, and I wonder what sounded to the perturbation, reverberation, I heard to hate, and I swear to fake, and absurd debate, when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, take it, debate it, regurgitate it.
Easy Winston!
Back always flipping the stocking, back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain we locked in, like the Suburbans they watching, back always flipping the stocking,
Run fast lane with the top back. Speed no brakes with a gas at. Crooked ass cop, push your cap back. So you already know where the strap at. Man, you already know when you're in beast mode. Man, you already know a nigga past that. Everybody false flag. Man, you already know a nigga blessed. You already know. You already know. You already know. I can tell you cause you already know. You already know. You already know. You already know.
Hashtag FEF.
Running with my hands up, I'm just fucking all these bands up. Simple man, I don't demand much. I'm just trying to roll these grams up. What you wanted me to say to you? Give you something new, awaken you. Find a topic that's conveyable, a prophecy that's inescapable. This the word that they portray to you. Sovereignty is unattainable. Justice too is unavailable. The judge's ruling is persuadable. Slavery is generational. Who you worship, who you praying to. Watch his fake is what they say to you. You see the truth is unmistakable. No, they wouldn't lie to me, dog. No, they wouldn't lie to me, bro. No, they wouldn't lie to the world. No, they wouldn't lie under oath. Right. No man can be high as the law. The law that was sworn to uphold. It's too late, the door has been closed. Too many stories been told. Right. Stories been told. Too many stories been told. cried out for the love of the saints. Woke up and saw the blood on the sun. Woke up and see the sun, it was cold. Where the fuck did I go wrong? Where's the time gone? Where's the time gone? Lost in the time zone. Must got the time wrong. Where does the time go? I don't wanna die alone. Don't wanna die alone. Die alone. Yeah. At a glance, you'll never truly understand. Cascading thoughts will form an avalanche. Eventually, the shit gon' hit the fan. Niggas that sick of suffering got demands. Climb up the mountain just so we can stand. Big brother hang you off it by your pants. No more religious to no more elitists. The people that put the law above the land. It's a scam, like Iraq and Iran, Afghanistan. Created targets, create the martyrs, democracy artists. Good-hearted people enlisted to fight. But the system has stripped all your rights. And the pictures delivered in doses so potent that when they administer, people turn sinister. The retina, the all-seeing retina, the mark of the beast, the mark of the predator. God bless America. God bless the regular, far from the regular. Don't kill the messenger, bats.
Don't kill the messenger. Oh yeah, we taking our time tonight, y'all. Our first time back, let's go.
To us, NASA's been lying to us.
They lying.
We're holding the facts, man. Some of the mathematics don't even add up. Hey, okay, please explain to me, how do you film atomic blast without destroying the film or losing the tape? Shit really don't add up. This shit's real rape shit. Okay, class, we here now. Lend me your ear. Okay, now. Okay, class. Okay, students, prime example. What if I told you the earth was stationary and the stars in the sky was just bioluminaries, and the shit they told us in school about the sun and the moon was just a bunch of fairy tales, like Christopher Columbus discovering the new fucking Americas. The nigga found Indians, Native Americans. He thought he found India, and now he's in pictures holding hand with Pocahontas. Now, okay, all the stars and shit. Keep on talking about these different planets and shit. They about to send another satellite to Mars. They about to find another planet like Earth that could support life and shit. But they don't even know how they built the pyramids and who really made the Sphinx and where's the Garden of Eden and did the Noah flood really happen? And did God really come back as Jesus? But then I kind of question shit like that. Okay, if I was a deity sitting on a cloud, why would I impregnate a woman? If I made man out of dirt and made a woman out of the real, but hold on, they forgot about Lilith, and forgot about the people of the land of Nod, and if Cain killed Abel and ran away to Nod, so if God made Adam and Eve, where did the people of the land of Nod come from, huh? That's a big question mark.
Breaking news, Silent Hendrix. Yeah, I have an important message from the one and only Bill Nye, the science guy. He has some important that he gotta tell all of y'all. So we're gonna get on with this goddamn broadcast. Talk to me, Bill.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. There's no place to throw your trash. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe not you, but your kids develop ways to mine our landfills.
He's heating up. Kobe.
This is Flat Earth Fridays. We back at it again with another motherfucking episode. I'll be your cruise director, Proud. This is my host, Sacred. And we've been getting called Nazis. Even though every week we come up here with a motherfucking disclaimer how we don't tolerate racism of any kind. Again, we are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. Hey, if we could get through what we get through, maybe there'll be time for that, but I highly doubt it. Strap in, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, because it's going to be a long one.
Now, why we ain't seen no clips of that, though? I ain't seen not a clip on my timeline, not a clip on in my replies with our intro every single week denouncing hate. I know you anti-flirts ain't picking and choosing, right? Y'all not just acting blind like y'all do not see that we over here standing on business, right? Cherry picking head ass. Y'all want to talk about Nazis, though. All of a sudden, y'all don't want to talk about the shape of the earth. I've been hearing for 108 weeks straight, oh, sacred and proud, all about the drama. They only want to focus on the drama. Every time we get to replying from y'all frauds. Now, it seems like y'all want to focus on the drama. That's the topic of discussion now all of a sudden. No longer about the science. Y'all don't want to talk about the physics. Then my homies start talking about the truth about history, and then y'all lose y'all freaking mind.
The quietest Flat Earth Friday we had was when PhD Robert Bennett came in here. They were crickets. Not
You see a
not
anti-flirf in sight.
You could hear a cotton ball drop.
I couldn't refract them into the lens. Like, there's no refraction that could have brought them into vision. Like, I couldn't see not one person when PhD Bennett was in here. Sacred and the Nazis. Well, let's talk about Nazis. Maybe y'all are the Nazis. Because y'all do not see any curvature. Y'all do not see any orbital motion of Earth. Y'all do not see any exclusive evidence for globe Earth. Boy, y'all do not even see this mic that's open waiting for you to pull up all of a sudden. Funny how that go. But if y'all want to talk about it, let's get to talking about it, bruh. So let's start here. Since ain't an anti-flat earther in sight, let's kick it off with this. Let's see if we see any clips of what I'm about to play right now. Because they don't like to talk about the positive stuff, right? It seems like what they're trying to do is let's discredit flat earth by deflecting away to something that has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. That'll get them. Stupid. Hey, when you clip me, play this.
Piece of shit. 1 second, let me make sure that we get this. Proud flirt. Attention, proud flirt. Be sure to clip this. I expect to see it on your timeline. Yeah, fucking being a Nazi, you know, we'll totally be okay with that. But the very moment you interrupt sacred, oh, you piece of shit.
Quick question. Why are you going with guilt from association?
Why are you going with guilt from association? With guilt from association?
We are going to ban you for that now. It shows that their fucking priorities are fucked up. And here's the thing, Sacred. Here's the thing, Sacred. The reason why I bring this up is because your spaces are full of people that hold these demonstrably evil beliefs.
Why are you going with guilt from association? Going with guilt from association?
Now, you say that you've been ignorant to it, you haven't seen it.
I'm not recommending it at all, but we don't talk about that in Flat Earth Fridays. That isn't a topic that we talk about. That isn't something that I engage with. I engage with the sciences and the debate or the dialogue about globe Earth and Flat Earth. If he took one innocent life, I'm not rocking with it. I don't want anybody to get misrepresented like we just accept anybody who's a flat earther. If you got racist stuff and you're saying things against an entire people, we're not dealing with that. Because there have been many flat earthers that came into space, many globe earthers too that came into space that were racist, and we removed them, and they are not allowed back in.
That was the first time I made a meme about flat earthers. It was that I can excuse being a Nazi, but I draw the line at interrupting.
Going with guilt from association.
And also, isn't Brian Sweet still going into their spaces all the time?
Can you explain why you are so willing to do a guilt by association, but when behavior is brought to your attention about people that you associate with in a not guilt by association way, you find ways to ignore their behavior.
Amen. Like you should be able to be proud of who you are. Like you should be able to have white pride without diminishing another group of people. You should be able to have Hispanic pride without diminishing another group of people. That's our position, whole purpose of the space, to show that people can have conversations with a polarizing topic. Now, so if I find out that any flat earther denounces an entire people based on their religion, based on their race, based on the color of their skin, just know me and Proud Flirt is not rocking with it.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre, shout out to the level heads.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather.
You tackle LeBron. That doesn't mean you beat him. Still crossed you up. He was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop sports about that.
You heard? Hey, yo, listen, man. Hey, yo, Brian. It seemed to be like you more popular than me, bro. I hate to say that sounds so cringe. Me being popular. Oh my God. Facepalm. Bro, I can't go into a single away game. Bro, yo, I can't go play a single away game without them bringing up my guy Brian, bro. Like, what has this turned into? Y'all debunking Brian versus Globe? Like, what is going on, bro? Like, I thought, like I'm painting a target on me, and now it's like, well, I don't want to deal with you, Sacred. I'm mad at you because of Brian. Brian, what is you doing that got these men in tears, bro? I'm like, let's talk about physics. Let's talk about science. Let's talk about motion. What you said, Proud?
Yeah, but Brian kicked my puppy.
Yeah, it has. Can we talk about geometry at least? No. They want to talk about drama. They want to talk about personal beliefs now. So I'm like, wait a minute, bro. This clip has been out for, I don't even know how many weeks already. I'm like, when did I pull up playing that away game over there on YouTube? And for some reason, every single anti-flirt is blind. Sacred, I don't hear you calling out this and that. Oh, Sacred, you're not. Sacred's a Nazi, bro? That's where y'all taking this shit. Hold on. Ain't no way I've been busting y'all ass for 108 weeks just for y'all to now start to try to call me a Nazi.
Flat earthers and globe earthers calling us Nazis. Flat earthers and globe earthers. Like, this is ridiculous.
Like, yo, y'all, we got the fraud flat earthers teaming up with the fraud anti-flat earthers to talk about something that have nothing to do with flat earth. Bro, it's called Flat Earth Fridays. Bro, am I wrong? Bro, like, hold up. Am I mistaken here? Like, I know y'all say flirts don't read, but I'm pretty sure FEF stands for Flat Earth Fridays.
Sound it out.
Boy, we do this shit for fun, bro. Y'all seen Shane clip? I come out here and kick it with my homies on a Friday night. I could be doing anything. Y'all could be doing anything. I'm over here crossing y'all up, pulling up from three, fadeaways, off the backboard, Proud over here keeping score, waiting for y'all to do something. And the only thing y'all could do is literally open up a YouTube live, base your entire premise on Mr. Animadirter. Oh, we're going to get into that in a second, too. Thinking that an anti-flat earth troll is telling the truth. Thinking that I wasn't going to pull up. And as soon as I grab the mic, the first thing you decide to do is go stand under the rim. Boy, you don't see me jumping from the free throw line? You don't see Alan's jumper? But you don't see Shane dribbling y'all, like crossing y'all up all day, bro. Y'all gonna stand under the rim. That was the plan, to open up a YouTube live, ignore everything that I say, misrepresent everything that I've been saying for 108 weeks, and say, let me stand next to the meme anti-flat earthers that have been sitting here capping for I don't even know how many weeks. And let's all huddle and stand under the rim when Sacred got the ball. Are you dumb? Why would you do this? What logical person would try to play with me like that? Y'all know how I be coming. How many times I gotta say, bro, I'm not even the strongest one on my team, bro. Let alone we got OGs over here. Shout out to Facing Reality. Shout out to Libra. Shout out to TM. Shout out to Ken. Shout out to Mr. Xavier. Shout out to the OGs. Then we got the new squad that pulled up. I can see why y'all in shambles. Like, I understand it at this point. Boy, I can't even take a couple weeks off to deal with a death in my family, bro. Do you see them on the timeline celebrate? Yo, Flat Earth Fridays is over. Oh, we can finally breathe. Oh, Sacred's taking his foot off our neck. Hell no. Why would you even think that?
Another one.
We back.
Another one.
We back.
Another one.
Stupid.
Stupid.
You're mad. I'm back. Big
Hey.
She's mad. She's mad. Big fat.
Yo, y'all literally need to stop playing with me, bro. Y'all ignore all the evidence for globe earth and flat earth. Y'all ignore every single clip of me being positive, me trying to coddle these globe earthers. Bro, my whole squad be mad at me, bro. Why are you so sending these co-hosts to the anti-flat earthers, bro? Why are you spending so much time giving them all these mics and giving them, they just a waste of time, Sacred? I'm like, bro, I get it, bro. But there's new listeners every single week. They see the memes of the anti-flat earthers straight up capping on the timeline, and they want to see how the conversation gonna play out. So I gotta make them feel comfortable. I gotta hold their hand through this, because they're gonna just straight cap on the timeline, and then you got your favorite anti-flirts believing them. Have no idea what the hell is going on. Completely afraid to come pull up now that my squad is super strong. We all pull up in one place. All the flat earthers is right here. They be tweeting at me all week long. They probably in y'all mentions too. You can't even mention the word flat without an anti-flat earther popping up in y'all replies. Where they at right now though? Oh, they do not see that we live? Head ass. Well, at this point, I don't even know what to do other than address the bullshit. Y'all want to get to the drama? Y'all want to get to addressing all of these irrelevant conversations that have zero to do with the science, that have zero to do with physics, that have zero to do with geometry, they got zero to do with the nature of our reality. You want to focus on mainstream narratives, and by the way, y'all sitting over here clipping up all these other spaces and try to make it seem like it's Flat Earth Friday. I bet you won't pull up now and come stand on that shit though. I bet you won't. Do we even have any anti-flat earthers in here? Let me scroll real quick. I see the squad. I see y'all. But hold on, man. I got to take my time with this, bro. I've been having a lot of stuff weighing on my shoulders over these past weeks. Things got a little bit better. But when I see motherfuckers celebrating because I got a death in the family, celebrating because I'm dealing with a funeral, handling IRL, like real life stuff for real. Like, that's how mad I got y'all. That y'all wouldn't, like, y'all are pure demons. Your soul not right. Your spirit not right. And it's very prevalent to see. And it's very funny because the ones that are sitting over here laughing, y'all probably got the worst problems in the world right now. Hiding behind your Wi-Fi. Hiding behind your bandwidth. Y'all not really like that in real life, clearly. Because if you really was like that, you would know what other people are capable of. So you wouldn't be talking so reckless on the internet. So I know you not really like that in real life. You was probably bullied in school. And you know what? For that, I actually got sympathy for you. Now, I was never bullied in school at all. Matter of fact, I was the one protecting the quote unquote nerds. Like, boy, like what is so funny? The fact that they got straight A's. Like, what? Matter of fact, I'm gonna go sit with them at the cafeteria. Now what? Now what y'all gonna say? I wish y'all would say something about Sacred sitting next to the nerds. I'm a nerd too. Matter of fact, right after this, we go into advanced placement calculus. What? What? Yeah. Now what? Can you even spell calculus? After this, we go into advanced placement physics. Boy, you can't even get into this classroom without a Texas instrument. You know what that conversation was like when I'm talking to my mom back then? Like, bro, mom, I can't even. Can you please take me to Staples? I need me a graphing calculator because we're going to have to map out these parabolic and hyperbolic curves, all these mathematical functions, all these derivatives. Mom, like, you got to take, I got to get this going. Yeah, it was cool to have a graphing calculator. You can't clown the nerds. You can't clown, like, what? Stop it. I made it cool to sit at the nerd table. They was always looking out for me. Hey, yo, Sacred, yo, you make sure you study for that exam. Yo, you need some notes, bro? I got it, gang. I appreciate you, though. Yo, you sure, gang? I got it, bro. It's cool. It's cool. Yo, I just appreciate you, bro. Like, man, it was cool sitting with them. So I feel bad if you ain't had nobody in your life that was protecting you back then in that day. Clearly, you got some trauma. But ain't no way you still dealing with that to this day, taking out on people on the internet. Yo, bro, you're the problem with the world. It ain't us. We damn sure ain't the problem. As a matter of fact, yo, how dare you tie hate to flat earth? Like, that has got to be the most, I'm sorry, y'all, I got to get this off. I've been holding this in for 3 weeks, bro. For 3 weeks. Y'all see, I wasn't active at all. I was really dealing with real life shit, man. It ain't always sweet. Yeah, we make it look real easy. Yeah, we make this shit look cool as hell, but bro, it ain't always like that, bro. It's tough on the back end. And I gotta come to Twitter and look at people celebrating. How dare you tie hate to flat earth because you can't refute our position? That's crazy. Boy, you mean to tell me you ain't never experienced hate before engaging in flat earth? There was no racism before flat earth. There was no prejudice before flat earth. I know y'all don't want to talk about the numbers because if you're going to sit there and tell me, first of all, anti-flirts, yeah, y'all are the smallest dying community. Let's be clear about that, okay? That's why y'all so mad, because your whole online presence is based on trying to shut us down, and we're only growing. Get mad. But boy, y'all.
You're mad, big mad.
Super. Hold up.
You're mad. I'm back. Big mad. Stupid.
But the globe Earth got the biggest population, right? The people sitting on the fence, or the people that don't really care about it, people that just went through the system, that's the biggest population. Ain't no way you're gonna sit there and tell me that flat Earth got more hate than the biggest group. Boy, y'all don't want to get into the stuff that we've been seeing. We was being nice by not engaging in that. Boy, we could have opened up a whole space on some of these anti-flat Earth, globe Earth TikTokers that was putting minors in danger. Are you kidding me? We could have did a whole space on fraud-ass professors preying on women on TikTok. You think we couldn't drag that out? We thought we was doing y'all a favor by, hey, yo, just letting the community know. Social media is a crazy place. We're going to drop some links, but we're not going to focus on it too much because we're here to talk about the science. So we're not going to bring any or drag any of that stuff over here. But it's on TikTok. It's on YouTube. It's even on Twitter and stuff. Yo, the anti-flirt community is in shambles. They're in discords putting minors around pedophiles, bro. Like facts. Like it's not even, I'm not even joking, bro. It's not even nothing to joke about. How dare you try to police my community, the flat earthers, when you got the biggest problem in this realm, bro? I bet you the last criminal in your hood is a globe earther. I bet you the last rapist in your hood, it was a globe earther. I bet you the last PDF file in your hood was a globe earther. I guarantee it was. I wish we had some stats on that. Boy, y'all don't even want to get to talking about all the stuff that's wrong if y'all really want to tie the shape of the earth to hate and criminality and all these issues. Y'all really want to talk about it? Please give me the green light. So that way, any single time y'all bring up a shred of not even globe earth evidence, I could just say, oh, wait, y'all got pedophiles in y'all community. I don't got to talk about it. Right? I don't got to talk about it. Y'all got rapists. Y'all got people preying on women in y'all community. I don't got to talk about nothing that you're saying. Do y'all really want to make the conversation about that, bro? Just say yes. And I swear I will drag this out for 20 episodes. Play with me. Play with me, bro. I will dig up all y'all demons, everything that you don't want people to know in real life. But we've been really, really civil and taking a high road with a lot of your favorite anti-flat earthers, bro. There's a lot of things that we know about y'all that we just ain't been speaking about. Let's be for real, bro. It's all on the internet. It's all there. You can't get that shit. You can't take that shit away. There's a reason why you disappeared off the internet. It's the reason why you needed a break. It's the reason why you had to go see a therapist. And I'm like, bro, why would I even want to talk about this stuff? Because, like, they don't got nothing to do with me. People deal with all different type of stuff in their daily life, man. I'm not going to sit there and tie the shape of the earth to y'all trauma or to anything that may be offset into. Like, why would I do that? But it seems like this is what y'all trying to do now. Let's discredit Flat Earth Fridays. Let's discredit Sacred and the Level Heads by talking about shit that don't got nothing to do with Flat Earth and Globe Earth and physics and science. Is y'all sure that's where you want to take it, bro? Because if that's the playing field now, boy, I'm telling you, I will drag this thing for weeks. And we will get into the specifics of everything you don't want my audience to know about your past, brother. And I'm talking to a lot of you, not just one of you. There's a few of y'all that I know what's going on. See, a lot of people ain't been engaging in this conversation for too long, bro. Some people just been coming across this. It's 2024, and people are still coming like, yo, the earth might be flat. Like, you know what I'm saying? But let me tell you something, bro. These figureheads in the anti-flirts community, bro, they've been talking about this stuff for years, bro. There's a lot of skeletons in their closet. Trust me when I say that. And if you don't, please play with me. Challenge me. Challenge me on that. Because if you do, I'm going to pull it all out there, bro. And then you can't say, oh, it's Sacred talking about the drama because y'all started this. Y'all did this. Y'all don't want to talk about any evidence for where we live at. Now you want to talk about drama and personal views and personal hit. That's what y'all want to talk about? You sure you want to do that? Because it's not going to go well for y'all, bro. I think a lot of y'all been taking my kindness for weakness. And there's like 1% of y'all that actually keep the same energy. Like 1%. All of y'all switch up when I pull up. Every single last one of y'all. Flat earthers too. Y'all know I done put up to a few flat Earth Twitter spaces. Y'all seen it. And what happened? Why y'all take my mic? Hey, yo, know us. Why did you take my mic? You want to talk about flat Earth Nazis? You got a dying space. You do not have a single listener that pull up that actually want to support you. That's why you've been in a dead space this whole time, bro. We got you so lit the other day, and I didn't even get to talk but for 40 seconds. Bro, it's so crazy to me, bro. Like, I'm gonna just keep it real. I'm shooting from the hip tonight, bro. I don't care, bro. I'm getting everything off my chest. Hard drive, motherboard or not, bro. I'm getting everything off tonight because really, bro, I've been sparing y'all. I've been letting y'all live. I've been looking the other way on purpose. All that follow, unfollow, all that weird shit, yeah, that's a red flag. Then you get to blocking me on one account, but then you follow me on another. What is all this weird shit, bro? What, you think I'm afraid to call out a flat earther? Are you dumb? Boy, y'all seen what we did in the past. Don't even make me get into it. We done shot out the biggest, quote unquote, biggest, quote unquote. I ain't seen them since. Stop playing with me, bro. You know why I could talk like this? Because ain't no skeletons in my closet, bro. Ain't no mystery in my history, bro. Bro, I'm doing you a favor by not letting you know who I really am in real life. Like, by not showing my face. That's not gonna help you, bro. It's not gonna help. You could clown me for the whole cyborg stuff. Oh, they think they're yeah, funny, cool, kiki. Fine. Boy, let me tell you, none of the personal life, that's not gonna help you, bro. It's not gonna help you at all. I've been trying to establish a baseline with my community and people outside of my community since day one, bro. That's why I could disappear for 3 weeks and still have 130 people pull up. While being late, my bad, y'all, my bad. Technical difficulties, y'all know how it is. Because people know how I'm rocking. Am I always correct? No. I'm not. Am I perfect? Hell no. Never claimed to be. But my approach is righteous, man. I really stand on this for real. This was my vision, where I could see my homies pull up on a weekly basis and get their shit off about how they feel about the nature of the earth. Having them feel comfortable speaking on mic. Yo, bro, you ain't got to be afraid to open up your own space, man. You ain't got to be afraid to voice your opinion, whether you have your face on your PFP or not. And real quick, shout out to Bill, Ted, Def, and Rufus, man. Matter of fact, let me clap it up for the squad, man, because they had their flat anniversary a couple weeks ago. We joined a live over there. And they said, bro, we tired of y'all sitting over here talking crazy about us, man. We're gonna show our face and let y'all know exactly what it is. Now what you're gonna say. Every Monday, drop another podcast, Phone Booth Pod. Shout out to y'all. Now what? Crickets. Nothing else to talk about.
Now they trying to say they plagiarizing the characters.
Imagine. We're going to stop appealing to y'all anti-flat earthers, bro. We shouldn't have to move on y'all accord. But the whole purpose was to take away every single deflection, every single obfuscation, so y'all got to focus. So now that we here, we're going to get straight to it, and we're going to see exactly what y'all going to say now after this. Now, I've said time and time again that I'm ignorant to a lot of the history when it comes to the Jewish people, Hitler, Holocaust, anti-Semitism. But I understand that the history is skewed. So not only do I come up here and try to teach, I also come up here and try to learn too. And I'm hoping that maybe I could bring some of the squad up here and we can have a nice dialogue, and maybe I could learn, ask some questions, and we can get to the bottom of this, so we could literally stop deflecting away from what we talk about in Flat Earth Fridays. So like y'all heard in my clip, I've already said, I don't stand by no hate, none whatsoever. And it sucks that there's like extreme groups within communities that make it bad for a lot of people. It really does suck. Because you should be proud of who you are, bro. You should be proud of where you come from. Don't feel ashamed to say I'm Hispanic and I'm proud to be that. Don't be afraid to say I'm proud to be white. Don't be afraid to say I'm proud to be black or native or carbon or melanated, whatever you want. Don't be afraid to say it. It's okay to say that. What's not okay is to say, I'm better than this race. And just because we may criticize specific people or specific groups or specific people within specific groups does not make you hateful. There's problems in every community. Why the hell y'all would want to tie this to the shape of the earth is beyond me, but I know why. Because y'all don't have a leg to stand on. Because there's 108 weeks of Flat Earth Fridays and you can't do shit with us. That's the real reason why. So I definitely get that. But it's so lame for y'all to do this. There's terrible people in every community, but it is my belief that there's more good people than bad. The fact that you want to focus on hate is crazy. The fact that you want to misrepresent somebody is crazy. It's sad that you want to pop shit from a distance. If you got a problem with somebody, pull up and talk to them and ask them a question. Why y'all don't want to do that? And then the hypocrisy. Guilt by association is not okay when you're anti-flirt, but it's okay for the flat earth, right? And you strawman in the position. You know what's so funny? I was saying this to the squad earlier today. I'm like, yo, we talk about certain shit like how we're being misled and deceived and everything like that. And how they don't want us to know it's the truth. And every time I hear, who's they, Sacred? Who's they? Like, okay, so you don't want to talk about the actual purpose of me making that statement. You want to focus on who they is. Let me say that again. You want to focus on who they is. You do, Mr. Anti-Flurf. What a rational person would be like, well, okay, forget they. Let's talk about what you think is a deception. Cool, let's engage in that conversation. Here's my position. But that's not y'all approach. That's not what y'all want to do because y'all don't even understand your own paradigm. How many globe earthers came up here and don't even know how to describe gravity? You know why? Because even the top level physicists can't even describe it. Yet they think they know what it is. But you want to focus on who they is. Then I say, hey, well, it's the quote unquote higher ups. Well, what does that mean, Sacred? Who's the higher ups? Well, I mean, it's the people with the most influence. Well, who has the most influence, Sacred? Oh my God, bro. Well, the CEOs, the billionaires, the quote unquote trillionaires that y'all don't know about, the secret societies and the societies of secrets, the ones that run Hollywood, the ones that run the World Economic Forum. Well, be specific, Sacred. Who are you talking about? Oh my God. All right, bro, but most of them people up there, they're Jewish. Oh my God, you're anti-Semitic. You're anti-Semitic. Bro. You asked me, didn't you? Didn't you ask the truthers who they is? What, y'all gonna deny that, like, these people in power, the people that hold these positions, they aren't of a Jewish belief, Jewish descent, or however you want to call it? Please tell me that's not true. If there's any anti-flat earther in here right now, come up here and tell me it's not true that they hold the highest positions. Not all of them, but most of them. Who's on the board of directors in some of these companies, bro? The tiniest place, bro. The tiniest place, Israel, got the most influence over the whole world. Everybody's losing their mind over Israel, bro. And I'm not saying the land isn't important. I'm not saying there's no reason why, historically speaking, that we should be focused on whose land belongs to what, because that is important. But y'all gotta stop this, bro. If I can't even mention the word without getting ostracized or criticized or called a name, I mean, to be totally honest, anti-flat earthers, y'all are the worst. The same things that, go to any tweet from an anti-flat earther, right? Go to any tweet. Replace flat earther with Jew. I said, go to any tweet from an anti-flat earther and replace the words flat earther with Jew. Not a problem if you're talking shit about flat earthers. You're dumb, you're idiot, you're stupid, you shouldn't have kids. Boy, I heard Piper tell somebody, Piper, why are you talking about somebody raising their kids, bro? Bro, I'm calling names out tonight, bro. I'm name dropping tonight. Why is you talking about people raising kids, bro? Let somebody be saying that about a Jewish person. You cancel, deplatform, demonetized. But it's okay when you talk about flat earthers that way. Y'all some hypocrites. Y'all weak as hell. Y'all have no basis of just an even playing field at all. It's super cringe, bro. And to sit there and call me a Nazi. Hey, yo, let me break something down to y'all real quick. I'm sorry. I'm telling you, I'm dragging this shit out tonight, bro. We probably not going to get to a lot of flat earth, globe earth tonight. I mean, maybe, you know, we going to stationary Saturdays. We're going to drag it for y'all. We're going to do it for you for real. So maybe we'll get into it a little bit later. I see the request. I see y'all. But I got to pop my shit, man. I got to. Because, I mean, it's kind of cool that I got, I guess, this bit of influence where I could just be gone for a couple weeks and I come back and every anti-flat earther got me in a pen tweet. Begging for my attention. Where's Sacred? Those are my biggest fans, by the way. I be looking at my squad, be like, damn, my squad don't even tweet at me like this. Now they do. Like, yo, first of all, let me say, thank y'all for showing me so much love, bro. I probably should have started by that, but I was just on a little bit of energy from all the stuff that's been going on. I really, 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 truly, and honestly love y'all. I really appreciate it, man. Like, y'all didn't have to send all that love, the voice notes, the replies to the tweets, the DMs, and I haven't gotten to all of them. The prayers from a distance, man. Like, I never really like thought that it would be like this, bro. Like, it wasn't a plan to be like that. Like, there's people that I didn't even know. Like, I've never even seen their account before. Like, hit me like, Sacred, like, you don't understand what you done did for me, bro. Like, you don't understand how much confidence you gave me, or like the way you speak, the way you do things, man. It's just it's helped me this and that. Like, I'm reading this stuff like, what? Like, is this for real? Like, is this somebody trolling me? But it's like it's not like all I was saying was like I need a little bit of time off because I was going through something, and the amount of love that I got was just overwhelming, bro. Like I haven't cried like that in a long time. Not going, like, I'm gonna be 100 with y'all. So like it was just overwhelming, bro. And I just really want to say thank you, and I really appreciate it. And every single prayer helped, because like losing somebody in this realm, man. I know everyone's lost somebody here. That's why I started out with like the Kanye song, like Moon, because it kind of brings me to that place of just kind of just being in the present time and knowing that this is a limited time that we here together, and we need to appreciate our relationships. That's why I hate seeing the flat earth community going at each other sometimes. And I know it's going to be like that because we're not perfect. You know, this ain't a cult. We don't have one cult mind, bro. We all have different views. We all have different positions. So sometimes it's going to be conflict. But what I just hope is that we could just keep it together, man. So when I seen everybody just with the overwhelming amount of love, and there was even a few globe earthers, so shout out to you guys too, man, that actually reached out. That's real. And I just want to say thank you, because it's just like, it's a lot. Losing somebody here, but gaining an angel is kind of like a gift and a curse. It's like, it's painful, but I know like you gain somebody that's watching over you. Now, a lot of the anti-flirts are, you know, atheists. They don't believe in a higher realm or an immaterial world. Like, I get all of that. So y'all probably not gonna understand nothing of what I'm talking about. So this ain't for y'all. This for those that know exactly what's going on. So love each other, like I've been saying before, bro. I've been saying this for, I don't even know, since for weeks I've been saying, love each other, man. Hold each other. Pray for each other. I ain't seen not a clip of me saying that at all. Nothing. But I'm gonna keep on saying the same thing. And if it resonates with you, then take it. And if it don't, let it go. But we don't have to be at war. That wasn't the point to come over here and to be dunking on all the bullshit all the time. Like, that wasn't the point. I was really just trying to have a conversation. It just turned into that because y'all super aggressive with nothing to stand on. But the point was just to bring us all together. And there was some people that was here, some people that's not here no more, and we have some new listeners here now. Like, and that's just what it's gonna be, no matter what it is, no matter what conversation. But love should always come first. Taking a high road should always be your main focus, no matter how hard it is. It's not the easiest thing to be righteous. It ain't. But it's gonna pay off in the end, though. You won't be able to talk like this when you ain't got no skeletons in your closet. When you don't have a checker past. Then you can be confident in every single thing that you say because you can't get exposed. I wasn't the greatest guy all the time. Growing up, I had to learn to be like this. I had to learn to not be a liar. I had to find out on my own, boy. It's easier to tell the truth. I don't got to remember as much because the truth is going to be what it is. Now, what's not the truth is me being a Nazi. And y'all going to have to define what that means. What I was going to say before I got into all the love, just to give you all a little bit of my background. Boy, I was damn near raised by some Jewish people. Like, if I wasn't in an after-school program, winning awards at the Boys and Girls Club, hooping or something like that, I was being taken care of by my neighbors while my parents was at work. And let me tell you, like, it wasn't a whole lot of people that my parents trusted around me and my brother. Like, it wasn't a whole lot. As a matter of fact, like, we needed keywords and everything. There was certain times where my neighbors ain't have the keywords and I wasn't going. I don't care how many play dates we had. I don't care how many times we played outside. If my mom said, hey, the keyword is strawberry and you ain't had the keyword, I'm not going, okay? You need that keyword if you're going to pick me up after school. You feel me? But literally, if I wasn't doing any extracurricular activities, after being so focused in school, going through elementary and high school and things like that, boy, I was hanging out with Jewish family, raising me for real. From 3 o'clock all the way to like 7 or 8 every single day. Going to bar mitzvahs, like what? I probably got a yarmulke somewhere. like that was really family for real. There wasn't no disdain because they was Jewish. Like, nah, like we didn't look the same at all. Like, but we as a community, so we looked after each other. And let me tell you, like the Jewish community stick together. Okay, like that's a thing. Look, I don't know if y'all ever been through New York and Brooklyn, but there's a block. There's a block where shit changed instantly. I'm talking, you might see, a little culture here. You might see a little bit of graffiti here. And then on this block right here, you start to see top hats. You start to see curly sideburns. You feel me? Like, I'm dead serious, but I'm not capping. Like, that community, they stick together. They have a plan. That's one thing I will never take away from them. I don't know what they, all that, bro, they got a plan. And I've seen it my entire life. All the way up into my profession, bro. I done told y'all, like, I was in the financial industry. Boy, I be sitting up there in my office at the desk. I have somebody Jewish come in. First of all, like, the fact that a Jewish person would even trust, but I'm not even from nowhere near where they're from, bro. I don't look like them. I don't talk like them. There's nothing that we have in common that, at least at the time, right? That I was thinking. I'm like, I'm sticking out like a thorn, and it's like, what's going on? But it's me. It's sacred. So it's like, I still always have people's best interest. So it was so crazy having people within the Jewish community only wanting to do business with me. I'm talking like, hey, Sacred around? No, he got a client. All right, I'm out. Deuces. Like, wait, what? Like, hold on. Come back. Nah. Sacred not here. I'm not talking to you. I'm out. Hey, Sacred here today? No, he got a day off. No, bye. Peace. I'm gone. Boy, they be pulling up after they bar mitzvah or they bar mitzvah with they kids with what, 12, 13 or something, like pulling up with $30,000, $40,000 cash from family. I need to open up a fiduciary or a beneficiary account. And I'm only dealing with Sacred. You know why? Because I treated everybody the same. I ain't take advantage of people. Yo, see, let me say this. This is why I have such a disdain for this whole Duffy shit. I'm calling all names, bro. This is why I have such a disdain for all that shit, because I was in that. I know what that shit is like, bro. Bro, you can't be in the financial industry and be taking advantage of people, bro. You just can't do it, especially when you with the SEC. Now, there's a difference between being in the actual like the bank, like the retail bank versus financial advisory and the Security Exchange Commission. Like there's a split. Like you can't even have certain conversations in certain parts of the branch unless you are qualified, because it's such a risky thing, bro. Like you dealing with people life savings. Like you dealing with people that are coming that made the right moves in life, and they got a nest egg, and they only want to preserve what they done have so they could pass it down to the next generation. That's what all of y'all should be doing. Everything that y'all should be doing is focusing on yourself so that way y'all can pass it down to the next of kin. Passing down assets, not liabilities. Somebody comes to you with a nest egg, or somebody comes to you with like financial questions, they're going to be relying on your expertise, bro, to guide them in the right way. And if you take advantage of them, bro, you're going to get in trouble. They don't play about stuff like that. And I had no idea what that was like. I seen some of my friends get into banking at one time, and they was, oh, yo, we get so much money. I'm like, let me go see what that's like. And I was good at it, because I was always thinking about other people and making sure that they had the right things for them. It don't matter how much commission you make, bro. That's not what it's supposed to be about. You're supposed to help them, not take advantage of them. So when I'm dealing with a Jewish family and they pass by 3 or 4 different branches and they only want to talk to me, it's because they trusted me, because I guided them to do the right thing for them, not for myself. Boy, you know how thick them books are when you got to study in order to become licensed with the SEC? Everything is about rules and regulations, bro. It's a tricky business out there. The bank don't want no lawsuits. And they take that shit serious. Boy, when you go to and go for your test to pass all these Series 6, Series 7, Series 63, and all these different series in order to become a financial advisor or to have conversations about investments, boy, they take that thing serious. I'm talking about them books be looking bigger than physics books that you got to study. Then we go take the test, boy, they pat you down. You got to go through metal detectors. They hit you with the wand. Boy, they got cameras in every corner of the room. They got a camera on the computer. They even tell you, boy, you can't even wear certain clothes in there. And if you do wear certain clothes, like if you take off a hoodie or take off a jacket or something, you can't put it back on. You can't bring a watch. You can't bring no pens. It's only pencil and a paper, bro. They take that shit serious. They want to make sure that you ain't cheating, that you ain't trying to finesse, that you fully understand. Like they want to make sure that you fully understand all the rules and regulations, because once they allow you in, you are going to have the power to take advantage of people. And they want to make sure that you don't. So you got to know this stuff in and out. So when you hear these different people in the flat earth and the globe earth conversation now with all these lawsuits and they're doing settlements and stuff, bro, you only get into trouble like that if you're doing some weird shit. Dead ass, bro. Maybe that's why I got a little bit of bias towards that. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but I already know what that is like. I've seen it in real time. I've seen like these bankers take advantage of innocent people. I mean, people coming in with a few $100,000 or a couple million, and they put them in the most aggressive investment vehicle for commission. That ain't the right thing to do, bro. And I would tell them, I would literally tell them, I didn't care what you look like. I didn't care about a bonus or a commission check, but I wanted to make sure that you had the things that you needed to be prosperous with the things that you did with your life. I don't care where you came from. It didn't matter to me. And that's one thing that I had to learn too, by the way, is that you can't judge a book by its cover. Because rich motherfuckers don't want you to know that they got money. So you see somebody walking around flashing shit, they probably ain't got it. Because the richest people make it very, very blatantly clear from the surface level that they don't have shit. I'm telling you. I had to learn that the hard way. So when I'm talking to a Jewish family and they want to open up an account with millions of dollars and they only want to deal with me, it's because I did right by them. I learned their names. I learned their family. I know that your brother got a business over here. I know that your daughter go to a school over here and she about to get her first car and maybe she want to get a high school account or something like that. Or, I know that your cousin may work down the street over here. Like, I know who you are. I'm learning who you are. And because I know who you are, I'm going to be able to guide you for the best thing for you and your family. And for that, they trusted me. Which turned into more business. And I'm like, oh, so that's how it works. I don't gotta just take advantage of you. I don't gotta like put you in all these different accounts and open up all these cards and do all that. Like, nah. Like, do what's best for them in the moment. And if you do right, they're gonna come back. So I'm just using this as an example as one, like not only have I done business with Jewish people that I don't even know who they are, I actually have people who I consider family to be Jewish, bro. You can't call me anti-Semitic. You can't call me a Nazi. Ain't no way. How? What have you seen on my timeline to make it show that I'm a Nazi? Can you please provide any evidence? If you're gonna call me out and I'm gonna pull up to your space, give me a chance to speak. Show the evidence of why you calling me a Nazi. Like, maybe I gotta do that too. Maybe I gotta because I got a few things that I want to address, bro. Like the actual definition of a Nazi. Or what the social construct of what people call people Nazis are. Bro, a Nazi isn't just somebody who supports Hitler. That's stupid. I understand why you may think that. But let's be for real, bro. That's not what a Nazi is. And that ain't even the real definition if you want to get real technical. Like the word Nazi, the term Nazi, that was actually like a derogatory term from what I've been looking at recently. That came way before the war. Like history been skewed, bro. Super skewed. And I shouldn't be labeled something derogatory because I'm questioning the nature of my reality, bro. I'm questioning the history. We all know that the victors of any war or anything, the people, they're going to change the history. They're going to change the narrative to work in their favor. We all know that that's how that go. Like, come on now. I mean, to this day, y'all still celebrate Thanksgiving. What, y'all think that they was over there chilling with the natives? Y'all really think that they was over there breaking bread with the natives? Come on, bro. To this day, y'all still be celebrating Thanksgiving. Y'all know what really happened over there. Bro, y'all know what really happened. The natives was terrorized. We see this trend happen throughout all of history. To act blind like that's not a thing now is literally delusional. I don't care what shape of the earth you think it is, bro. Y'all know history is skewed. Y'all know we not getting the full story. How dare you try to criticize us for questioning the mainstream narrative? Y'all should be investigating too, not appealing to your emotions. And y'all don't even really care like that because the globe earth got the most hate out of any community. Y'all got the biggest population, like I said earlier, right? Unless y'all want to concede that the flat earth got the biggest population. Boy, let me post this poll. Boy, I just seen a poll the other day. Oh my goodness. I just seen a poll the other day. Posted by a globe earther, by the way. Let me post this up top and let me show y'all what's really good. This is funny as hell. Look at this. Now, I'm in a few group chats with this guy. Calls himself 1984, the official 1984. And he posted a poll the other day, 4 days ago. Right? And it says, be honest. Nobody will know. They're going to know. They're going to know. He said, did 6 million Jews die in the Holocaust? This is a globe earther posting this poll. I shared it up top. Do y'all want to know the results of this poll hosted by an account that has how much followers? 170,000 followers. It's a pretty decent sample size. 72,000 people voted. Let me say this again. This is a poll about people believing in the official story of the Holocaust, hosted by a globe earther. 72,233 people voted. 83% said it's bullshit. This is not a flat earth account. This is a globe earther. So y'all, this is what y'all telling me. Y'all telling me that either A, there is 80% of 72,000 people are all flat earthers, which then gives us the biggest population in the world, or most of these people are most likely globe earthers and they don't believe that shit either. I don't see an anti-flat earther in this. I don't see not an anti-flat earther in this comment section. People posting memes and gifs of clowns for the small 17% that said the official story of the Holocaust is what it is. And I clicked on a few of them, and yeah, there's a few that say that the earth is flat. But most of these people that's in this comment section, boy, I don't see a flat Earth post in sight. $72,000 people voted on this, bruh. And 80% of them said, yo, that shit was some bullshit. Now, listen, what do I have a right now to tie globe Earth to this? Since y'all want to tie flat Earth to everything that got to do with hate, is this hateful? Because if this is hateful, then y'all got the biggest problem in the globe Earth community. You don't even have a right to criticize the flat earthers. With 72,000 people after a globe earther posted that the Holocaust was some bullshit. Y'all don't even have a right, bro. If you really care that much, right? Or do y'all want to talk about Nazi NASA? Maybe y'all want to talk about that instead. Y'all think they want to talk about that instead? Because I can't get a clear answer from any globe earther. Every time I post it, it's nothing but deflection, crickets. What's that sound? That sound again? Proud. Every single time I bring up NASA, I don't see a lick of acknowledgement.
Pure denial.
I posted this for Tell the Truth Tuesday. It says aerospace for $666, please. Who managed NASA? And what party did he belong to? I even got the link there for you, nasa.gov. They still propping Wernher von Braun up. You know what they say? Wernher von Braun, one of the greatest rocket scientists in history, led the development of the Saturn V booster rocket that helped land man on the moon. Literally a man that was part of the Nazi party, calling him the greatest mind. Boy, can you imagine if they called Brian Sweet saying something about the greatest mind? Oh my God, the anti-flat earthers would have lost it. Oh, Sacred, you got such a problem in Flat Earth Fridays. They so like, oh my, he says the Nazis are great. What? Okay, well, what about NASA? You do know that they not only funded them, they empowered the Nazis. Are you kidding me? Boy, y'all be buying NASA merch. Why do y'all not care that they literally put Nazis in power with the official story? Now, I had a few people tweet at me saying, hey, that's not really the official story. They kind of lied about some Nazis here and there. Hey, bro, I'm going with the official story on this one. When I go to Wikipedia, that motherfucker say Wernher von Braun, Nazi party. That's what that said. That's straight up. I don't care what you want to say about that. That's what they said. The official story is they took all these Nazi scientists because they had the sauce. Like, you know, German was like super into like engineering. Like they got like the best stuff over there apparently. Like all the different brands and products and stuff like that. Like they do that for real. And I was watching a little bit of a documentary in that comment section of this poll. And they was saying the design of these gas chambers wasn't as efficient for somebody who's building the best cars in the world. I'm just saying. And I'm not gonna lie, it was making a lot of sense. So you got the globe earthers posting about the Holocaust. I'm guessing most of their followers are globe earthers because they don't post about flat earth at all. I'm not saying all of them are globe earthers, but most of them. 80% of them saying it's bullshit. Nobody's acknowledging that at all. Then we slide over to NASA. They literally got a link up to this day calling one of the biggest Nazis the greatest minds in engineering. And not a peep from you anti-flat earthers. Oh, did y'all not see this? Stop it. At some point, y'all gonna have to keep it a little bit more consistent. Because ain't no way, bro. Stop acting like you care that much and you are completely blind to what's going in your own community. Anti-flirfs. I want to read to y'all like the official definition of a Yahtzee. My bad. I ain't trying to get the squad shut down on YouTube. My bad. Because I'm really just trying to understand for real, bro. So when I go to the official definition of a Yahtzee, according to Britannica, the first part of the definition says a member of a German political party that controlled Germany from 1933 to 1945 under Adolf Hitler. So you gotta be German. The next part of the definition says an evil person who wants to use power to control and harm other people, especially because of their race, religion, etc. So I'm open to critiques. If you want to call me a Yahtzee, that's fine. But I need you to substantiate your evidence that I'm German. And I also need you to substantiate your evidence that I'm an evil person who wants to use my power on Twitter to control and harm other people based on their race and religion. I need to see it, bro. I need to see it. I don't think that that's unfair to ask for if y'all gonna sit there and be accusing me of some weird label that y'all pulled out of the ether somewhere, like, right? Y'all should be able to substantiate y'all claim. Is there any anti-flat earther that want to come up here right now? Any at all? I got mics for days, bro. Y'all been spamming me all week long. I posted the space. I know we started late, but I posted the space all the way on Monday, bro. Don't act like you don't see me right now.
Shout out to the 13 other listeners. Oh, 14. Welcome.
Yeah, we know you listening. Hiding in the shadows. Probably punching the air. Oh, Sacred, he's got his foot on our neck again. What are we going to do? He's actually addressing what we're saying, and he's making a lot of sense. Oh, what was me, those level heads? Head ass. Boy, all I do is come up here and talk about love. All I do is come up here and try to mediate and moderate. Flat Earth and Globe Earth is already a polarizing conversation. And you want to deflect away by trying to put something on me that I ain't got nothing to do with? Boy, stop it. There's a reason why y'all taking this position, bro. muddying the waters, creating confusion and conflict. There's a reason why y'all doing this. Y'all not focused on the actual like racists that's on Twitter, like at all. Like, yeah, trust me, I be seeing it. I don't see an anti-flat earther in sight talking to them. And we've been very critical of people on both sides who we let up here. And we seen some things on their timeline that we did not agree with, that we will not stand by. We sent their ass to the gulag and ain't seen them since. Sorry, gotta go. You're too hateful. Don't care if you think that the earth is flat. Boy, yo, for those who don't, there's some OGs that may remember. We had white supremacists that cashed out on us, right? We was like, yo, we didn't know because he just used to come in here, you know, kind of listen, maybe speak once in a while, talk about flat earth. But then we got to scrolling on his timeline one day and we said, oh, wait, you a hateful dude, bro. Like, bro, you don't have to be hateful to be proud to be white. You do know that, right? You do realize that, right? Now, I'm going to be trying to be politically correct, but it seems like I'm about to rip the Band-Aid off, bro. Yes, there is some science behind dominant and recessive genes. There is facts. So I understand if you may feel a certain way if you are within a community that may be a dying breed. Or you may have a problem that you're perceiving to happen in the future for a lot of the propaganda that's coming on with like mixed races and interracial this. And I get all of that, bro. I don't know what that feel like, but I understand it. I get that. It's not hateful to be in your community and say, hey, we probably should procreate within us here to keep this thing going. I don't think that that's a problem. I don't think that is a problem for black people. I don't think that is a problem for white people. I don't think that's a problem for Colombians, Asians, Indians, Jamaica. I don't think that's a problem at all. But I also don't think it's a problem if you just want to love who you want to love. But if you are in a position where you might feel like, okay, like if we continue down this path, it could be a problem. Yes, I could see why you may take a position. That doesn't mean you got to hate everybody, bro. So anyway, we scroll down this guy's timeline and we see all this racist stuff. And we checked this man in real time, right? And we say, bro, like you've been rocking with us this whole time. We got all these different type of people up here and you gonna be sitting here tweeting stuff like this? Why is you doing that, bro? Pure hate in his heart. Sorry, bro, you gotta go. And the last thing that he said to us, like, oh my God, I'm so mad. We like, yo, we the ones that's mad. Why are you mad? You know what he said to us? The white supremacists don't like me because I'm a flat earther, and the flat earthers don't like me because I'm a white supremacist. Yo. Hey, bro, look, that sounds like a personal problem to me. Maybe you should just start loving people and questioning your reality instead of hating people and questioning your reality. That don't got nothing to do with me. We also had some globe earthers that came up here and said some pretty nasty stuff to us. Not cool at all. And we don't support that at all, bruh. Now, I'm not going to say that every single anti-flat earther knows that we've been through those situations, but there's a lot of y'all that been paying attention since the beginning. So y'all know what I'm talking about. But for some reason, y'all don't want to bring that up. Y'all don't want to talk about that. As a matter of fact, I quote tweeted the space and somebody that breaks my heart. But I quote tweeted this guy. His name is Jero. J_Aronos. Don't know if he's in here. You see him, Proud? I'm telling you, I'm calling all of them out, bro. I'm not dealing with this shit today. I'm not doing this no more. Wild supporter of Flat Earth Fridays, always sending me some sauce on Flat Earth. And unfortunately, caught a real emotional moment in a group chat that I was privy to. And he decided that he wanted to use an inflammatory, derogatory, racist term towards another individual because he got triggered and upset. Now, I wasn't privy to how all this stuff went down. Not really sure. But I would love for him to come up here if he's in here. Don't think that he's going to. But that kind of broke my heart, bro. I don't like when I'm rocking with somebody and I see that they do things that I don't align with at all. That you're so angry that the first thing that you do is resort to hate and racist terminology. And if I see that, I'm going to call that shit out. I'm not rocking with it. You shouldn't even feel comfortable talking like that. So I would love for him to come up here and explain why he feel like that's cool. Now, another thing that I do want to say, maybe I'll bring up a couple people that I do kind of want to talk to. Hopefully they ain't fall asleep by now. Because we were going to have a space on this, right? We had this idea about holding a debate space. We never really got around to it. We might still do it. But one of our first things that we wanted to kind of touch on back in 2023 was free speech versus hate speech. And that's it's a pretty touchy topic, yo. Because there's always going to be somebody that's going to take it too far. There's always going to be somebody that's going to take it to the extreme. We do our best to make sure that everybody gets a voice. But we have a limit. So is it free speech in Flat Earth Fridays? I'm not too sure. And I hate to even question that. But we really, really, really try to make sure that everybody gets a voice no matter what, until you decide to cross the line, not caring about other people. I don't know how you can care about yourself if you don't care about other people. So to me, you kind of like lose your rights when you start doing that. But it is a conversation to have. Now, to me, there could be subcategories, but there's like 3 different categories when it comes to this free speech and hate speech conversation. And I'm going to give my personal opinion, just putting it all out there. A lot of y'all may disagree, and that's perfectly fine. Hopefully that we can still be cool after this. But I'm going to give you my personal opinion on these 3 categories. So you have the person that accepts all free speech. That no matter if it's hateful or not, you have a right to say what you want to say. Now, I had to think about this for a little bit because I don't like hate speech, bro. I don't like it. I don't understand why people got to pop their shit like that at other people, a whole entire group of people. I don't get that, bro. I literally don't. But I do feel that everybody has unalienable rights. So there's a little bit of conflict there. Like, I don't want you to say no crazy shit, but I guess you do have a right to say crazy shit. If you really need to say it, I guess you just got a weird, messed up spirit, and I'm gonna pray for you. But there's that group where there is no such thing as hate speech. All speech should be allowed. Now, within that group, you have the person that says, hey, I don't necessarily agree with that speech, but I support your right to say it. And one thing that I did hear somebody say that kind of made me say, all right, I kind of rock with that. I would rather somebody show me exactly who they are than hide who they are. And that kind of go into this whole like political stuff too. We talk about Trump and Biden, right? A lot of people don't like Trump because he's very like vulgar and stuff like that. Some people say, well, that's who we want to know exactly how he feels. I don't know if we should be trusting somebody like Biden who's smiling in your face and then like stick a knife in your back, or smiling in your face and act like you wasn't just standing next to the Grandmaster KKK. Oh, y'all didn't know that? Y'all didn't know that Joe Biden was sitting over there taking pictures with Grandmaster KKK back in the day? Do I need to pull that picture up for y'all too? I mean, because if we're going to do guilt by association, he's the globe earther. Y'all that voted for Joe Biden, yeah, he's standing next to that guy. So can I just sit there and say, oh, y'all globe earthers got a problem? That y'all voted for a president who was sitting next to a Grandmaster KKK taking pictures and all different type of shit? Do I got a right to take it there? Anyway. Then there's the group that's like, hey, you should not be saying all of that hate speech at all. Denounce that. Now, to a certain point, that's what I would like to see. I would like to see more people hold each other accountable for things that probably shouldn't be said that's hurting people's feelings. But again, it's just feelings. But I think that's where it becomes an issue where like people complain about, oh, you're just playing the race card whenever something happens. It's like, well, if you would hold your own accountable, maybe this oppressed group of people won't feel the need to play the race card over and over and over and over again. Because we would see you holding your own accountable, denouncing that person from saying hateful things. So yes, I would kind of like to see that. I'm not going to lie to you. I would kind of like to see that. If there's black people saying that something that's hateful, black people should hold black people accountable. If there's white people that's saying things that are hateful, white people should hold white people accountable. However, not everybody agrees. And that's okay. And until we eliminate this problem altogether, it's going to continue to be an issue. So that's the second group. The last group is just the extreme, where it's like, I got the right to say it. I'm going to say it, and I don't care what the hell you say about it. And I'm going to actually say it. Right? That's different than the person say, hey, I don't necessarily agree with what you're saying, but I support your right to say it. There's I am going to be hateful. I have a right to say it, and I'm going to say it. And those guys are the problem. Those are the real problems in society. Why they're full of hate, I have no idea. But that's where the real problem comes into. Not because you're questioning history makes you a racist person, bro. Makes you anti-Semitic. That's not what it is. Y'all got it all skewed. Y'all got the whole thing messed up. To my estimation, right? Again, I preface by saying this, I'm really ignorant to the true nature of all the history, and I would like for some of the level heads to come up and teach me something. But the only reason why I'm really going in like this and dragging this so much and giving it so much attention is because it's all I see now. I can't like have anybody address anything with the science now. It seems like that's the only conversation on Twitter. And maybe that's just my algorithm. But I'm like, it really can't be because I don't even really be engaging like that. I just started kind of getting back in the swing because, you know, IRL's kind of all right. Proud Flurf is up right now. Shout out to Proud. Shout out to y'all for sending her prayers too. But that's all I've been seeing, bro. So I'm like, okay, y'all gonna twist my arm. Y'all gonna want to talk about it. Let's see who actually pull up. I ain't see an anti-flat earther request the mic yet. But I want to give my guys an opportunity to kind of clear the air because I don't really know how these conversations go because I'm not involved in them. So like I said, I did tweet at Jero to see if he gonna pull up. I don't know if he in here. AKA Rhetorical Truth. Calling me a Nazi, and I pulled up in his space the other day. Oh no, I'm sorry, y'all talking about Jero. Rhetorical Truth is X Mile High. That's the other guy. So Jero was the guy that was talking crazy in some group chats. And then Rhetorical Truth / X Mile High X, whatever this guy is, know us or the truth, some or whatever, even though he's a fraud, pulled up on his ass. He took my mic as soon as I went to go get some clarity on why are you tweeting that I'm a Nazi? Like, why are you aligning with the anti-truthers? Like, what is wrong with you, bro? You don't have any listeners? That the fact that you got to sit there and align with the anti-truthers to try to call me out? Is this some jealousy or something, bro? Because this not making no sense. Let me go talk to him. Proud went to go grab a mic. She got sent down to listener. Wasn't even like disrespectful. I'm over here raising my hand. And all I said was, yo, you're not going to sit there and get off of what Proud is talking about because she's being respectful, asking you for clarity. You're not just going to deflect. And in the middle of me saying that, he sent her to listener. I'm like, wait, what? You took her mic? What's wrong with you, bro? And then my mic got took, like in the middle of me saying that. They took my mic too. And I couldn't get back up there. I posted a screenshot. I don't know. Probably.
Literally so embarrassing. It's like how are you talking tough after you removed us from speaker? That's some draconian dictator shit, if you ask me.
Facts. Which means you really wasn't trying to have that conversation. Which means it seemed like you were just race baiting for views and listeners, bro. Really? And then I'm talking to other people that's in that space, and I'm going to name drop, bro. Nadine, you're one of them. Which is crazy because she used to be coming over here to Flat Earth Fridays. I don't know if y'all know who that is. If y'all don't, she's irrelevant, I guess, but she ended up blocking me after I was highlighting all the inconsistencies of their behavior over there. So I'm like DMing her like, bro, like, you really gonna just stand by this while they censor me? You gonna have them call me a Nazi and you not going to allow me to speak and defend myself or at least gain clarity, bro? So the responses I started to get was, well, you know, this guy Noah's X Mile High or Rhetorical Truth, whatever the hell he want to call himself, he's been calling this out for weeks. I don't care what he's been saying in his own echo chamber that nobody goes to. Boy, you could DM me. You could pull up the Flat Earth Fridays every Friday. You could you could reply to one of my posts and say, hey, I want to have a conversation. Or you can tap in with one of the other level heads and they're gonna sit there and DM me and get a hold of me too. There's so many different ways that I make myself accessible. Now, the past few weeks, like, obviously I was dealing with something, but other than that, bro, like, I'm right here for a conversation every single week. If you really got a problem. So I'm like DMing her. I'm like, bro, like, let me up. Like, what? Like, you really gonna go by this behavior? And I'm just getting completely ignored. And I'm just like, wow. Really? So y'all want to call me out you're going to use an anti-truther. Mind you, this anti-truther, you one of them, Sydney. And for some reason, you not here right now. And I would love to talk to you about this shit too. While you're taking other clips of other spaces and putting my hashtag on them. And I don't like to say my hashtag. Let's just say our hashtag, because we are a family here, Flat Earth Fridays. But why are you tying Flat Earth Fridays to spaces that I'm not involved in? Again, you're race baiting for views, bro. Why are you sitting there saying that Flat Earth Fridays is a problem and we don't never really talk about that? Now, sometimes in Stationary Saturdays, I kind of like let the conversation go off into like a little bit of other conspiracies. We talk about health sometimes. We get into like, distorted history and things like that. But for the main focus of this conversation, bro, when I'm active, when I'm up here cooking, we talking about science. We talking about physics. We talking about geometry, bro. We talking about observable reality. We're not talking about any of that other stuff, bro. There's a lot of skewed history that we can go into. That's just one of the topics that some of my homies probably be talking about. But how dare you race bait for views, bro? Using my name to come up. Are you crazy? You're using my name to come up to gain a following and viewership, tying what we do over here to something that has nothing to do with anywhere else, any other space. Why would you do that? Don't let me find out that you monetized. Which you probably not, because you don't get that much engagement. But that's crazy, bro. And then when I'm pulling up to have the conversation, y'all silencing me. So when I'm DMing Nadine, I'm like, bro, like, what's going on? Then it turned into, well, you never really supported me. wait. So you want to talk about it? You want to talk about me being a Nazi? And now I'm being censored and silenced, and you don't want to say anything because you're saying I never supported you, bro? That's what you're going to say? I'm literally trying to have the conversation now. And you really don't care. You want to just spaz because of Brian Sweet, which he's up here, by the way. We're going to get to my man in a second. But that's what, like, really, bro? You want to make this about me not supporting you, which is a blatant lie, by the way. Because the real plan was to have Nadine and one of her teachers / professors or whatever the case is come talk to Flat Earth Fridays about med beds. And what I was trying to do, I was trying to point guard a space with her teachers or her professors with med beds and maybe Rife Technology, because he talks about his health stuff and generating, using electricity and all the different stuff and the ether. Just something a little bit different, a little bit off keel, but kind of tied into like, the hidden truth, the nature of our reality. So that was supposed to happen the first week of the year. Literally. And she never responded to me. So I just left it alone. So I don't even know why she would even say that. I'm only telling y'all because this is what just happened to me recently. Like, I didn't know it was such a big thing until I started scrolling in my mentions and I started seeing everybody talking about all this hateful stuff and calling me a Nazi. And I'm like, bro, how can you sit there and say that I'm not German? I've never had a hating circuit in my motherboard at all. Like, why would you even tie me to that? And then when I try to have the conversation, you're going to sit there and censor me, which means you don't want people to know the truth, that you don't have any evidence of that. And you're just using my name. I can't even believe I'm saying that, bro. Like, how, like, am I at that point where you could use my name to like gain a following now? Like, is that a thing? Like, is this what, like when you're, bro, like, it's so weird to even say this. Like, when you're popular, is that what happens, bro? Like, I don't know what this is like, bro. I'm growing with y'all, like, in real time. I don't know this. I don't have any other accounts that got like followers, or like I just come up here and I pop my shit every Friday. That's it. And it turned into what it is. Like, I don't like, I'm not what they call it? I don't even know what it's called. A social media influencer, but I'm not that. Maybe some people may consider me that, but I didn't read any books on how to become an influencer or how to manipulate an algorithm for bro. I came up here and started telling the truth, my truth. I came up here and gave the opposition a platform, and they couldn't do shit with me. And people liked it, and they came back, and they shared the space, and they shared my profile, and they supported, and it brought more people over here. That's organic, bro. I don't know what else you want me to say. Boy, I wasn't here when we only had just me and 4 other people with Proud in here. Me and Proud going back and forth like, bro, what account should we go to? Like, what account should we go live from? Ain't nobody coming in here, bro. We had to go through growing pains. Really out the mud for real. We didn't just come in here and like co-host with somebody that had 20,000 followers to gain the following. We didn't come off the back of somebody else's name to try to like come at like we wasn't tweeting that like counts that had 1 million followers. Like, but we was over here tweeting that these trolls that are still tweeting in y'all mentions to this day, saying pull up, bro. The narrative back in 2022 was that flirts are scared. Y'all running. Y'all don't have answers. Y'all don't know science. Okay, let's see about that. 108 weeks later, middle of the night, 100 people in here. Documented, bro. Put in real work. I'm sorry that your anti-flirt tactics didn't work. That you fell flat on your face. That you watched every single person around me grow, and you still got the same follower account since your account that's been here since 2008, 2009. Yeah, that must hurt. That must suck. That your entire social media presence is to take the likes of people like me down, and you couldn't. So now, since you couldn't do anything with the science, you couldn't do anything with the physics, you couldn't do anything with observable reality, now you want to talk about drama. That's crazy. Same thing happened when I pulled up the J space too. We ain't never really get to talk about that because as soon as all that shit happened, I had to deal with IRL stuff. I'm getting called out because of some issue with Brian. I pull up, all of a sudden, I just asked a few questions. Just a few questions that seemingly, if you were to answer honestly, sound like you would end up finding yourself in a contradiction. If you really want to talk about it, you could come grab a mic right now and we can have a real discussion, and I'm not going to take your mic. And people going to see exactly how that thing play out. Now, when you listen back to this, you're probably going to start tweeting again. You're probably going to misrepresent me again. You're probably going to act like you're telling the truth when you're not, even though you swear that you're a God-fearing man, but you capping on the timeline. Probably. But I don't care, bro. I came to have a conversation. In both instances, when I went to this Noah's rhetorical truth space, raised my hand, didn't interrupt, didn't insult. Went over to J space, raised my hand, didn't interrupt, didn't insult. I'm trying to gain clarity because it seems like everybody is mad at the world when it comes to me, but then it seemed like everyone is just really mad at Brian. And I can understand because every single time he hit a new account, that shit just popped the fuck off. I mean, I think he just was in a space that had like 70, 80 people. So if y'all been holding all these spaces and y'all shit is lame as hell and y'all can't get more than 15 people in there, it probably would rub y'all the wrong way when somebody like Brian come pop up in the space and he can get 50, 60, 70 people. Yeah, you probably mad about that. Stop hating, bro. Switch your style up or something. I don't know what to tell you. Why are you tweeting at me? And when I come to talk to you, you bring up Brian's name and then you take my mic every time, bro. That shit is weird. Shit is weird. What the hell? hell do I got to do with Brian, bro? Other than the fact that we believe that the earth is flat, that we know the earth is flat, that it's provable that there isn't any curvature where it's claimed to be, and that you have no exclusive evidence that the earth is in motion. What other tie do I have? Y'all got all these personal issues, crying, grown-ass men crying on the internet about another man doing his own thing. It's crazy, bro. Literally, it's insane. So this is what I want to do, because it's stationary Saturdays. I told y'all I was going to drag that out, and I want to make sure that that all is very, very clear about where my position is and where I stand with all of this stuff. My history is stamped, bro, documented. You can't say nothing about me. All you can do is make shit up. And nobody believes you, right? You may have like a few fringe people that's looking on the outskirts that just need a friend, that need a community to belong to. Sydney being one of them. Globe Earthers don't even fuck with him. And you may have some people on the side that's like, oh yeah, that's kind of weird, da, 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 da. But like most people see what's really going on, bro. I don't have a hating bone in my body. As a matter of fact, Zinni, I seen you delete that tweet when you said, hey, I don't think that you're a Nazi, Sacred. It would be weird for you to actually leave that tweet while you have me in a pin tweet saying Flat Earth Friday's got a Nazi problem and using my name in it, but then tweeting out that you don't think that I'm a Nazi. That makes sense why you deleted that tweet. Hiding the truth. That makes sense. But being that y'all won't leave this conversation alone, I'm going to address it here. I'm going to address it now. We're going to get this shit out the way. And I better not see another tweet, another conversation involving me in something that I have nothing to do with. Zero. I've seen a lot of hate in my life, and I don't stand by that, bro. I got trauma. I got demons that I try to control on a daily basis. I really try to keep my personal feelings out of a lot of this conversation. I done been through some shit. Y'all not from where I'm from. Y'all not from where Proud is from. Y'all don't know what it's like. And I still be righteous. I still don't judge nobody. I take everybody for who you are, who you present yourself to be, until you prove yourself otherwise. You are innocent until proven guilty. You're not guilty until proven innocent, bro. So this is what I'm going to do. I want to make sure that Proud gets to say her piece. If she has anything to say on some of the things that I touched on so far. And I just brought my man Brian up here. Not Brian Sweet. Fuck your Globe. Nicolas Cage. Nicolas KG. The double, the triple, the clone, the not clone, who knows? But the man, the myth, the legend, the man of the hour is here, y'all. Because this is what y'all wanted. Sacred, why don't you address the... Okay, well, we gonna get to it. And once it's said and done, I don't want to hear about this no more. Go cry in the corner yourself or bring some exclusive evidence that the earth is a globe. Because let me tell you guys, don't get it twisted. If you think that we ain't been cooking in the back, waiting to get back to the science, you are heavily mistaken. As a matter of fact, I really think the reason why y'all focus on this, because y'all know we about to smack you in the head with Battle of the Beams. And y'all don't, boy, oh my goodness. When we get to all of this, these other topics, back to the conversation related to Flat Earth Fridays, y'all gonna have to deal with it then, because I'm addressing all of your drama now. And we still didn't even really get to this anti-Flat Earth live on YouTube. We just handling one thing at a time, and this is the first thing on the list. So y'all done seen me call out a racist flat earther. You done heard me say that I'm not rocking with anybody that's racist in any community, flat earther or globe earther. I've given my position based on my current understanding of history and everything right now. And I will say, which I want to get into with Brian in a second, like, I don't know too much about Hitler, but if I find out that if he did anything remotely close to hurting innocent people, I'm not rocking with him. I don't care about none of y'all views on him. If he hurt innocent people, he's not a good guy in my book. Maybe he had a change of heart. It doesn't take away the things that he may have done. But I could be mistaken because history has been skewed. Like, I've seen certain things where it's like, okay, I heard he went to Tibet, grabbed the symbol, and they turned this into a different thing over in Germany. But that swastika wasn't originated in Germany, by the way, if y'all didn't know that. I've actually heard stories of how it could represent these four rivers at the north. I'm just saying, there's a lot of maps out there. If y'all need the maps, you can pull the maps up. There was a lot of maps depicting these four rivers at the north that seem to be very similar to the shape of a swastika. And from my understanding, Hitler went over there and he learned some things. And I didn't really read that he destroyed those people when he left. He almost left us with the information and the knowledge. But again, I'm ignorant. Admittedly, I don't really know. I'm here to learn. But I'm not the type of person to ignore the past things that you did that was wrong just because you may have figured out that we do have a common enemy that don't have our best interests at hand. And that's where I stand with that. I don't care if you're focused on this elite group of people that may be destroying us right now. You may have been right about that. But if I find out that you just didn't care about this other group of people and you was killing all of them, or you hurt these other innocent people in the process of getting or learning your truth, I'm going to hold you accountable for that too. Until somebody showed me that he made that right, and I don't even know how you could make something like that right. Maybe this was his way by focusing on this quote unquote true enemy or whatever the case is. I'm not sure. I'm here to learn tonight. But they did put certain people on the Titanic. The so-called indestructible boat seemed to have collapsed conveniently. And all of a sudden, we ended up with a Federal Reserve. And all of a sudden, these people that are in power now are still kind of controlling things to this day. And if you're going to ignore that and act like everything's all good, you are a part of the problem. No one man or no one group should have all this power where they can dictate and control an entire world of people for their own benefit. And if that's actually what happened, y'all got to listen to some of these things that they're talking about in these other spaces. That's a fact. I don't care what you think about the person's personal beliefs. We're talking about the truth. We're talking about facts. There's a reason why they keep drilling this 6 million number in my head, bro. I promise you, there's been more than 6 million other people in other communities, in other civilizations that have perished at the hands of some of these other higher up organizations or groups or people within these groups, right? Because we're not talking down on an entire group of people, just specific ones that happen to be tied to a specific group of people. That's a fact. Why you keep on drilling this number into my head? Like, I don't know a specific number about any other group other than that. I didn't learn about a specific number when it came to Thanksgiving and the Indians or the Native Americans. I don't really know about a specific number drilled in my head when it came to slavery and the slave trade, which could also be some bullshit too, by the way. Let me just throw that in there. I need somebody to explain to me how y'all had all these slaves from Africa in those conditions in the bottom of that boat with limited resources, a really terrible environment, and somehow they all survived to come all the way over here to America to build everything that we got today, and everything was just super fine. It was super strong and super like I get it. Like maybe those people did have something that we don't know about where they were super strong, but that story just don't really make sense to me. It's almost like they want us to believe that slave trade happened when it really didn't happen like that. Maybe them people was really already here from the beginning, and they don't want you to know about that because they will have no claims to these lands that we call America today. Boy, I'm not afraid of no truth, even if it come to a group of people that I resonate with. I want to know what actually happened, not some story to rock me to sleep and for somebody to tell me be thankful that I get to pop my shit on the internet. Boy, I don't know where we would have been at if we had the truth. We may have been further along in history than where we are today. Don't tell me to be thankful. I appreciate everything that I have, but boy, don't be acting like it had to happen like this. I don't think it did. As a matter of fact, we talk about some of this stuff all the time. They might have technology that is far advanced back in history than what we have today. They just trying to make it seem like this is the top hit. But they got technology that we don't even know about. That's a fact. Confirmed by a lot of people that's in the government that came talk to me in spaces. Like, yeah, with the certain things that we got that we can't even really talk about, black budget stuff, secret programs. Like, yeah, we already know that there's technology that they ain't released. But to take it even further, what if they have been building on this technology and slowly rolling it out over time? I mean, they can't just say, "Oh, look, we got ethereal propulsion vehicles." Well, where did y'all get that technology from? Right? Because that's the thing we gonna add. Like, how did y'all develop this? You ain't gonna be able to just say, "Oh yeah, we kind of like just figured it." Like, hell nah, y'all got that from somewhere, bro. And then that's gonna lead us to another truth about our history and how we really got here. Who really made us? Where we actually really came from for real. By keeping us confused, we arguing back and forth all the time. So maybe it makes more sense to roll these things out like as if they were developing technology in real time. Not saying that they're not, but if they roll out the technology that they already have, bits and bits and bits, pieces and pieces and pieces, then they can make it seem like they're developing when y'all know y'all already got that shit already, bro. And y'all got it from somewhere, from someone or something. What's going on in Antarctica, bro? What is going on over there? So I know I said I'm gonna get into this, so let me go ahead and fall back a little bit, and then we get to Brian Sweet. But Proud, do you have anything that you want to chime in at all?
Yeah, you hit a lot on the head, really. And we've been talking about this for a few weeks. It's been just popping up and popping up. It really annoys me that, I'm thinking the more we focus on the sciences, the more we get to the information and we focus on the real true conversation, they'll come around, they'll, change their ways, they'll see like what the real is. And it's just like they're regressing. Like they're all taking this emotional approach because they may have gotten their feelings hurt one episode, or they didn't have all their facts right, or they were talking shit about something they didn't fully understand. And then now all of a sudden we're the son of Christ, like it, or demon spawns. Like it's just ridiculous how we've jumped from we're running to we're not trying to have a conversation to, oh, we don't want to pull up to echo chambers to now it's been more in between. But now we're Nazis. They don't care about experiments. They don't care about the science. They don't care about citations. And it's just frustrating that they're diverting away from the conversation. Like you could have two separate conversations. You don't have to tie them all together to be like now they want to focus on religion, basically. Now instead of focusing on God, now they want to focus on religion and how we are all evil. So that just to me is extremely frustrating. As is being tagged in something that don't got nothing to do with you. Like I'm talking spaces that you're not even in. That's a little weird for sure. That's literal. That's a literal definition of clickbait. Like you're tagging me in something that I'm not involved in. That's not my space. That's not my conversation. Why are you putting my name on that? Like that just seems like you're only doing this for clickbait. And if you deny that, then that's you. You're gonna have to explain that. Sydney gonna have to come up here and explain that and his ways of that, because he's supposed to be claiming to be honest now, even though he was denounced by his whole community. It's just ridiculous at this point. The hoops and loops that they'll go through. But yeah, I don't like that. Don't put my name attached to nothing that we don't stand by or we're not literally engaging in. Like that's ridiculous. So I would hope that everybody today who's actually being accused of something gets to get their full thought out. So now we can't be misrepresented. And anybody, even if you have an opposing view to what you think the rest of us have, like come speak your truth. That's what the conversation has always been about, being able to speak your own truth and have your own opinion. So I definitely implore everybody to give it a shot. Grab a mic and come chat about it.
Thank you, Brad. That was beautifully put. It's just mind-boggling to me. And just like you said, it just got to be clickbait. And to be leveraging hate for engagement is crazy, bro. It's different as if you're saying, hey, this history is skewed and it may cause like an emotional response when you're saying, hey, this is my belief or this is the things that I've learned and I want to share it on my timeline. You're literally misrepresenting what's going on, attaching names that you know people are looking for. So that way you get eyes on yourself. You're not a good person. You're not. Why would you do that? And then tweet, oh, I don't really think that's you guys. And then delete your tweet. Weird as hell, bro. I see right through all of that stuff, man. Some of y'all got a lot of trauma that y'all got to deal with. And I'm going to pray for you. I be trying to take that approach now than crossing y'all up and dunking on y'all and exposing y'all so much all the time. Shout out to Run Boston Bear. I always keep him in my mind whenever it comes to like compassion and stuff like that. I'm trying to add that more of that balance to this conversation. It's hard though, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's hard when you really try to operate in a righteous way and people just want to take it there and use like the weirdest things to bring you down. You're not doing no damage, but just the fact that people like you exist hurts my soul. Because it's dishonest and it's distasteful. To leverage hate for engagement. Acting like you really care. Boy, if I really cared that much, I'd be shooting at every organization that funded and empowered the Nazis and the Yahtzees. I'll be like, yo, let me take down the organizations that actually empower these guys first. I'm calling those guys out. Then I'm going to get to all the actual Twitter accounts that are blatantly racist, saying racist things on their timeline, and then I'm going to go at them. The very last people I'm going to go at is the flat earthers, bro. Like, what the hell? You literally have just a personal problem. You literally are just scarred because you probably done crossed your ass up multiple times in here before, and now you're trying to get back by leveraging hate. Like it's gonna do something, bro. It's not gonna do anything. Sorry. Like we still right here. And then after we do this, you're going to have to address the things that you can't explain, which is about the science, about the geometry, about the true nature of our earth. I'm telling you, we got some fire topics coming up. It's gonna be dependent on y'all. If you want me to drag this drama stuff out, but I tell you, I will literally do this for weeks. I will expose every single anti-flat earther up here. I will make entire spaces about it. Because that's fair, right? But I don't want to do that. I'd rather have my man Shane come up here and start cooking. I'd rather have Alan come up here and start cooking. I'd rather have Xavier come up here and drop some sauce on us. Maybe get some links from Toby and Ether Cosmology. Let's really get to the information. Leave the emotion out of it, unless you don't have nothing to bring value to the table. Flat table, by the way, which seems to be the case. There is no winning angle for you, Mr. Anti-Flirt. No matter what you say about me, I could turn that argument right back on you. I could put a mirror in front of you, and you're going to have to look at your own demons. That's what I do. Think about your approach. Think about where you really want to take this. You don't want to play. I promise you that. Your best bet is to stick to the science. You got none, but your best bet is to stick to it. Because wherever you're willing to take it, we always going to take it further. And when we reply, you know what's going to happen. You're going to end up in my pinned tweet, and you're going to be spiraling out of control, looking dumb as hell. Anyway, with that being said, I want to welcome Mr. Brian Sweet, number 4 million. Cage, what up, man?
What's up, man? How you doing? Welcome back. My condolences.
Hey, man, I appreciate that, bro. We all go through losses, but I always say, I've been saying it to some people in the mentions, like, even though it kind of feels like a loss, I gain angels, in the back end, and that's, I'd rather have protection up there than not have any at all. So that's how I kind of look at it. That's kind of how I was dealing with it. But I appreciate the kind words, brother.
Man, this is weird, dude. I ain't even lying, man. You say my sweet pot. I can't believe people got my name in their mouth like this.
Yeah, man, you are the topic of discussion. I mean, everywhere. Like, I literally was thinking, I'm like, yo, I don't know how you don't have 20K followers, bro. I mean, obviously they, sniped you a couple times. Maybe with a couple memes or a couple posts that maybe you trolled a little bit too much. I'm not really sure. But bro, like, everybody knows who you are. Like, it's like every time I go into a space, you are the topic of conversation. It's crazy. Like, it was just something that was shocking as I was coming back over to Twitter in this past week. And I'm like, okay, yeah, this got to be addressed, because I don't know what's really going on. And you actually pulled up some of the spaces that I pulled up, and I think they took your mic too.
Yeah, that one with Noah's, he had me blocked, but he's in there talking smack, and finally somebody talked him into unblock me. I go in there, and I was listening for a while to see if he would acknowledge me in there or anything like that. So I requested the mic get up there, and immediately just start yelling at me and then muting me, and Nadine goes off on me with some ridiculousness. Yeah, whatever. And then they end up, you got Smith over there saying whatever he was saying. But yeah, Noah's is over there. He put me on. I mean, they just kept on putting me on mute, and it was funny, man. He was. I thought he was gonna have a heart attack, man. He's like, oh, "I'm gonna kick your ass on." I was over here just like laughing. Really, I was like, "Dude, you sound like you're kind of scared right now." It's the internet, man. You're safe.
That shit was crazy, bro. I mean, man, speaking about Nadine, since you brought that back up, after I was trying to, have that conversation to see if we can handle it amicably in the back, wasn't able to get any response, and then I ended up getting blocked. So I don't really know. That seems a little bit weird. Why every single time someone makes rational and logical points, you decide to like mute them, take their mic, and or block them. It's a little bit weird to me. We still challenge anybody on Twitter, and we got posts up there on the timeline. If maybe we'll share right now. If you're blocked by Sacred or blocked by Proud Flirt, we want you to post that. We not running from no smoke, and I don't hold nobody accountable. If you want to block people, that's your piece. Protect your peace. You won't be able to really co-host for Flatter Fridays because we want to make sure that everybody get a mic over here as long as you're not hateful. But yeah, like we right here with it. So whenever I get censored or silence, especially when I'm being respectful, because not every space is. Most people handle their space like a dictatorship. So I already know that going into a hostile environment. So I always try to tread lightly so that no one can sit there and say, "Oh, Sacred's being disrespectful. That's why I removed him." Like, no, 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 no. You can't say that when my hand was raised and you called on me. Can't say that when I didn't insult or ad hom you. Can't say that when I was just asking questions. You decided that you didn't want to answer my questions or you didn't want to have a conversation after calling me out. You look like a fraud. And people are going to see that if they're really honest with themselves. So I did see you go up there, and it was unfortunate that none of them, even though they've been acting like, "Oh, we've been calling it out for weeks." Well, you finally got our attention, and now you're censoring us. Almost like when you mention the J word. Interesting. Why is when that always happens and you start talking about certain things that people don't want you to talk about, they get to censoring you? I see that a lot in other spaces and in can I call it the globe earth community? I mean, because I think it's globers that are running YouTube, right? Hopefully my people that's going live right now ain't gonna get shut down from some of the things that I was saying earlier. But I did want to ask you a few questions though on maybe gaining some clarity, because it seems like everybody wants to know what Brian thinks and all these different things, and they're putting labels on you, and it's just a lot of things that are just being muddied in the water. I will say that I had DM Brian a couple days ago, and the plan was to see if we could, at least my plan was to see if I could kind of like create like a script of like questions to like ask and have them prepared to answer them and just and just ask and answer. But I didn't feel like that was honest and transparent. So we never was able to really talk in the back chat. He's been holding his spaces. I was kind of preparing for coming back to Flatter Friday. We had a topic at hand, but it seemed like this was more prevalent. So I said, you know what, we just gonna go off the cuff. So none of this is planned. The only thing that I said, Brian, is, "Hey, yo, I want you to come talk." And Brian, you can call me Cap if I'm capping, or you can tell everybody I'm telling the truth. Did we plan to have any questions or answers? Like, is there anything that we plan other than you just having you come up here?
We talked in the DMs, talked about maybe going on Discord and maybe seeing what was going on, but that was about it.
Right. So yeah, that was like the private conversation that I wanted to have first. And did we ever get to have that private conversation?
No, we did not.
So this is the first conversation that we gonna have. They've been asking me to talk to Brian Sweet about his views, which I don't really understand why that is so important about somebody's personal views. It really seems like it's all about drama at this point. A lot of people seem to have an issue with you. I don't know if you've been approached by certain people or everybody that's been like tweeting at you. I know a lot of these anti-flat earthers and these anti-truthers don't ever grab a mic. I don't even know if they're real human beings or like there may be some bots. Like who knows, to be totally honest. But let's just say that they are real people. They don't normally come actually have a conversation at all. Like they like to tweet from a distance. So it'll be interesting how this plays out over the next week until next Flat Earth Friday. Now that we're here having this conversation, so I don't really have any planned questions, right? Like I said earlier today, I'm just gonna be like kind of shooting from the hip. Want to learn. I don't know if you. First of all, let me preface by saying this. So people have been saying that I should watch this documentary Europa. Have you seen that documentary? Because I haven't seen it.
I have seen that documentary.
Okay, and what is the the basis of what they were trying to depict? What are some things that some of the listeners should know about the documentary Europa? I'll give you the floor.
Well, on that documentary, the first parts of it just kind of go over some banking issues, what led up to certain events and stuff, and basically just chronicles World War II. It doesn't really go into a whole lot of it, but it does talk about
Oh no! Oh
the
no!
Holocaust. You know, the way they the gas chambers, and you know their doors and stuff. They're made of wood. You know, they're glass doors. You look at a regular gas chamber; it's all metal and has seals and stuff. You know, just things about you know, the places where they would have to keep them in there. You know, the lock was on the inside. They could have easily just opened up the door and left. Just little inconsistencies like that.
They had locks on the inside.
Yeah,
Yo.
I mean, you could see where the walls were taken out, where a bathroom was. You could see where the toilet was. There was literally still a big drain in the middle of the floor. I mean, this was no gas chamber. And you know, just it goes over the impossibility of the 6 million number. I'm trying to be YouTube friendly.
I appreciate that. Hey, by the way, guys, which is funny as hell. This know us, not to cut you off, Brian. This know us guy, this X Mile High, this rhetorical truth. He doesn't believe in that number either.
Yeah,
which is the craziest thing. I'm like, wait a minute, like. I thought that you believed in the narrative, Mr. So-called flat earther, teller of truth.
You want to hear something crazier and kind of weird? I used to co-host with him too.
Oh, so you know who that is?
Yeah. All of a sudden, one day, he just decided to hate me.
What?
Poof, he blocked. But yeah, I used to go in that space and co-host it. Used to get more than 10 people.
Been on a decline lately. Well, actually, not this last space where I spoke for 30 seconds. I think they had like 800 plays or something on that space once all the level heads pulled up. But yeah, I've never been over there. I never had a conversation with that guy before. It was the first time that I even heard his voice that day. I had no idea that there was any disdain for me or anybody that come into Flat Earth Friday. Like, I had no idea. It was just another Flat Earth space that I thought that was happening. And I didn't even know that they had, well, he had like 40 in his title. So I'm just assuming that he held 40 spaces on level Earth or something like that. But yeah, so that was my first interaction. I had no idea that he had a problem with me. There was no tweets to me that I could really find. I'm not saying that there wasn't any. I'm just saying that I didn't see any. So if I'm mistaken, if y'all see it, y'all could share it to me, or y'all could let him know that we live right now. And if you want to come have a conversation, he can come do that. But what was super interesting was that he was so tied or like so passionate about flat earth Nazis, and it was just then the approach to try to get in contact with me seemed to be zero, and there was no conversation that seemed like he wanted to have. I got censored and you got censored, and then come to find out he doesn't even believe in the number. And for you anti-flat earthers, since you know we stand next to him, the weird Smith purple batshit crazy guy, the Zidneys that he's tweeting at, asking like that's what really. So to be totally honest, let me give you a little bit of backstory. The only reason why I found this rhetorical truth account is because we don't went over to Res Rhetoric Live and cooked their ass up during that 20v1 away game, and I seen that they were supposed to have a conversation. So I was like, oh, who's this guy that Res Rhetoric about to go live with? So I clicked on his profile, and I see him tweeting at Joe B, Strawman Joe B, saying, well, you know, matter of fact, I'm gonna just say, you know, shout out to Joe B. I think that he got an internship in NASA, getting that paycheck.
He did.
I will clap it up for him. But
he's gonna be in.
Say it again.
He's an intern, man. So, you know, they you know what the interns do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know because I have no idea. I was kidnapped by them, but I ain't go over there to get a check. Just so y'all know, I don't know nothing about that. But I will, say shout out for him to furthering his career. It's probably why he won't denounce Nazi NASA when I was tweeting about it, because how can you sit there and denounce Nazi NASA if you're trying to get a job with them? So, that kind of makes logical sense. You kind of have to not denounce the Nazi NASA guys if you're going to work for them, right? But anyway, shout out to you for getting that. But anyway, so I'm scrolling down the guy timeline. I seen that. And then I seen him tweeting that the Danish guy that misrepresents, what spaces is going on and attaching Flat Earth Fridays to other spaces and other things that's going on in different places. And asking, where's Flat Earth Fridays? I wonder what's going on. I'm like, well, that's weird. Like, why is this guy tweeting that the anti-truther troll that doesn't have a community that actually accepts him? So that was a little bit weird. And then I see him like tweet my name like sacred, like not 100 crypto keys will actually get a notification. And I seen that he was popping shit calling us Nazis. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, what is this about? So at that point, I'm like, I tweeted at him. I said, yo, I don't know what this is about. But yeah, I will pull up if the issue. And he was supposed to go live on a night space at 10 o'clock. And he didn't go live until the next day. He ended up opening that space the next day and said, well, I had no idea all the level heads was going to pull up. Well, yeah, I tweeted at you. I told you I was going to pull up. If you didn't respond to me, I don't know why, but I tweeted right under you calling my name and saying that I'm a Nazi and my co-host is a Nazi, which we're going to get down to the definition. I want to get Brian's perspective of what a Nazi actually is. And, we told him we was going to pull up. So I don't know why he was capping like he didn't know we was going to flood his shit, because, yeah, you call my name on some weird shit, I'm going to see what the fuss is about. That's what I do. I play away games. This is just because we comfortable over here don't mean that we don't go into other places to see what's really good. I mean, we in Discord, we on YouTube, we on TikTok, we on Twitter, like wherever y'all the smoke is at, you gonna find a level head straight up. Just so y'all know. So I don't know why he's sitting over there capping like he didn't know that we was gonna pull up. But again, the funny thing was that he doesn't even believe in the narrative as well. And I thought that to be very funny. And I want to know, for the anti-flat earthers, do y'all consider this rhetorical truth guy anti-Semitic because he doesn't believe in the mainstream narrative? I want you to clip that up, and I want y'all to answer me. Okay? Do not clip that up, because I know that y'all going to be over here listening back to this. So I want y'all to answer me. The guy that y'all supporting, the guy that be hanging out in all y'all little weird anti-flat earth spaces, which is funny because Smith disrespected him straight to his face and said, yo, you flat earthers are da-da-da-da-da. Like, I can't believe y'all don't scum the earth. And he's on a mic with the same guy that's trashing him and said, well, yeah, this is your opinion. Like, I'm actually a flat earther and da-da-da. I'm like, bro, you ain't even stand up for yourself, bro. That shit is so corny. And then you went to go co-host in his space the next day, and then you blocked me. So it's like, it's so weird. But anyway, I want the anti-flat earthers to answer that. The guy that y'all sitting there next to doesn't believe in the mainstream narrative. Do y'all consider that guy, rhetorical truth, anti-Semitic because of that? I want y'all to answer that. But anyway, back to Brian. So that was an interesting interaction that I had, and that was an interesting interaction that you had. But let's get into what you think, Brian. Like, what do you consider? Oh, also, you mentioned the engineering of like those gas chambers and stuff, and I was watching something in that thread. They had like a mini documentary, it's like 40 minutes in the poll. There's like a thread, a bunch of different things. Someone that posted a poll, and they were talking about that same thing too, about how the design of these doors and how the chambers was. It didn't add up. Like, it wasn't rational or logical to how they say it happened. Like the door wasn't strong enough. Like, if they were putting all these different amount of people inside of these rooms, because what they said was, in the 20 minutes that I watched, I didn't watch the whole thing, is that they tricked them into thinking that they were going to take showers, because they said that lice was a thing and they can get really bad diseases and stuff like that. So they were tricking them into going to take showers, and they ended up gassing them. And it was some underground chambers and things like that. But the doors were weird. They weren't like super secure. And if you think about like the panic of a group of people when they're realizing that people around them is dropping dead from some gas being released from some pellets on the ground or whatever the case is, you would think everybody would rush the one door that they came in to try to get out of there, which, like Brian just said, was some flimsy wooden door, bro. Like it wasn't even like when I thought about being ignorant, I thought it was like a steel, like cemented, sealed, you know what I mean? Like something reinforced. And the way that they were saying, like, nah, bro, like these doors was flimsy as hell. Like you take a few dozen people, they probably would have just panicked and knocked that whole shit down. The other thing that they had mentioned in that little document that which wasn't Europa, that they had single burners, right?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So you heard about that? You want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, they actually. I mean, the numbers just don't add up. I mean, let me kind of give you a little backstory on this. I had never heard of this documentary before. I was a year and a half ago before I even got on Twitter. I mean, you guys, I got on Twitter in April of 2023, and now I'm here. Before that, I was just some random dude that was going to work and thought I was on a spinny space ball. Man, oblivious to everything. All right, I was a World War II buff, a history buff, and I believed the current narrative. I thought it was weird. I didn't really get a clear understanding of why the war actually happened and why Hitler decided to be a madman, because that's what he was portrayed as. But I bought into the narrative, and I was like, I still don't get why he lost. I actually did reports on him and stuff like that, not about the war, but kind of like about what his strategy was and why he should have won, type of stuff. I mean, he could have wiped out everybody at Dunkirk, had them done at the Battle of Britain, and it turns out that we might all be Nazis because Hitler and the Battle of the Beams there is one of the reasons why they were able to win the Battle of Britain. Hitler was a flat earther, so he knew it. Sorry, man, we might be Nazis. But so anyway, I didn't know about that.
Yahtzee.
There, Yahtzees. Sorry about that, YouTube. My bad. So anyway, I believed all this stuff, but I was all like, hey, man, but here's the thing I got a problem with. This one little section over here where you said 6 million people died, the numbers just aren't adding up. I mean, it's just not logical, logistical. You're going to waste resources while you're on a war. I just really wasn't buying that. But it was kind of like, when people start calling me anti-Semitic and, oh, no, I was like, no, I think this stuff happened. I just don't believe this. No. So I was kind of like, that boy that's watching the rocket go on with his dad. It looks like it's going down. No, it's going to space. So it was kind of like that kind of a moment for me. I just kind of walked away with it, kind of going, I don't know about that, and just kind of let it go. And I was like, I still don't believe that number. But and then I start coming on here and start getting a dose of the truth, and start talking about World War II with some other people, and I'm giving my version, which is the common version. They're like, no, it's this way, and I was like, no, it's not. They're like, yeah, check this out. And like I say, it was 12 hours long, so I wasn't like all that enthused to watch some 12-hour documentary, but I do stupid stuff like watch a 7-hour Veritas video, so I watched it eventually. And it started becoming more interesting, so I got more questions on this because honestly, this makes a whole lot more sense than what I was thinking why he lost the war. I mean, so then it's like, well, here, check out this one here. And I watched a documentary called Hellstorm, which went over the bombing of Dresden, which was just horrific. Actually killed more people in the bombing of Dresden in both Nagasaki and Japan, or Hiroshima. Close to 600,000 people. And it turns out the reason why there were 6,000 people in there is because Dresden was one. It wasn't a military target. They had like over 100 air raid signals. They never went to cover because they were never getting bombed because they didn't care about it was a non-military target. But towards the end of the war, when they were going to lose, they decided to have what they had a German Mardi Gras, and they're actually celebrating stuff when the bombing started, and 6,000 people died. The reason why they were there is because all of the people that were trying to escape the Russians and the Bolsheviks were running to Germany, running to Hitler for salvation, and he brought them all in. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. The people that had the showers that you're talking about were actually Jews that came from Russia that were escaping the Bolsheviks who were into communism, and they were Bolshevik Jews. They weren't Christian Jews. Russia was Orthodox Christian. They were taken over in like 1914 at the Bolshevik Revolution. That's why they had to pull out of World War One. So anyway, they're the Bolsheviks are going crazy, killing everybody, coming this way. They were invading everybody. All right, and so these people were going to Germany, and they had horrible conditions and stuff. So they picked up lice and stuff. They were malnutritioned and yada yada yada. So they go, hey, you can't go into the camp like this. So what do? With lice people, you got to shave their heads and you got to clean them. There was soap and water in there. That is the dumbest story, but I bought it too. But so they were just cleaning them up, and it's like, what about the shoes? I'm like, well, what happens when you go to prison? Do you get to wear your shoes, or they give you a uniform and some slippers, and they keep your shoes? So the shoe story's explainable. The fact that they put them in uniforms and gave them slippers. But yeah, so that whole thing is just wild there. I mean, there's stories there about them turning people into soap and lampshades, which is absolutely absurd. And they say, no, it happened. No, you telling me these people hated you and they made you into soap to wash their bodies with you? That's retarded.
Yeah, that doesn't logically follow, right? It kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier with like the whole the burners, like where they were like supposedly burning up all these bodies. I shared the documentary that I partially watched. I didn't get to watch it in full up top.
They had 15 crematoriums. All right, you can burn one body an hour. All right, and this is being generous because it's more like 2 to 3 hours. All right, you got you can bake. I'm going to say you can bake one cookie per hour. You have 15 ovens running 24 hours a day, and you started baking in 1941. What year would you stop or finish baking 6 million cookies?
Math ain't mathing, man. The math is not mathing.
Because what you get here is about in here just to in the 4 year span, you're looking at best 300,000 at best. So I need another 5.7 million.
That's interesting because as I was going through this thread, I seen more of that number. I seen a lot of people in this thread, like I said, I posted up top, where people were saying, yeah, at max, if this actually did happen at all, that number I saw more often than anything else was like maybe, like being generous, a couple 100,000. And I'm like, well, that's way off in the official narrative.
So we all seen the video. First and foremost, Schindler's List is complete fiction. It's literally fiction. There's nothing real about it. But everybody's seen all that, and you see all the skinny prisoners and stuff. Most of these prisoners died of typhus and disease. The reason why? Dun dun dun. Allied bombing of the cities that were feeding them. There was over 3,000 births in these camps. They brought in pianos. They had swimming pools. They actually had rules that said if any German soldier, guard, hurts one of the prisoners, depending on what the severity is, could be shot.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. And I'm just taking your word for it because I didn't see a lot of these other documentaries, which I have another question for you about that. But yeah, I mean, in the one that I was watching, they were sitting here saying like because the Germans are such engineers, right? Like everything is about efficiency and kind of like the best of the best whenever they design and create something. It just seems inefficient just to have it done like this. And they said it would have been just like a giant oven that they would have used instead and would have just been dumping everybody in there, all the cookies, right? They would just been dumping all the cookies in there instead of
Did you
one by
know?
one because they said that the reason why they had single ovens that a single oven even existed is because if you were going to cremate a loved one, you wanted their specific ashes. So that's why the actual like single crematories were actually used for, but it wouldn't make sense if you weren't keeping the ashes of these cookies to have singles. It just again, it's something. And then they said they didn't really know where all of these ashes would be. Like there's just no evidence of where the coal or where the ashes are. Like,
Well, the place they said they did the most at was at Auschwitz, and it turns out that the whole area around it was like swampland, and it was completely impossible to do any of this. There's no leading up to it to take it. I mean, the whole campsite just doesn't even line up to it. But talk about technology. Did you know the Germans had jets on D-Day?
hold on, say that again. They have what?
Jets, jet airplanes. Is that the first time hearing that?
Bro, I'm learning in real time. I don't know any of this stuff. That's why I'm glad that you're giving us a little bit of information of some of the things that you learned. Interesting.
So check this out, man. Uh, you know, before Hitler takes power, we got the previous regime, whatever. But 1932 Germany is basically a cesspool of pornography. It's broke. Germany is broke financially, morally. They got women daughter shows and everything of the any depravity you could think about. Oh, what's going on today? That might be going on today is going on there. It was happening. They couldn't afford food. It would take a wheelbarrow of cash just to buy a loaf of bread. Hitler comes to power. He puts in his system, and within 4 years, becomes an economic power. Becomes Time Magazine's Man of the Year in 1938 because of this. He got rid of crime. Everybody was having a job. Volkswagen came out because, hey, you know what? Every German's going to have a car. Made it cheap. He said, hey, man, what, you want to get married? Yeah, I'm thinking about getting married. You're probably going to need a loan to buy a house. Yeah, I'm probably going to need, I'm going to give you that loan. You're like, cool, dude. He said, I tell you what, man, if you go ahead and have one kid, I'll knock 25% off that loan. You're like, whoa. I said, bro, check this out. If you have 4 kids, I'll knock 100% off that loan.
Well, Brian, let me ask you though. So, like, let's say somebody is like wanting to research this because they hear like, okay, well, I've been taught this growing up, but I'm on social media and I'm seeing like a whole different narrative, right? And then people say, oh, well, you should, look at this or look at this information. And then when they go look at where that information is coming from, it may be posted by an account that uses racial slurs. What do you say to that? Like do we support that? Should we to be honest, like we always talk about fallacies, right? But really fallacies have to do with arguments. So you're really not supposed to discredit information based on where it's coming from. But what do you say to those people that may feel uneasy trying to find the truth and it's coming from a very abrasive and antagonizing account?
I totally agree with that 100%. Those accounts I kind of shy away from myself. I, I, I feel you, but I feel there's a lot of anger there. I don't do that. Like you say, there's I don't allow that talk around me. So I would. There's other accounts out there to look at. I mean, the information's the information. Like you say, who the source is. If they're a bit abrasive, I say there's other accounts out there that aren't so abrasive. That are just posting what the facts are, man.
Okay, so what you're saying is you don't really stand by that hateful rhetoric. So that's what I'm asking. Well, let me ask you: do you stand by the hateful rhetoric? Let me ask you like that. So that way, it's very clear, and I'm not assuming any.
I don't see any hateful anything, man. Look, man, everybody thinks Hitler was a racist and said master race is the white race. He never said none of that, man. He said every man should be the master of their house. What do we say over here? Be the king of your castle. We say the same damn thing. That's all he said. You know what he said too? He said white people should have white babies. He said black people should have black babies. He said everybody should be themselves. Jesse Owens actually said that, hey man, when we had the everybody thinks he got picked on. Hitler and the German people are the only ones that actually praised him and said he did a great job in going up and asking for autographs when he came back to America. Well, you know what happened. He got treated like an American.
Interesting. So what you're saying is you don't believe that Hitler was hateful.
No, he had this division called the Waffen SS WAFFEN SS. He had black people in it. He had Asians in it. He had Muslims in it. He had what? What do you have in there? He had Jews in it. His close personal friend was a Jew. He didn't hate Jews. He just didn't want them to be in power.
See, now that is the type of information that I'm looking for, right? Because I'm gonna be totally honest, like I wasn't truly sure if there was any way that anybody could substantiate the claim that he wasn't a bad guy. I was uh I was thinking that maybe he had a change of heart. Again, some of the research that I did a year.
He wasn't happy with the situation. I ain't gonna say he was happy with it, but he wasn't a hateful guy. I mean, he wanted them out of power. He was actually working with them up until Churchill just decided to declare war with relocating them to Palestine. They were actually deporting them to Palestine. And in 1933 is when actually during this process is when this started happening. That one guy Einstein came over to America. But yeah, he was helping them move to Palestine and set up Israel.
Interesting. I'm gonna do some research on that because, like I said, like that's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Because, like I said, I was just thinking like, yeah, he kind of did some fuck shit and didn't really care until a certain point. It was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't be doing that. I should be doing this. But if you're saying that he never really was like that, that is different. I'm pretty sure that there's gonna be people that oppose that idea and they're not gonna agree with that. I'm not even necessarily sure if I completely agree with it now, but again, that's the type of information I'm looking for. So um, that kind of makes sense
Like,
for you to say, hey, I don't think he was a bad guy in a racist way if he was doing this, that, and that, these type of things, because that doesn't really align with racism if you're having those different type of races within a specific group that you're a part of. So I think this is what a lot of the timeline of these anti-truthers are kind of looking for. I don't know if you were able to have these type of conversations with them, but if it's things like that where you say, hey, this is why I think that he's not a bad guy, or that he didn't do some of the things that they say he did because there's evidence of this, I think that is a conversation to be had.
bro, I do other spaces besides flat Earth spaces. I do health spaces. I hold just random spaces, conspiracy stuff. I hold spaces on World War II, man. I'm all over the place on this stuff, man. And I talk about this is I talk. I mean, this is just information I'm putting out there, man. And I just want to point out, this is an event that took place 80 years ago. all the participants involved are no longer with us or about to be no longer with us because it was 80 years ago. I can't change anything. My opinion on it is irrelevant. And honestly, everybody that's calling me a Nazi, here's what the situation is. I'm saying one of the most horrific, horrible ways that people could die, be made into soap and lampshades, didn't happen. And I'm being called a Nazi who hates Jews and wants to kill them. Make it make sense.
So how about you clear that up for everybody? So because I think, because like I said, my estimation of why people put that Nazi label is just because if you support Hitler, you're a Nazi. And I read out to everybody earlier what the actual definition was, which isn't even the original definition of how the term Yahtzee came to be. But let me just ask you blatantly for everybody to hear. Do you denounce or feel like any entire group of people should be oppressed? Do you have any, and I need you to keep it real with me, bro. Like I need, no matter how you feel about our relationship, no matter how you think that anybody else is going to react to this, I need you to be honest with this because this is what people need to hear. You feel like any group of people should be oppressed. You feel like the entire uh, Jew community is bad. Do you have any type of racist or prejudice bone in your body?
Absolutely not, man. I mean, seriously, everybody's seen me here for about a year and a half. Have you seen anything like that?
Never, bro. That's why I can't believe I'm sitting up here for this long having to talk about this because I'm like, bro, like what are y'all saying? Like, I get, okay, like there's some things that y'all may not agree with that people post when it comes to historical events, but like, what have y'all ever heard Brian say to make y'all think that he hates an entire people? So I'm just sitting up here asking you directly because it seemed like nobody want to actually have a conversation when you actually go to talk to him. So at least from what I've seen.
The thought process of hating an entire race of people, that's exhausting. Seriously. However, I do have eyeballs. Just like everybody else. Everybody else got a calculator.
That's a fact.
Everybody say I'm doing this. I'm all like, I got suspended one time because I said, "Can you help me out with this math problem?" I got my account suspended because I said Hitler was right. Sorry, YouTube. And they're like, "Oh, you said he was right." I was like, "Well, he was Time Magazine's Man of the Year in 1938. Do you think they thought he was right about something? How you give him that title right there? It didn't say most evil man alive, probably going to take over the world. Did you know that that Britain, France, and Russia were the number 1, number 2, and number 3 largest empire in the world, and they were all picking on little old Germany? Why did World War II start? Did I lose you?
Oh no, my bad. I'm just in the backside. I'm listening.
No, man. I thought I got dropped again. This
Elon. I'm not taking your mic at all.
No, I mean sometimes it's Elon in his space, but no, really. But why did World War II start? Do you know?
Over resources, like everything else, or land?
No, that's crazy. World War II started because Hitler invaded Poland. But why?
Didn't it have to do something with like Wasn't that when NASA and all that stuff started to happen and stuff like that?
Oh no, man, NASA was like in 1950s, man.
Oh yeah, this is all the way back in like the 30s. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
This is September 5th, 1939. Germany declares war on Poland. Do you know why?
Why did they declare Poland?
Exactly. So World War II basically started because of the ending of World War One. All right, World War One started because Austria-Hungary, Ferdinand, whatever, he got killed by some dude in Serbia. Well, at the time, Germany was allies with Austria-Hungary and said, "Hey, man, we're going to have you back." And at this point in time, like I said, from 1877 to 1918, at the end of World War One, Germany was one of the largest empires in the world. So they say, "Hey, man, we got your back." So this dude from Serbia kills the Austria-Hungary guy. They declare war on Serbia, and Germany's like, "All right, man, we're going to help you out." And during this whole time, they're trying to, to get peace and stuff. And they were basically winning the war. They had U-boats and stuff, and they had a blockade on there that kept Britain from bringing any reinforcements over. They were pretty much kicking the hell out of France because France is, well, France. And it turns out at this point in time, Russia was having a little problem with some Bolsheviks, and they had to pull out of the front there and go try to stop the Bolshevik Revolution, which obviously didn't happen. So Germany was on the verge of winning the war anyway. Britain was, 3 seconds away from signing peace treaty and, being forced to. But the Zionist leaders in Germany, who is it? I think I know his name real quick. Doesn't matter. But anyway, it was Shine Weissman offered to bring in the United States on Britain's side, and that actually was able to turn the war to an Allied victory, I guess. And when the war was ended, the Treaty of Versailles was in France and stuff. And basically, everybody blamed Germany for the war. But Germany didn't even start the war. But they were forced to pay all these reparations. They had to give land to France. They had to also let them have some land for like 15 or 20 years like that, just so they can mine it. They forced Germany to get no more than like a 100-man army or something like that. Stupid. They gave a bunch of land to Poland, so they pretty much tore apart Germany's empire, and they didn't even start the war. They tore apart a bunch of the other countries over there and made Czechoslovakia and all this stuff. So at the starting of the war there, we have Poland in there. They got a bunch of German land and all the people in there. It's basically, if they took over Arizona, I would still be living in Arizona. So, they had a bunch of people in there killing them. And Germany went to the proper channels at the UN of the time and said, "Hey, man, can you help me out over there?" And everybody's like, "Nah, I'm kind of busy right now," because they wanted Germany to start a war because they had become an economic power, which is why he became Time Magazine's Man of the Year, by the way. So no one's helping him out. He goes in there and declares war on Poland, and because he did this, Churchill's all like, "Well, you did that, so we got to declare war on you." Well, during this time, that war with Poland lasted 29 days. Just totally wiped him out in 29 days. Introduced the Blitzkrieg, went in there with planes and bombed the hell out of them, brought in some tanks and bombed the hell out of them, then brought in the infantry and just wiped everything up and took back all their land. War was over in 29 days. Churchill still wouldn't make peace.
In 29 days?
29 days, bro. So during this time, Hitler is like trying to make peace, and Britain is literally bombing Germany. Germany isn't doing anything at this time because they don't want to retaliate. Well, they get forced to kind of do some retaliation, and this brings over Britain and France to try to invade Germany. They end up pushing them back to Dunkirk, where they had all of Britain's and France's armies just trapped on the beach for 2 whole days. Hitler took France in 6 weeks, didn't even drop a bomb.
What?
Hitler took France in 6 weeks and didn't even drop a bomb, and has the entirety of France and Britain's army sitting on a beach in Dunkirk with no way to go. They had to. Hitler wanted peace. He could have ended the war right there. This is where I was like, I don't know what this guy was thinking, but the war would have ended right there for me.
You know, I've seen people say that on the timeline that do we call him Hitler? Are we gonna get like flagged for saying his name? It's crazy just to be flagged from saying somebody's name. I've seen people say that he wanted peace. Again, like I haven't done any research into any of these things to see if it's actually factually true. And I encourage anybody, if you hear anything that you're hearing in this space, to go do your own research on some of the things that's being said. I'm learning in real time. I'm going to do my own research as well. I'm not like condoning anything. I'm just literally learning. I'm here to learn because, like I said, I'm ignorant to it. So I don't even know why I've been tied to this conversation. But you know, this information is interesting, and this isn't the first time I've seen or heard some of these things being said. But yeah, continue.
And don't worry to those protesting in the comment section. We're gonna bring you up. We're gonna let y'all come up and get y'all questions and thoughts and concerns off. Stop spiraling. Make sure you listening to the positions that's being presented.
Right, because I want y'all to respond to some of this stuff. I don't want you to just sit there and just spitball stuff.
See, here's the deal, man. The only class I ever aced was history. And the reason why, because the shit was already in the book. I didn't have to make any equations. I didn't have to do any real thinking. I just had to read it in the book. It was there. It's in this book. I am literally not making none of this. This is nothing you can't fact check. Hitler tried to get peace like 11 or 12 times. He actually sent flyers and dropped them over there and said, hey, man, we're not the enemy, man. We want to be friends. He did not want to be at war with France or Britain. He allowed these guys to sit on this beach for 2 whole days while France and Britain was able to get a bunch of yahoos out there with their fishing boat dinghies to come over there and remove their army and take them back to England.
And this is something that I never was taught in school. Things that I've never like. I didn't. This is crazy, bro. This is completely opposite of the narrative.
Well, here's the thing, man. If you said the winners get to write the history, well, if we got a battle of the good guys and the bad guys, and the bad guys won, and if the good guys won, your life would have been so much better. With the bad guys want to let you know the good guys. I mean, this is out. They could not let this. This is why this topic is so taboo. I mean, everybody. I ain't even kidding, man. This is almost an experiment with me. This topic, check it out, man. It's a Pavlovian dog response anytime this gets brought up.
Right. Let me add a little pushback. Right. Let me play. I don't like to say devil's advocate, but let me play the other side of it. Do you think that? Well, let me preface by saying I've seen people say that they were, you know, trying to listen to your space, hear about like, you know, flat earth and the globe earth stuff. They heard you engage in some of this conversation, dropping some of these nuggets of information for people to do their own research to go see if what you're saying is true, right? Because you're not supposed to be told what to think, it's how to think, and then you're supposed to do, you know, what your own research is. But I've seen some things that were saying like, hey, you know, I was trying to get my girlfriend to listen to, you know, flat earth, but you know, you're talking about this topic and you're offending us or you're offending her, so she's being turned off. Do you think that some of the things that you post or the way that you post could be borderline trolling, or offensive to an entire group of people, or do you think that people are just being too emotionally attached to the official narrative? It's kind of a two-part question. Maybe I should do one question first. Do you think that there was any post that you may have taken trolling of this topic too far? Let me start there.
There's been some extreme posts. I ain't gonna lie. There's been some extreme things, but I don't think, like I said, I don't think every single person of one race is responsible for anything.
Hey man, I appreciate that. I appreciate you acknowledging that. Because there's Twitter at the end of the day. So I get all of that. And again, I don't think that you're a hateful person at all. I don't have any one post in mind, and I probably can't even go back to it because you get mass reported all the time when you just post any little thing. So I completely understand, uh, you know, that difficulty. But I could appreciate you acknowledging that. Maybe there's been a little bit too much trolling, one or two posts here and there, whatever the case is. But I think the information that you're sharing in these spaces or in a post, I think that is what's most important. I know there's been imagery that's been put in front of our faces, and anybody's anytime someone sees like a short mustache, it's triggering. And I get it, man. It's like, when we're drilled a specific
Weird.
narrative, like as a youth, and that could be traumatic, especially when we're kids and we're given this story. I think that everybody had to go watch or read the book Anne Frank. That was one thing that I had to go read.
That whole thing is fake.
Yeah, listen. That was a discussion that we had in elementary school. So that was kind of strange that you said that because you just reminded me about that. Like, yeah, we talked about that. I think the teacher was trying to still guide us towards it was real, but like we had like an open discussion of whether it actually happened or not. Like I remember my teacher saying, it's very hard to validate whether Anne Frank was what her birthday or the death was. Can they substantiate these type of things? But it seems to be like people within that community that say, "Oh, well, we got family and history, and we know," so they kind of like appeal to that. But the actual person of Anne Frank was in question. So I do remember having that conversation in school. So
It seems like an odd thing to fake, right?
that's a fact.
And that's all I'm saying, man. It's like there's
What we talk about on a weekly basis is questioning the nature of our reality, um, mainstream narrative, and who benefits off of that narrative. And for people to just blindly believe what's being told to us and given to us, knowing that we're at a decline, even though we should be in an incline in our society, should just raise red flags to people, right? And not everyone's gonna agree. Even if you could show somebody, bro, we know from Flat Earth Glober, you could show somebody a flat horizon and they swear that thing will be curving. So it's just like we could look at the same thing and know that sometimes you're just going to see two different things, even though we're looking at the same thing, which is super interesting when it comes to human psychology. But I think people need to be more open-minded, and if you truly want the truth and not just a blue-pilled comfort of a narrative, which I don't even really think that that's so comfortable to want to live in that narrative. I would really just want the truth and really want to know, like, hey, some of these figureheads or some of these, whatever the case, like, were they really bad, or were the good people really good? Like, I would really want to know the truth about that, as opposed to just blindly believing what's being told.
Well, like I said, man, it's the Europa. It's called Europa. And this is the weird thing too, is that you can't even share that on X anymore. It's literally considered hate. It's like, are you? This is an 80-year-old event that no one can change. No one can talk about it. Are you kidding me? Oh wait, the Holocaust is the only event in human history where it's illegal to deny it, and you can go to jail in some countries. And did you know that if you can come up with a Holocaust story, you get a paycheck?
Wow.
Israel has gotten like $270 trillion in our aid and money they got from Germany for 2 wars.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know that they were paying. I did hear that there was laws against, speaking against it, which is crazy in itself to have a law against speaking against something, which should be another red flag.
That's a red flag. Are you kidding me?
Facts, super facts. And again, guys, like it's not like, at least I'm gonna speak for myself, and I want Proud to jump in here too if she got any questions for Brian. There's a couple of the people that I might want to bring up that's kind of been like, being attacked, and we can get their personal views. So that way we can just get all of this off the table. We don't never got to come back to associating this and that and having this. I mean, obviously the conversation is going to continue, right? Because we're not going to just stop talking about actual historical facts and the distortion of history. But you're not going to sit there and just like put a label on somebody just because you got a different view of them and straw man their entire position and accuse them of being something that they're not, just because you have an emotional response to what you're hearing or seeing. That's what's not going to happen. That's incoherent.
Well, that's kind of why I even got out of that chat there, is because especially after that J space, because I heard what he was saying about you and Proud, and I was all like, what the fuck is the deal with that? And then you go in there and like 3 questions in, Brian Sweet, I was like, man, are you kidding me? You're just attacking everybody just to say my name? And who the hell knew I was in that chat? I was like, someone's in there giving drama that I don't need. It felt like I just bringing drama again. You guys, I was like, man, I can't believe these guys are dealing with this because of me. I was like, what the fuck did I really do? What did I do?
Hey, man,
me. That's
you should be triggering people demons. And I still challenge J Space. Look, I'm not going over there no more, J Space. That opportunity is done. Okay, you're gonna have to come over here. And I challenge you, J Space on X, to come over here to have a conversation about your gripes with me and the truth about your gripes with me and what that got to do with Brian and why nothing in the DM that me or you ever spoke about had to do with Brian. Like, that was the craziest thing to me, is that I was going in there on the premise of the things that we spoke about privately, not anything that had to do with Brian. So when I went in there, he brought your name up, it caught me off guard. Because that was going to be my new position. It's like, well, wait a minute. Everything that you said in my DM after I've already disengaged from, talking to you, because clearly you had a problem that I didn't even know about. Like, why didn't you mention Brian at that point? So it's like, you can't sit there and say the problem is Brian, and then in my DM, you're saying the problem was something completely different. So I was really prepared to attack, or at least have a conversation about the things that were being said privately that he ended up trying to make publicly. And y'all probably seen it. So if he's listening, which I don't know if he is, so I don't know if he's going to be around today or going into stationary Saturdays, but I will open up a mic for him to come stand on the things that he was saying. And I challenge you to come pull up and play an away game out of your safe and comfort zone where you don't have a mute, J Space, because you took that all the way left. And there's a lot of history that you're distorting. There's a lot of things that I want to clear up because you made things so public. And then you started doing the same thing that this rhetorical truth guy did, and started appealing to the anti-truthers, the trolls. You started like trying to befriend them, almost like you wanted a new audience or something, which is completely weird. I never did nothing to you. Every single time you requested a mic, you was one of the first people I always brought up in the beginning of the space when I do my shout out, which I didn't really even get to today because I had to get all my shit off. So it's like, it just behooves me why we even would have an issue to begin with, let alone because of another man, bro. That literally is feminine behavior. I don't even understand that. Ridiculous.
Dude, he's mad because I made him famous and left. Dude, I don't even know what the fuck his problem with me is. I really don't. That's the most baffling bullshit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and you know, it really just rubs me the wrong way, and it breaks my heart that we have like these little petty issues within a community that could just be solved with a simple conversation. Even if one just says, "Hey, bro, I was having a bad day." Like, I would even take that if he brought me up and said, "You know what, Zegrid, I was just having a bad day, bro."
Dude, I gave him an opportunity, man. I invited someone to a space that I was having, and he come up here and said I was a clown. I was all like, "I'm sorry, I must have missed something here. Did you call me a clown?" So he doubled down with another tweet and said, "Yeah, not only you missed something, you are a clown." I was all like, I don't know where to take. I don't know where this goes from here, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. One of the things, and I don't really want to talk about him while he's here, but he already made some things public. But and I'll let Proud speak on this too, and I'll let Proud ask you any questions that she have. I don't want to keep you up here for too long, bro, because I know you like to hit the sack a little early, pause. But you know, and I want to bring a few other people that may have gotten put in a clip with you, or whatever the case is, so they can come clear the air on their own behalf. But one of the things that he kept on saying was, "Oh, you know, I almost got doxxed in a group chat." Da, 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 da. And what's so funny about that is I don't think any personal information was given. I think it was just a screen name or an at name. And then when I found out, because at the time I didn't really know who J Space was, it's probably a little bit over a year and a half ago. Bro, we went to his profile and realized that he had already put his face on the internet. So I'm like how could somebody dox you if you gave your real name, you got your real face out here, you've been telling everybody that the government's after you, but you literally are public with everything. Like, I don't understand what you're talking about, you know, and these are some of the clarifying things that I wanted to talk about, but I think he knew the incoherent position that he was taking. And it's sad because this is somebody who proclaims to be a God-fearing man, follows, you know, this religious path. And it seems like you shouldn't be lying or being dishonest, especially if you're going to call me out of context. I think a Globe Earther had asked me something about lying, and then I gave like a general example of, well, you know, if someone doesn't look good, like you may want to like, you know, give them some positive feedback instead of saying, "Oh yeah, you totally look like shit." You know, I probably should have gave a different example, like a surprise birthday party. Like somebody asks you, "Oh, where you're going?" You're not going to ruin a surprise birthday party because the birthday party is supposed to be surprise. So I would like to ask him, was you never been involved in a surprise birthday party before? Please tell me you ain't never lied about some shit like that. Like, come on, bro. Like, really? Like, you want to take what I'm saying out of context and try to make an example out of me dishonestly as someone who is supposed to be a walking in the footsteps of God? Like, bro, you'll just probably turn everybody off to your whole message by behaving like that, because everybody know how I am, bro. Nobody other than the anti-flat earthers look at me in a negative light. Like, I haven't really done anything to deserve that. So to see that coming from my own community based on something that was factually like untrue, and then not getting a chance to have that conversation to figure it out when it was made public, not by me, but by that person, it just didn't sit right. And it really put a stain on the community, unfortunately. I know they like to say that this conversation puts a stain on the community, but really it's that behavior over there that messes everything up. So, you know, these are just a couple of different things that I would love to have a conversation about, if he's willing to. So like I said, if y'all want to send him this, I challenge him to come over here and come grab a mic and express his grievances logically, not emotionally, but logically, and tie everything that has to do with the DM to what your issue is with Brian Sweet and what I got to do with that. I need to figure that out.
I'd like to know that too.
Seriously, bro.
Because it seems like
threw me off guard like crazy.
Because it seems like I'm a bad guy because I held a space and there was somebody in there that he didn't like, and I didn't immediately boot him.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Again, like I don't want to continue talking about him, but like, yeah, it was like he was trying to like dominate space times or something like that. And I don't know if there was an agreement. I wasn't privy to any of those back conversations, so I don't know if there was anything that was being said. But like, bro, anybody can open a space, right? Like I don't care. I've never told him to do a pregame for Flat Earth Friday. Like I never told him to do that. I never said you couldn't do that. And you know, people want to hold pre-games for Flat Earth Fridays and then come in here after when we go live and do y'all thing, bro. Like I support every single body that come in here and you know show love to me, and I'm gonna reciprocate that same love back. That doesn't mean, bro. Again, let me be clear. Doesn't mean I'm gonna always pull up to your space. There's so many things I gotta prepare for Fridays. So many things that I'm learning, and I gotta go through in real life, right? Aside from just Twitter Spaces, just prepping for a Friday, man. It's not just me coming up here just doing whatever. Like I really try to have a focus, so we have a focused conversation. Not all the time. Sometimes it's open discussion, but there's a lot of prep that goes in the background. So I'm not always going to be available to come show love to the space, but just know if I am, I'll pull up. I'll come listen or whatever the case is. I try to hit you with a retweet if I'm around. But sometimes I just disengage off of social media, man. Sometimes I just like to have a little bit of time away from the internet. Go touch the ether, go touch the grass. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's gonna be like that sometimes. That doesn't mean I don't support y'all. That doesn't mean I don't want to see y'all thriving. I want to see everybody win. Like, regardless, as long as you're not hateful, right? I want to see everybody win. If you're engaging in this conversation, even if you're a globe earther, if you want to hold a globe earth space and you want to have a civil conversation with flat earthers, I support that too. I've done that in the past. So that's just my position on that.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. I don't know what the deal with that is. Everybody should be able to hold space they want to, man. More people can talk. I mean, you only get 10 people in a space that can talk at a time. You got 10 species, now you got 100 people talking.
Right. I don't know if Proud got any questions or Proud, you want to chime in on anything?
Yeah, definitely. Before we let the Globers come get their questions off, or anti-Globers, anti-Flat Earthers, whatever y'all want to call yourselves, I just want to summarize so far this conversation. Brian got to say his piece and his understanding on what he believes happened and how history was skewed. He acknowledged that he does not hate an entire group of people for their belief. And he also acknowledged that some of the jokes that he made could have been offensive and taken to the extreme. So I just want y'all to remember that before y'all come up here spiraling and attacking him for things he just acknowledged.
I also want to point out, man, I'm a child of the 70s and 80s, and we're not a bunch of pussies. We can take a joke.
Facts. OG Twitter is here, man. I got to get tougher skin.
Man, y'all would lose your shit if you ever watched a movie called Blazing Saddles. Check out Blazing Saddles. You're going to love it.
One of the best movies ever made.
Hey, Brian, yeah, I really do appreciate you, man, coming up here. I don't know if I have anything else really related to this conversation to really ask you. I think the main things have been spoken about, just like Proud so eloquently, summarized. I don't know if I really got your true definition of what a Nazi is. Maybe that's like the last thing I'll ask you. I don't know if you want to give your definition aside from like the official Britannica definition. Like, do you have one other than that one, or is that the one that you
well to? That last part where they like to make people into soap and lampshades, it's obviously not true, but it was a term given to Germans by a certain sect of people to degrade them and pretty much call them peasants and lowlifes and farmers and stuff like that. It wasn't a term of endearment.
Right, I did see that too. I'm Proud. Is there any questions that you see like in the mentions? I haven't really checked. Just now trying to get to some of these notifications. Sorry, I was kind of disengaged for a little bit during the conversation while I was trying to check some of these noties. But do you see anything, Proud, that we should bring up from anybody in the comments?
Besides Raging Canadian, who is still down there, he was requesting, but I'm pretty sure he gave up. Feel free to come back. Clay Jackson wanted to know again about some of the posts that Brian makes throughout the week and tweets when the anti-flat earthers are attacking him. He does troll about the Jews. He does troll about his opinion. And I can understand why some of you would take some of the things he's saying offensively. But if you're not sticking around to hear his actual position on it, then how could you expect him to take you serious in the mentions when you're attacking him and calling him names? I can attest that y'all have attacked me for something that I don't even give a fuck about. Without even hearing me say that, I don't give a fuck about it. So for that, if y'all attacking Brian before y'all actually got to hear him out, then that's on y'all. But yeah, he's acknowledged so far. He'll probably do it again right now. He's acknowledged some of the things that Clay said about some of his posts being, trolling, pushing the line.
I said they were extreme. They're true. Nothing I post is a lie.
That's a very important clarification. Because I think a lot of extreme ideas, although maybe true, could still affect people emotionally, which I understand, right? Everyone has emotions. I was saying turn your emotions off, but you're saying redirect the energy. Like, stop just blatantly labeling people because you're emotionally scarred by something that you've seen on the internet. If you don't want to see it, then block or mute or turn off your device, bro. But I do appreciate you acknowledging some of the things that may have came off a little bit of abrasive to some people who may not agree with you. I think a lot of people thought that you were this cold-hearted, racist, this, that, and the third. I don't know where they got that from, but the things that I heard today, I don't know why anybody would continue to perpetuate that narrative. And that's from me not really knowing the history, me not totally knowing whether everything that Brian's saying is correct until I actually do my own due diligence. Just by the things that he's claimed for how he feels about the situation, how he feels about his perspective, it doesn't seem hateful. It seems like cold, hard truth. And if he's actually right, y'all got to acknowledge that, or you could just disengage if it makes you uncomfortable. Like that's that's just all it is. What y'all not gonna do is keep on tying these type of conversations to Flat Earth Fridays when y'all don't have an argument why the Earth is not in motion, or it's why it's not convexing at what's the surface, the rate of curvature, Brian, which I know you love to talk about.
That would be 8 inches per mile square. And I just want to point out, man, when I'm talking flat Earth, I talk flat Earth. When I'm talking health, I talk health. When I'm talking conspiracies, I talk conspiracies, man. See, the problem is people got one-track minds in it, and it turns out it's going right up their ass. All right, pull your head out of your ass and start thinking, man. If you can't tell there's problems in the world, what the hell are you looking at? Seriously. You want to say I'm an asshole? You say I'm abrasive? I ain't never heard no one say I'm a liar or wrong yet.
That's a profound statement.
That's why, look, man, these labels, they don't bother me. I mean, and that's what they try to do is they throw these names at you, but they can't back it up. I mean, in 2015, I said, hey, you know what? I think Trump might win. And they asked me why. I said, I got called a racist. I'm like, wait, what? You like Trump? You're a racist. I was like, everybody likes Trump. Look at all these songs where they say they all want to be like Trump. What happened here? All these people were going to Trump parties. How come he's not? What? Oh, this, that, and the other thing. I was like, look, man, I ain't a big fan of Trump, but now I want to defend the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I feel that I kind of wanted to get into that too because unfortunately we had another crash out over Trump with one of the OG level heads who is no longer associated because I don't take kindly to disrespect. I'm not going to divert to that conversation yet, but I'm telling you, I got a full clip for everybody that's been having my name in their mouth. Super crazy, especially while I've been dealing with real life shit, bro. Like, I just felt like I had to come up here and really get to the bottom of all this stuff. So I do appreciate you, Brian, for saying your piece.
being very precise and articulate in some of the information that you gave. And hopefully a lot of people will take what you say and do their own research and come to their own conclusion. And maybe they'll join your space and have conversations about it, whether they agree or disagree. But what I want to do really quickly, I don't know if you have anything else you want to say. I want to get to some globe earthers. I see some of the squads up here with their hands. I see y'all, but I got a couple globe earthers that I want to get to first. But I want to make sure that you get the last word.
Let's hear. I honestly think this is all stupid. Y'all are childish. Grow up, man. But yeah, man, what's everybody else doing, man? And the Earth's still flat. That's the problem, man. Is they can't stand that they told me to go to school and learn this stuff. I did. No, they just don't like that I'm getting better and better and better and knowing more and more and more. They just suck at this, man. Error's failure, man. Go look it up, man. We ain't moving.
Big facts. And that's what's just so annoying. It's just like y'all really trying to discredit us by actual or potential, right? Let's just say potential, just to give y'all a little bit of a bone, like potential truths that y'all haven't considered before. Like, imagine trying to discredit us with something else that actually might be the truth. This is like, bro, that doesn't even make sense logically. It just shows that your position is weak. It shows that you're intellectually bankrupt, and that you need to manipulate people's audiences or just the narrative in general in order to obfuscate and deflect away from the conversation that's being had. And it's pathetic. It's literally pathetic. So, like I said, we ain't running from no smoke, man. I have no problem holding my squad accountable if they do something crazy. I have no problem holding somebody that I don't know accountable if they do something crazy. But I'm not just going to judge somebody just because you have an emotional outburst. That's not how I operate. Until I see something demonstrated that crosses my parameter or my barometer of a line crossing, you can't tell me how to feel about nobody, bro. And I can't tell you how to feel about nothing either. But you're not going to really dictate anything that go on in Flat Earth Fridays. I just seen a lot of, too much back and forth and too much name calling and throwing me and Proud into the things that we have admittedly already said that we're ignorant to, and still acknowledge in other places our true position on certain things, which may update in the future based on new information. That's what we do. If we get new information, we update our position. That's what happens. If you're not built like that, that's tough. Probably why nobody shows up to your spaces. It's probably why your account's not growing and you can't articulate truly what you think and feel because you're just inept. And that's unfortunate. I'm gonna pray for y'all. But before we go, Pride, you wanna get to any hands or you wanna say anything?
Yeah, I want Raging Canadian to say his piece and speak on why he's spiraling my missions. Hopefully he could keep it together and keep your composure.
Okay, yeah, let's get to some of the opposition now. I see squad up here with Raging Canadian. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays / Stationary Saturdays.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you have to say from what you heard so far?
Oh, that Brian just completely pulled bullshit out of his hat for like 2 hours now. So, no, give me 1 second. How many people were gassed? How many Jews were gassed? Did you say 6 million, right? That's a question. You can't answer it.
That's a big negative.
No, but how many people did you say were gassed?
Before you answer that question, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a new policy on X that I don't believe this gentleman is trying to do that, but if you deny the official count of certain events, that is a red flag, and that puts you in jeopardy of having this space crash or your account banned. So
I'm not trying to do it. I'm just trying to confirm what Brian said.
Right. But I'm just talking to my bro. I'm talking to my bro here. Just be careful how you answer that question. Some of the Globers, I'm not saying you're trying to do that, try to bait that. What is the number? Do you deny the number to get you to say something? Now you're on your 7th account. That's all I'll say.
Well, Brian's been denying the number for like years now. It's on Twitter. We see it. But what's the number did you say earlier?
You tell me, brother.
You're the one that said it. You said 6 million people were gassed, right?
It's less than the narrative, right?
No. Yeah, but that's not my question. How many people were gassed, Brian?
I'm not trying to get nuked, So we're not gonna go into the actual number. It's less
Okay.
than the narrative. So what is
Whatever.
the point that you want to make?
The important part is he said 6 million people were gassed. That's not what happened. That's not what was said. 6 million people were killed, not gassed. Killed. There's a distinction in words, Brian. Just like how you don't know what curvature and elevation is.
So anyway, this guy's mistaken.
I'm sure I am. Yeah.
Have a nice day, bro.
Wait, no. One last question before you leave, because you always pussy out when I ask you a question. What's the difference between curvature and elevation?
Yeah, no, we're not
Come up
doing
here to
that.
talk about Nazis, or did you come up here to talk about flat Earth?
Oh, I don't give a.
I
I'm
don't
asking him a
think-
question because he pussies
I
out
don't
every time.
think he stated that he believes it was 6 million Jews that got gassed.
Exactly.
Go
He said
find that
no.
clip.
That's
I don't
exactly
think
what he said.
that. I don't think he said that because
That's
that's
exactly
when
what
I
he
tweet at
said.
you. Okay, we'll go find the clip.
I don't need to find it. It's not my
Okay,
thing.
so then you
He
can't just say
fucking
can't
said
get
it.
claim, bro. It's baseless. I was literally
Oh,
tweeting at
sure,
you
it's
when you said that,
baseless.
when you
Oh,
tweeted
yeah.
that. You tweeted it, and I said that's not what he said, bro. He's
Oh,
right here.
no, that's exactly what he said.
These guys.
Oh well, let's just clarify. Let's just clarify. So you're challenging the fact that basically you're saying that
he doesn't understand what the
hold
numbers.
on, bro. Hold on. See, this is what I'm talking about. Every time that you anti-truthers or you anti-flat earthers or whatever the cases come up, y'all always start getting so like abrasive, bro. Like relax. Like we've been chilling up here this whole time. I know I was cooking for a couple hours, but you could tell that you don't even have any self-control. Like it's okay, bro. So you believe in the official narrative. Do you now everything that you heard Brian say, do you still believe? Well, first let me ask you, what is your definition of a Yahtzee?
So I'm gonna say, I'm sorry, Brian. You're not a Nazi. You're just a lying piece of shit. First of all.
Is that better? I think that's better.
That's probably better, right? At least you're not a Nazi. You're just a lying piece of shit. The definition's not important.
We're making progress.
Yeah, exactly.
Definition to words is not important.
It is important. I would like to know, since you're on the mic talking about the conversation, and since you're saying he's lying and this and that, I just want to know what your definition of a Yahtzee is.
Oh, it's not important to this conversation.
It is.
I just said, okay, I take my comment back. He's not a Nazi. He's just a lying piece of shit. Is that better?
No, I'm asking what your definition of it is.
It's not important to the conversation anymore.
No, it's my space, and it's very telling that you won't answer. This is what I'm talking about.
I'm retracting my comment about Brian being a Nazi. I'm just
that's fine. You can do that. But I want to know. Hold on. Yo, so don't come off mic, y'all. I don't know if that's Jesse or whatever the case is. There's a little bit of background noise. Raging, what's so hard about answering that question?
It's not important to the conversation.
No, that's your feeling, that's your belief, but we're literally
it's your
talking
feeling
about
that it's important. It's not important.
You've used it before. You've used that word.
Sure, I did.
Correct? So if you use that word, what is your definition of that word?
It's not important to this conversation.
So if it wasn't important, why would you use it if it's not important?
I just said I retracted my comment. He's not.
Why would you use the word if it's not important?
Because it was emotional. What the fuck do you want me to say to this?
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I will take that because it was an emotional response, and that's what happened. People get emotional and they throw out labels on people, and that's what like literally destroys society. They don't actually mean what they say. They have an emotional reaction and say antagonizing, degrading labels on people that they don't actually mean. This is, I'm assuming you're a globe earther, right? Raging?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I'm not saying that this is only specific to globe earthers because a flat earther did this the other day. But I think that people can be better. Like the fact that you don't have your emotions under control and you're willing to say things that you don't mean because of it is an opportunity for you to be better, Raging. And I challenge you to do that. In anything that you do.
My comment.
Well, I appreciate that. But moving forward, just in any situation, because I don't think this is the last time that you're going to get upset. Clearly, you have some type of, well, I don't want to judge you off of just what would happen right now, but I mean, I had to like kind of calm you down. So it seems to be something that may be a pattern. But it's just very interesting to see that you'll be willing to use words that you don't mean and you don't want to define when you're emotional. But I will take the fact that you admit that you are emotional. But I do want to get a glow birther to define what that is. And it'd be interesting if nobody.
I can give a definition.
That wasn't me. I don't know what that was.
That was me. I'm a glow birther who has issues with Brian.
Hey, welcome to the club.
Welcome, Clay, as well. Clay voiced his opinions. You want to go ahead and define a Nazi?
Yeah. So if you're going by like the pure literal definition, like historical, it'd be a member of the National Socialist German Workers' Party during Hitler's rise during World War II. But colloquial term, like just like casual use on the internet, people call others a Nazi for a lot of reasons. When I use it to describe somebody who agrees with or sympathizes with Hitler's ideology and anti-Semitism in general relating to World War II.
And I would agree with what he's saying.
That's not a genuine definition. That's just
No, because words have lots of meaning. So like when Nazi is a word that's like like there's a historical definition and then there's when it's thrown around. When it's thrown around, it's used as an insult against people who sympathize with Hitler's ideology and Nazi ideology. You don't have to like that definition, but that's
I think
what it's
a better
used
term for that would be neo-Nazis.
Yeah, I agree. Neo-Nazis are a way more accurate term. But when that term is used in modern times, that's what it means. Because obviously nobody's saying, oh, you're a member of
Second
the
tier dog
Nazi
shit.
Socialist Party, Germans workers. Like nobody's actually saying you're a member of an organization that doesn't exist, right? When people say that term, they're referring to supporting an ideology. Sometimes they're incorrect when using it. Sometimes they're correct.
You think most of the time it's a emotional response? Because of what Brian was saying earlier is that it seemed like guy Hitler had more of a positive approach to certain things that were hidden in history. Do you agree with any of those things any of the information that he laid out?
Well, I think it's okay that people have an emotional response because morality is intertwined with people's emotions. When something evil happens, people get upset. So when Brian or this space kind of promotes ideas that the large majority of professional historians or just any professional person considers gravely evil, people will get emotional. I think that's fair. I think that's right. If you like host, okay? Imagine for a minute that I mean you haven't looked into it, but imagine for a minute that the mainstream narrative about Hitler is true and he's one of the most evil men in history. Imagine the kinds of things Brian in this space is saying. Like, if that's actually true, I think it's right to be morally outraged at that.
Morally outraged is different than emotional, right? You
No,
could
because
have
that's your emotion.
hold on. Right? You can sit there and say, hey, morally, I don't agree with you. And I can sit there and refute you morally without having an emotional response. And, this guy over here just demonstrated that when you have an emotional response, sometimes you won't respond coherently.
If you see somebody getting abused, do you just say, "Oh, that's objectively morally bad that they're abused," or do you have an emotional? You have empathy. Empathy is an emotion. People have empathy, and you get anger when people don't have empathy. I mean, okay, this is irrelevant. Let me get to the actual. So, a lot of Brian's tweets have been chalked up to like, "Oh, Brian's just being." I know the host said, "Oh, Brian's sometimes edgy and sometimes makes jokes," but then Brian said everything you said is true, and there might be bold, but he thinks it's true. So if you look at that post in the jumbotron, I think this is probably his most egregious post. I don't know if you want me to read that post, if that would get this space banned. But I'd like him to clarify what he means when he says certain people were. Hey, he was right. Certain people were rat-like tunneling people. Is that a true statement, Brian?
Correct.
Yeah, so you think that's true, right?
I thought he said that he didn't hate all people of that race, though.
Yeah, I mean, there seem to be contradictory things, right? If you're saying these
Just a little
people are rat-like is a dehumanizing term. Like historically, that's used to commit atrocities. If you think, I know even Israel and Palestine, a lot of like radical Israelis are calling Palestinians rat-like because that's a way to dehumanize people and treat them as lesser. So when Brian says these people are rat-like tunneling people, I mean, I know what Ryan believes. Like Brian believes, like when he's talking about post. Remember when he was talking about post World War I Germany, when like the society was degenerate and everybody was kind of living in vice and everybody was poor. You know why he thinks that happened, right? The war, and he thinks a certain group of people caused that, and we're in control, causing that to happen. It's not just he doesn't just think Germany was in a bad place. He thinks there was a group of people that came into Germany and were causing it to be morally and economically awful, and then Hitler came in and fixed the problem, quote unquote. I think that's a fair. That's what he believes, and if I'm wrong, you can correct me. But that's what his tweet says, and that's what he said to me before.
Brian, did he steelman your position accurately, or did you want to clarify?
March 24th, 1933, Judea declares war on Germany, starts a boycott.
That's not an answer. Just come on. Just if it's just your belief, if it's truth, then it doesn't matter. So like, is what I said just an accurate? Does that accurately reflect your belief or not? Just answer.
Germany was both bankrupt financially and morally. It took a wheelbarrow of cash to buy a loaf of bread. There was pornography.
Why?
That's
There
not
was-
answering his question,
Why?
Brian. You're
Come on.
just going around in circles.
Be honest with us. Come on.
There was mother and daughter acts.
Yeah, I know. You already said this, dude. Just be honest with your beliefs.
Can you answer the
that's
question instead of circling the drain?
The governing party was Zionists.
I'm sure they were, Brian. I'm sure they were.
Hey, they were. It's literally.
Oh yeah, just like how the doors in Auschwitz were made of wood, right?
So Brian, here's a bigger question. Host, you've asked everyone to define the term Yahtzee, but the way more important question is define Jew, right? Because I mean, the host, even you indicated like, oh well, there is a certain group of people that seem to have control. Like what when Brian says Jews were rat-like tunneling people, who are you referring to? What group specifically are you referring to?
That were coming out of tunnels.
Which so
who were those?
No. So but not any person that comes out of a tunnel is a Jew. So what's specific about a Jew? Like what's the definition?
Did you not see these people coming out of tunnels?
Yeah, but you said you said they were rat-like tunneling people, meaning in Germany, Jews were rat-like tunneling people.
Hey man,
not
if you
in
want
modern America, not Orthodox Jews in New York making a tunnel. You said Jews were rat-like tunneling people.
Project into whatever I say, that's on you, man.
No, I'm asking you to define what you mean by Jew.
Hold on, Clay. Brian, when you troll or when you make these posts about your beliefs and how you feel about certain higher ups that are Jewish in the like a part of the elites, do you actually specify and single out, hey, these are the elites in control, or do you sometimes generalize them when your tweets?
I generalize.
Okay, so this is part of what they have a problem with. They have a problem with the fact that you're calling out the things that you don't like about Jews or in general, but you're not saying, hey, it's just the elites. You're making it seem like it's all of them as a whole. And that's what we don't align with. It's generalizing people for something that they've done.
And host, that's incorrect with the tweet I mentioned, because when he says Jews are rat-like tunneling people, he's referring to Orthodox Jews, and you probably all know the news story about like a year ago. That news story that does not refer to secular Jews that have power in World Health organizations. Those are religious Jews doing weird stuff in New York. That's a completely different group than secular Jews in power, because most Jews that or self-identifying Jews are ethnic Jews in power. I don't think any of them are Orthodox or religious Jews. So Brian doesn't just have a problem with secular Jews. He also has a problem with religious Jews, and he also has a problem with Jews in general.
How would you categorize the Jews that were allegedly coming out of the ground in New York? How would you said secular? Say it again, Clay.
Those are religious Orthodox Jews. Those are not secular Jews that have power. Brian hates them as well. Brian, right, Brian?
Your assessment is incorrect.
When you say rat-like tunneling people, are you referring to the people that run the World Health Organization, or which people are you referring to?
Clay, I've already went over this, so I'm not going to go around in circles with you anymore.
I mean, guys, like, you have to be so incredibly disingenuous to read that and say, "Oh, that's an edgy tweet." Imagine if you said that about, like, black people or any other group of people, and then just said, "Oh, that's just our guy being edgy." It's like, no, that's obviously an awful thing to say, and he's just your flat earth pal, so it's okay, and you can make excuses, and you can know nothing about the Holocaust or World War II and just assume, "Oh, maybe it's okay. Maybe Jews were rat-like tunneling people." It's like it's just not even worth talking to you guys at some point.
Okay, I mean, you could disengage now. That's fine if you don't want to talk to us no more. I've already said that, I don't really align with all of the super trolling, and some things could be taken a little bit too
He
far.
said it wasn't trolling. He
So
said it
can
was
you
true.
denounce it
He
then
literally
if you're
said
not
it was
aligned with it?
host. He said it was true.
Yo. You're not gonna interrupt me when I'm speaking. Yeah, I don't really align with the generalization, right? But like you said, sometimes what happens is when you're tweeting back and forth, y'all gonna sit there. I mean, there has been no times that I've ever engaged with Clay or Raging and I've insulted him, and I've been insulted by Clay multiple times without even insulting him. So I probably would, if I was in anybody else's shoes, maybe I would troll back a little bit too by just saying something that may be a little bit antagonistic. Do I agree with generalization of a whole people? Nah, I don't. And I think that, Brian did take responsibility for that. And, I hope that doesn't happen anymore. And I spoke about this in the past too, that like if we have, if you're having conversations that are polarizing and, could be offensive, first, I mean, people got a right to say what they want to say, right? But at the same time, I think people got to pick their words way more accurately, so that way it isn't taken out of context. Because this is the thing that happens. Like you may be trying to get a specific point across, but because you decided like you didn't want to put a lot of thought into the tweet, somebody that you're replying to is misrepresenting you or already calling you out your name, saying things about you that aren't really necessarily true, you may just throw some shit back. I wouldn't do that. That's not what I do. That's why I don't engage in that type of conversation, or, you're not gonna see tweets like that from me. But I would understand with somebody like y'all who will come up here capping and calling people names when y'all don't agree with somebody, you might get shit thrown back to as well. Now, does that mean that something should be said generally about an entire people? No. That's why I don't really stand by the generalization. But if he's saying, hey, I didn't really mean it like that, then y'all just got to take it for what it is, especially if he says, I don't mean it like that. Y'all could disagree.
He literally said it was true. He didn't say he was trolling, host. You're being disingenuous.
How am I being disingenuous?
Because you keep saying, "Oh, Brian's trolling. Brian's being edgy," when Brian's literally said, "No, I'm posting true things, and this is what I believe."
Can I cut in 1 sec if you don't mind?
So disingenuous.
Well, no, because he's saying that this is not towards an entire group of people, right? I mean, that's
but you guys, he realized when he says tunneling rat-like Jews.
Bro, don't come off mic when I'm talking. Mute up. You too, Raging, mute up. Hit the mute.
Mute on my microphone. I can just mute it from there.
So yeah, so when this tweet goes out, right, and it says Jews in general, like I said, if I was Jewish, I would probably take offense from this from far. But if I ask him like, hey, is this what you mean? Do you mean that all Jews are like this? And he says, no, that's not what I mean. Then I would just ask for clarification and to tweet a little bit better next time. Now that's different. You come off mute one more time, I'm gonna move you down. There's a lot of people that's been ahead of you. You have been very abrasive right now, coming off your mic and interrupting me while I'm talking. And I skipped over all of my homies to get you weirdos out the way. I don't appreciate you interrupting me when I talk. The next time you make me mute, I'm just gonna take your mic. I don't really care. It's not really about you. I just wanted to make sure that y'all was able to come get y'all questions off. But if you can't even respect me, you won't come back over here anymore. Okay. What was I saying? About the generalization. Yeah, so I just challenge you to form those tweets better because it would be different. You know, we met people on both sides of this flat earth, globe earth argument who will say, yeah, like I think that all people are all these type of people are da 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 da. I didn't hear Brian say that. I would let Brian clarify if he wants to clarify one more time, just so it's very clear on what's being said. Again, I don't agree with the generalization on, you know, a 6-7 word tweet. If that's not what he meant, then that's cool. I don't align with that. But if he says I'm not being racist towards an entire group of people, I would just say, hey, form your tweet better. So I'm gonna give Brian a chance to clarify, and no one coming off mic until we decide who's gonna speak next. If you do come off mic, I'm just gonna take it. Go ahead, Brian.
So, honestly, I don't see an issue with that, but I guess it is a little too generalized. But in the context, but the conversation was it wasn't as broad stroked as this guy might make it seem. But the fact of the matter is it did come out when we saw a bunch of Jews coming out of tunnels, and that's what came out. And a lot of people were making this type of joke. To act like I'm the only one that posted something like this is completely disingenuous.
What kind of Jews were it?
First of all, stop. What is your impulse control, bro? Seriously, knock it off. So I've never spouted hate on anyone. I've never said anything about anyone. If this is the best you got, I'll try to form my tweets a little bit better.
Okay, just so we're clear though, Brian, you do agree that this can come off like you're attacking an entire people, this type of tweet. If this reading it for face value.
If this was like just kind of out there with no context, yeah.
And I think that's what the point that the globe earthers or the anti-flat earthers, the anti-truthers are trying to like hinge their entire argument on, which I can understand if you're taking it for face value and you're just scrolling by, you see something like that. So again, I just challenge you guys, if you're gonna make a tweet and you don't really mean an entire people, please like be more specific. So that way you could.
This is basically like that little video that Sydney tried to post out to make me look. That didn't work either. I mean, yeah, I guess I could have said the particular ones that are coming out of the tunnels are the tunneling ones.
The distinction that Clay made between the religious Jews and the unorthodox Jews, did you know that prior? Like, is that something that I guess that information that you keep on hand in your brain somewhere? I don't know how to ask you without asking you, but or did he just make that distinction for you?
Oh, he's making everything up. Everything he said there is all projection, other than that particular tweet right there. Everything else is pure conjecture and projection.
Okay, we do got a couple requests too, and we got some hands up. Raging, did you want to say anything else before we rotate?
When you said Hitler was right, what did you mean by that, by the way?
When he brought his country from economic.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Yeah,
that was not the context you were using at
Double
all.
mute. Hold up. Give him a chance to finish this piece. Go ahead, bro.
So, when Hitler was named Time Magazine's Man of the Year in 1930.
How is that relevant?
Oh my God! Does this guy have any impulse?
Hey, one more time, Raging in. If you come off, I'm about to rotate you out anyway. I'm just giving you a chance to get a last piece before I rotate you out.
I didn't even
have that respect. Sorry. If you don't have that respect, then you can go now. You have one last chance. I'm gonna let Brian finish his statement. I do want you to answer, Brian, but I'm not gonna allow nobody to disrespect you. Raging, you're going on mute. Go ahead, Brian, and then we're gonna rotate.
He brought his country back from an economic collapse. He's the number 2 economic power in the world. He got all of his people working. He got out of, there was no crime, there was no debt. He gave his people free houses for having babies. He gave his guns back to the people.
Did you forget the part where he wanted to move all the Jews out of Germany as well, or is that not in your handbook?
I believe I went over that. You should have been.
No, you didn't. You just...
Actually, I did.
Oh, sure you did.
I did.
Can you still
Oh,
hear what
yeah.
he said, Raging?
You can go back and listen to the recording if you want. I
You
totally
ain't-
went over it.
Oh, just like how you lied about how many people were killed in the gas chambers, right?
Yeah, I totally lied about that, man.
Yeah, you said 6 million people.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
not
totally a
the-
liar, man. You got me, man. Oh,
You are a liar.
Okay. Raging. That's a good question, my proud. Can you steel man what he said about that?
What he said about what? What he said about Hitler saving, in quotation mark, his country?
Yeah, what you just called him out for?
Basically, he's saying Hitler is right to hate the Jews and that the Jews are rat people. Because it's clearly mentioned in his book, Mein Kampf, that I'm pretty sure it's on the top shelf of Brian's library. And he reads every day before he goes to bed that Jews are rat people and he hates them.
So much projection.
That's your best take on a steel man? You're supposed to steel man Brian's position on why he feels Hitler was right.
Oh, because he doesn't like Jews. That's the whole reason why.
So you weren't listening before when Brian was talking?
No, I don't listen to when he speaks because he's a lying piece of shit.
So then what's the point of engaging with you, Raging, if you can't even steel man his points to refute them?
He doesn't have a point. His only point is he hates Jews.
But he literally said that he doesn't.
That's bullshit. The fucking quote he's got there is saying Hitler was right for hating the Jews.
Where was
right for hating the Jews?
Where's that at? That's complete lie and projection.
Oh, I'm sure it's complete lie for you, Brian, but that's perfectly fine. You can live in your fairy tale Jew hating world.
I mean, I can't see like what the tweet actually was he's responding to, but you're saying that he's responding to someone claiming that Hitler hates Jews. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that he says Hitler was right, and right underneath it, he's like, "Oh yeah, he was right. Jews are rat."
No. You said he said he was right about Hitler hating Jews.
Yes.
You saying that he hates Jews?
Yes.
Saying when did he say? Because I didn't hear Brian. Because I asked him specifically, and that's why.
Oh yeah, because he's.
Hold on. I asked him specifically, "Yo, do you hate an entire group of people?" He said no. And then what you said was that he's responding to the fact that Hitler hated Jews, and I'm saying, well, is that what he's responding to in this post here, that he's hating Jews? Because we asked you to steel man his position, and no time did he ever say that he hated Jews. So that's not a steel man. If you don't know what a steel man is, that's the best argument for the other side. A straw man is misrepresenting the other side. So when you're saying, yo, he said he hates Jews and he was right about that. And when I asked Brian, hey, do you hate Jews? And Brian says, no, I don't hate all Jews. That's called a straw man. So you did the opposite of a steel man if that's your position. Do you understand?
Oh yeah, I understand. But the point is that he's not going to say he hates Jews in a public live debate like this. Why would he? It's going to break his fucking whatever he's building up. Can you at least understand that part, that he's not going to say out loud, "Oh, I hate so-and-so people," because it's going to break whatever kind of bullshit he's built up.
I would, Raging. I would
think I'm such a
understand
hateful
that.
person that I'm going to try to be nice to everybody to get them to like me so I can hate them? Is that what you're saying? What?
I would understand that, Raging, but you guys are all saying that he's tweeted it. So what's the difference between tweeting that and then saying it on mic in his space and then coming in here and not saying it? Do you agree that that makes no sense? Y'all all
No, I don't
claim
agree
that
that
he said that already.
Sorry, I'm cutting you. I'm sorry. I don't agree that it doesn't make any sense because he can just deny all he wants. Nobody can really get anything from text because we can't really get intonation from text. So he's like, "Oh no, I was trolling, blah blah blah. I don't really hate the Jews." I'm not done speaking. Oh, blah blah blah. I don't hate the Jews. It's not true. It's just me trolling. Blah blah blah. And that doesn't
Hold on,
speak, Brian.
one second, Brian. Go ahead.
It's he can deny it all he wants, but he probably hates them. He just doesn't want to announce it to everybody else because there's probably some flat earthers that don't believe in the bullshit about Holocaust, and he doesn't want to lose them. He's building up a public, and by denying all the bullshit he's saying, it's just making him feel like a normal person.
Okay, so this is
answer.
So this is just your personal opinion. You don't really have any evidence of him claiming that.
Do you have evidence that he's not denying?
Well, you can't prove a negative. That's
he can't prove that. You can't prove that he's not denying either, or that he's not actually lying.
Oh no! Of course, you can't prove a negative. That's incoherent. So what we're asking for you is to steel man his position, and then you straw man him, and then you went on your own like kind of little rant of your personal feelings on his position instead of just saying, "Well, this is what he said." Right, because there's no way for us to even say, like, you could just come out one day and be like, yo, I was capping the whole time. This is my online persona raging, so I'm supposed to rage. But in real life, bro, I'm a flat earther, and I really like you guys. But
yeah, I would never.
But I can't prove that, right? Like that's the same approach that you're taking. Like there's no way for me to know. So I'm just trying to get everything on record as it is, so y'all can stop misrepresenting things and we can get clarity. Because once we get clarity on his true position and not just take a 7-8 word tweet out of context, or maybe he didn't design it the right way or put it out the right way. I've done that plenty of times, talking about flat earth and globe earth, and totally misrepresented because I didn't word the tweet properly. And that was on me. That's my mistake. I gotta take that. But when we asking you to do a specific thing and then you just don't do it and you just go on your own personal feeling, it doesn't add any value to the conversation. You're basically just saying, hey, I don't really care what you say. This is my personal belief, which is fine. You're entitled to that. But you're not really refuting anything that he's saying, and you're not acknowledging anything that he's saying, which is just it's pointless back and forth. And we're trying to give you guys a platform to address these things head on, in a civil manner and logically and rationally. And it's like when you invoke this emotion, it just doesn't add, it doesn't bring us anywhere. So can you at least acknowledge that you are unable to steel man his current position with context?
Oh, I can do it.
You
Brian's position that Hitler was right is that Hitler rebuilt Germany.
Okay, that's different than what you originally said, right?
It is, because I refuse to steel man his position because it's bullshit.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you admit that. Hey, man, I appreciate your honesty and just saying that you was capping this whole time. Like, that's progress. Like, I'm not going to say that I appreciate you capping, but I can appreciate you acknowledging that
I'm too boomer for capping. I don't know what that means.
Oh, well, that means that you're just blatantly just misrepresenting things that he's saying. Like,
I'm not. It's the internet. How do you know what anybody says on the internet is
well,
right?
when you say, well, he was right about not hating all Jews, and then you say, oh, this is about his country now. Like that's completely different than what you said. So you acknowledge that the first thing that you said was pure cap. It wasn't true. It wasn't honest. You were just giving your own personal opinion when we asked you to give his stance. So like, and that's why, hold on. That's why debate and arguing is important to steel man the other position. Because when people like you come up and you only use emotion, we're never going to get any value out of the dialogue because you're just ignoring everything that's being said because you have a personal belief. And you can have a personal belief. That's perfectly fine. You cannot believe what anybody's saying, and that's perfectly fine too. But when you're just going to blatantly ignore context and blatantly ignore what somebody's saying now, like, again, you're just not going to add any value because you're just going to keep referring back to your own emotions. And you can't make informed decisions or arguments based on emotion. It's just irrational. But go ahead. I'll let you get the last word, and then we're going to.
You do understand how he could just be lying his ass off just so he can keep his people, right?
Let me ask you a quick question. Hey, Sacred, Did you happen to ask? Do you still have that poll up there about that Globy poll with the 170,000 Globy follower there with 72,000 votes on it that came up 83?
I'll reshare it again up top for everybody.
How is I'm sorry, but how is a poll relevant on
Hold
Twitter?
on. He's not talking to you. He's talking to me. I'm gonna mute you. Just mute up a second. He's just making a point. Go ahead, Brian.
Now I want you to take a look at this poll and tell me if you're going to go and troll every single one of those people that voted no. There's like 72,000 of them.
Is that to Raging?
Yeah.
Raging. So he's asking you, based on this poll from the Globe Earther that I put up here, is the second poll from the left. Hey guys, please just refrain from sharing until you get a chance to speak. I'm not trying to like, mislead the audience right now. Just refrain from sharing until you get your chance to speak. But it's the second post from the left.
Yeah, I see it.
The argument that I was making is, what seems like is happening in the flat Earth global conversation is people is tying this hateful rhetoric or seem to be race baiting and tying it to the shape of the Earth. So I thought it was interesting that this Globe Earth randomly, I mean, I didn't know that he was going to post this. So I don't know if this is the algorithm thing or whatever the case is, or if this is a conversation that's happening in other spaces. I know that there's like the Israel thing going on right now. But this is a Globe Earther, and he posted a poll that 72,000 people engaged in. I don't see him really engaging in flat Earth. If anything, he probably denounces flat Earth. And 72,000 people engaged in this post, and 83% said, no, this didn't happen the way that they say that it happened. So in my estimation, it seems like most of these Globe Earthers, or most of these people were Globe Earthers, and they're also doing the same thing. So I guess Brian is asking, are you going to take the same energy to to some people? I'm not going to say everyone, because obviously you won't get to every single one. There's a lot of engagement in this post. But are you going to take the same energy to these other Globe Earthers, potentially Globe Earthers, or people who you don't know what side of the Earth they're on, or are you only going to focus on flat Earth?
No, absolutely. Anybody that pisses on this is a piece of shit.
Hey, as long as you keep that same energy. Brian, did you get the answer that you wanted?
Hey, man, you should get going, man, because there's 72,000 people there, man.
I don't care about them. I'm trying to fix up your lies right now.
Yeah, I'm good, man. You got some work to do, man. You got a bunch of globies over there.
Do you still know the difference between curvature and elevation, Brian?
Yeah, all right, Reggie. I gave you the last word. I think that was the last thing that you had to say that was relevant.
But I actually want an answer to that question. If
you could talk about that. You could talk about either, let's just say, maybe stationary Saturdays, but we're gonna be still live. So maybe we'll go back into some.
It's Saturday for me.
Yeah, well, it's not. We're not past this conversation yet. So maybe later on, a few hours from now, we'll probably get to that. If that, I'm not really sure. I didn't really plan to get to any flat Earth Glober because you anti-flat Earthers have been wanting to talk about this, and now that we're talking about this, it seems like now you want to talk about flat Earth and Glober, which is so hilarious. Now that I'm thinking about it in real time. But yeah, man, y'all got to figure out which I want to stick to. But right now, we're talking about this because this is what y'all been pressing, and it's just funny that you don't want to talk about it. So I think, relative to this conversation, you're done. I do have some speakers. I'm probably going to drop you down. I would appreciate if you just drop yourself down.
I don't know how, so you're going to have to do it. I'm sorry.
Okay. I just don't want to feel like I'm taking your mic. I just got a lot hands ahead of you. I do appreciate you coming up, though, bro. Like, I do appreciate you coming up. I do appreciate you being honest about your emotions. And
I just wish Brian was.
And I mean, you can say that. That's fine. I do respect your conviction. I just think that if you have a goal, your approach is everything, bro. Like, you're going to turn people off to, even if you feel like you have the truth on your side, your approach is not going to do what you think it's going to do. I would say keep that in mind as you engage in this conversation. And if the truth actually comes out to be more on the side of what Brian is saying, I could only hope that you would be willing to update your position if he's right. And the same thing with Brian, if it's not the truth, and raging is more correct, then people on this side, Brian's side, would have to update their position as well. But I'm just focusing on you because of how you behaved in the beginning. But I wanted to also just give you a little bit of head nod for at least acknowledging some of your shortcomings. So I appreciate it.
Can I say one little last thing?
As long as this is not about flat Earth.
It's not about flat Earth.
All right, go ahead, bro.
So you were listening to what he was saying earlier and saying that, oh, I don't know about this, I don't know about that. Do some actual research, not just the anti-Jew propaganda. A lot of what he said was bullshit. He said that wooden doors this, wooden doors that, but the actual doors were put there after restorations. They were not the actual doors.
Fucking lying faggot ass dude.
Hold on,
What's your argument? What's your
hold on. Hey, IMB, yo, we don't use that word over here, bro. So I'm going to damn, you put me in a real tough position because I just came up here saying like about hate and stuff, and I'm not rocking with that. You please don't come off mic. I'm gonna allow you to address that, but yeah, we're not doing that, bro. Like I'm not trying to antagonize people based on that word, and I'm not trying to get shut down either. All right, I'm gonna let Raging finish what he's saying, and you know, if you want to come back up later on and talk about something else, he can. But let's respect the voice if you want to be respected as well. But go ahead, Raging.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was kind of uncalled for. Yeah, so a lot of what Brian said was just plain lies. He's going to put you to watch Europa, the 12-hour documentary that is built with propaganda for anti-Jews, blah, blah, blah. You can thumbs down all you like. I really don't care. But there's a lot of information that he doesn't have, and he says that he's an history fan, blah, 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 but he's been lying through his fucking ass. So just if you do actual research about this, do some actual research, read some books. There's actual books of people that were in those camps. Like if you want a good book, there's one called Auschwitz, a Doctor's Eyewitness, that explains a lot of what happened over there. It's a very good book, and yes, laugh all you want, I don't care. Yes, it's written by a Jews, it doesn't fucking matter. It's eyewitness testimony from what happened in an actual camp.
Just your estimation, just real quick, just quickly, but what in your estimation, how were the doors made?
The doors of the places themselves were actually, yes, they were made of wood because that's what they were, but they were not a single pane of wood. There were multiple panes of woods with iron in them, and they're like, oh, it's the main argument that Brian's going to spew out is that they're not airtight, which doesn't matter because if you go in your garage and you start your car, your garage is not airtight. You're still going to kill yourself.
You know, that may be true. You know, I can get behind that. But the first thing that you did say is that they weren't wood. But then you
they were not single panes of woods like he's calling out that they are. There's actual pictures of what they are, and I can send it to you if you want them.
Yeah, you could drop them in a pill. But see that's kind of interesting, right? You know, because this is what we're talking about being really specific and precise with your words. So the same thing that you're condemning Brian for with being too general, you just demonstrated that you're capable of doing the same thing. And when I asked,
of course,
just because I asked for clarifying information, because like I said, I'm ignorant to a lot of how this stuff works. Then you said, well, I know I said that they weren't wood, but they actually were wood. I just meant this. And I think that's just real quick, please nobody else come off mic.
That was me. I'm sorry.
I see CLW too, but it's all good. But that's just the main point, guys. I'm just trying to make sure that, you know, these conversations are, you know, very triggering and polarizing. So you have to be precise and specific with the things that you tweet and things that you say. We have an example of, you know, Brian's generic tweet, and then we have somebody on mic who's very passionate, it seems like, about this. Actually, I do have one more question for you before you go.
Sure.
And still will vocalize something that may not be 100% true because of it. And, you know, with this conversation, so you're going to make, you know, hiccups and mistakes. But, you know, when you're calling somebody out for being inaccurate and then you demonstrate that you're also inaccurate, you should have a little bit more sympathy.
Problem is, English is not my first language, so I'm trying to do as much as I can.
Respect.
I learned English, and I think I speak it pretty decently, but it's not my first language, so it's not the language I think in. So translating between the two is difficult sometimes.
Oh, that is actually more respect, because I always ask that for people who don't have like English as a first language. I always ask, you know, what do you think in? And if you think in a different language, then yeah, I can understand. Where are you from, Raging, if you don't mind me?
I'm from Canada.
Oh, Canada. Okay. So what, French? Is that?
Quebec, yes. French Canadian, but yeah.
All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. So before you go, before we get to some of these hands, and I know we got a few requests. I see y'all down there. I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna get to you. What do you feel about the connection between NASA and the Nazis?
Look, I don't have an opinion about it. It's really disgusting that they actually brought people from there, but there's a lot of those scientists like Werner Braun. I don't fucking know how to spell his name, Brown or whatever, the guy that people say that on his tomb it says the dome or blah blah blah, was a part of the Nazi party because he wanted to keep his position as chief of rockets. He never mentioned anything about hating Jews. He never mentioned anything about working for the Nazis to kill more people. He joined in after the party was there to keep his position as chief rocketeer at wherever he was. So yes, he was technically a Nazi. I don't know the guy for shit. He could have hated Jews for all I care. I don't know. It's not good what the American government did. It's not good what the fucking Russian people did either. But do you guys sorry, trying to figure. Do you guys hate Volkswagen because it was created by the Nazis? Do you guys hate the Autobahn because it was created by the Nazis?
That's a good question. I really don't have an entire position on that, right? I think that all people, I think that people that hate on others or try to oppress others is just bad all in general. I don't think I would make that type of connection, but for people that are super passionate and want to hold flat earthers accountable or maybe having a different opinion, I would think that they would have a strong position on something like this. Like it's either all or nothing. Like don't tell me that you care so much about the Nazis, but then when it comes to this, it's like you don't really have an opinion or this, that, and the third. It's you guys that are the reason why we're having this conversation now. Y'all are the ones that are pressing Brian. Y'all are the ones that are, pressing this topic about Nazis are super bad. And I would ask you that question. Do you not use any German products because you hate Nazis so much?
No, because there's a distinction between a person that is a part of the Nazi party and an actual Nazi that like the Waffen SS.
Yeah, but like NASA empowered them. Like they
didn't empower them. They recruited those scientists and it empowered the United States to create the rockets.
Wait, they didn't fund them?
Did you hear what I said about the Waffen SS?
Yeah, and it's bullshit.
Okay.
Did they fund the Nazis?
What do you mean by fund them? Like, did they give them money while they were in America?
That's what fund means, like monetarily. Like, did they provide money for them to do the things that they needed from them?
Yes.
So, can you explain to me why that isn't empowering them?
Well, like I said, there's a difference between a Nazi party member and a Nazi.
Oh, so there's a distinction between someone who's part of the Nazi party and an actual Nazi.
Yes.
So you could be part of the Nazi party,
mm-hmm.
and you could be associated and friends with somebody in a Nazi party.
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because the ideology is stupid. But there's still a difference between somebody that's a part of the party and a Waffen SS.
What do you mean that ideology is stupid?
There's sorry, I'm trying to explain it for it to make sense in my head at the same time. There's like I mentioned with Von Braun, he was a part of the party to keep his position as a rocket engineer. If he had conviction, he would have probably just fucked off. But he had an extremely high position in a very good engineering facility, and he decided that if I joined a party, I could stay where I'm at, but I don't need to be specifically a Nazi. Like, I'm not saying anything about you, but if you are, let's say you sounded a little bit more conservative than liberal. You can be in conservative and not like Trump. Correct?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. But are you saying that people of the Nazi Party didn't support Hitler?
I'm pretty sure there's a number of people that were in the Nazi Party that were either coerced or were forced to join it so that they could stay in their position that were not actual Nazis.
So in order for these scientists to come and be a part of NASA, they had to potentially behave as if they supported Hitler.
I'm not saying that because I don't know the history about all those people that were recruited.
I'm just trying to establish a baseline. Like you're basically saying, well, you can be part of the Nazi Party, but not necessarily be what I would condemn a Nazi for. But in my estimation, what you guys are saying, colloquially anyway, that you, like anybody who's a Nazi would be supporting Hitler. So
That's not what I'm saying, though.
That's not what you were saying?
No, I'm saying that you can be in the Nazi Party because you wanted to keep certain position or power, but you can also hate Hitler. Like you can be a conservative and not like Trump.
That's why I was asking you. So you couldn't be part of the NASA team unless you were a Nazi. Like you couldn't just say like, yo, I'm not a Nazi, but I want to contribute.
I can't speak for something that was created 50 years before I was born.
I'm just trying to understand. It doesn't really seem like it logically follows. It seems like you're trying to make a distinction that isn't really there, and it doesn't really have any like base. But maybe just not really fully understanding the history. But again, I'm just
Let
trying
me
to gain
put
some
it this way: is the person creating the bullets for guns, is he responsible for the person that got killed?
This is again a little bit
Technically, yes,
off in the
but he's not the one pulling
that's
the
what I'm trying to
trigger.
say. Technically, yeah, because I mean, if he didn't make the bullets, the person would have got killed. So I mean, I don't know.
Somebody would have made it before, after him.
Say it again.
Somebody would have made it if not for him.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you just gave like a random hypothetical situation, but you're saying if this person didn't make these bullets, or if this person made the bullets, are they responsible for the death? The
Yes,
answer to that question is technically, yeah, because you made them. Are we gonna fault you for the deaths? No, that's a different question. Are you responsible? Like if I make something and it ends up hurting somebody else, technically, I'm responsible for it. Like there's no way around that.
So
I don't know what point you're trying to make. But go ahead.
Van Braun mentioned that he always wanted to create rockets to go to space, but he also worked on the V2. Is he responsible for the people working for the people that got killed by the V2s?
If he was supposed to engineer correctly for it to not kill people and it actually did, then I guess he would be responsible. No,
that's not what he was doing. Like before the war, he wanted to create rocket ships to go into space because he wanted to explore space. But when the Nazi came in power, he was like, well, you either fall in line or you're going to get your position taken out.
But to me, is what you're saying is you could not be a part of this team of people that was recruited for NASA unless you were.
Not necessarily. There's probably workers in there that were not part of the Nazis. Like maybe Von Braun was because he was the manager of the industry, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody working there was part of the party.
I didn't say everybody.
No,
but talking about the scientists that were recruited from this group that you guys are condemning. Like
were they all part of the Nazi party?
I don't know. The narrative is NASA recruited Nazi scientists.
Yes.
Not scientists, Nazi scientists. And the manager of the program was part of the Nazi party. And the thing that's being thrown around on social media is, oh, you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi. And I'm saying, well, these people were actually like documented. Even though I've read some things that said that story isn't true. Some people were sending me some things on that. But I'm just going with the mainstream narrative for those people who appeal to the mainstream narrative, right? Like y'all not going with any, conspiracy theory or anything like that, right? Or alternate theories. Y'all are sticking to the actual, the actual mainstream narrative. So if that's the case, and you're saying that these scientists were Nazis and they were
I'm
recruited
not saying
by
they're
them,
Nazis. That's the thing. They're German citizen.
they didn't say they were German citizen scientists.
Yes,
I mean,
but
could
people
also
who
be a
live.
German
Sorry,
citizen
cutting
scientist.
you off there. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like they said that they were Nazi scientists, and then
Yes.
you have the manager who said I was part of the Nazi party. In a way that you guys were saying, you got to describe Nazis to people who supported Hitler. I don't know if that's the same thing. Again, I'm
This
still
is
learning
also
this in
just
real
a
time.
language. Like, what did they call the German people German? Did they call them Nazis? Like,
I mean, the German people are German.
yes, they
But
are.
I
But
don't
there
know
were
if
also
every
Nazis
German.
in there.
I don't know if every German was a Nazi though.
Hmm.
Like I'm not really sure about that. Like I
But
don't.
maybe it's a generalization made by the United States that they said that, oh, we brought in those Nazi blah blah blah, but they were probably just German fucking engineers doing whatever the fuck they did they needed to survive.
Also, you don't appeal to the official story in totality.
That they were all Nazis.
I don't know if they said they were all Nazis. They said that they brought over Nazi scientists.
Oh, there might have been for sure some piece of shit in there. Like, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying it's okay what they did.
Okay, so if it's potentially true that they brought over Nazi scientists and y'all don't align with Nazis, I'm asking you, how do you feel about NASA empowering those people who were pieces of shit?
How do you feel about Volkswagen?
This is not about my feelings, bro. I'm not passionate about this like you. That's what I'm asking you.
I'm not passionate about Nazis and NASA either. You guys are talking about it all the
No,
time.
only because it's flat earthers that's talking about it. That's your bias showing.
Right. That's what I'm kind of
Only
getting.
care because you're a globe earther, you don't align with flat earth, and now flat earthers agree with this statement that you also don't want to align with. It's convenient for you to disagree because it's something else that you don't agree with, but you're not willing to call out another situation
I
that you
did.
do
I called
agree
it
with.
out. I said it was bullshit that they recruited those scientists if we're actual Nazis. If those people didn't do anything, is it bad for them to be recruited?
But when we say, hey, the people in power, the people who control NASA, the people who are funding some of these beliefs that we don't align with, and they just happen to come from the same group of people that you're quote unquote denouncing, you're capable of turning a blind eye to it.
No.
To us, that's weird.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
And Brian didn't do anything either, other than say, hey, I think that this narrative is incorrect. I didn't actually put anybody in power. I didn't fund anybody.
Oh, looks like the space crashed here. Let's see what we can do about that. Second, boys. What the hell? Why did that? Never want to make a note. Started.
I don't know all the people that were recruited. If they were members of the Nazi parties and didn't participate in anything, and they were only in the Nazi party to keep their position, are they actual Nazis or are they only there to live throughout the war?
Well, were you there during the Holocaust?
I was not. Doesn't matter. It's recorded history.
But so is this, right? Isn't this Nazi Germany? These Nazi scientists, isn't that your recorded history as well?
But that's the thing. Are they actual Nazis or are they party members that were put
Yeah,
there
but you're
to keep their
questioning the
position?
narrative, bro. You sound a little. I mean, I'm not gonna call you anti, but like, yo, if you're gonna question the narrative, like you're doing the very same thing that Brian is doing at this
I'm
point.
not questioning it. I don't know what the narrative is.
The narrative. I'm telling you, bro. Am I
No,
like?
the
Am I like
thing
the
you're
only one?
telling me is that those people were Nazis.
No, I'm not telling you that.
That's what
That's
you
what
said.
I'm not telling you that, bro. I'm
You're
repeating. Listen. I am not telling you that. I am repeating what I was told growing up. It was drilled into my head that 6 million Jews, this, that, and the third, Holocaust, this, that, and the third, and Nazi scientists were recruited in order to start the rocket program. This is part of the narrative. Now you're saying, hey, I'm not really sure about this. I have questions. Brian is saying, hey, I'm not really sure about this. I have questions.
But he's not
You're
doing the actual
saying, Brian,
research.
you're
That's the
wrong for
thing.
that. You're saying, Brian, you're wrong for that. But
Yes.
I'm not wrong because although I wasn't there for the Holocaust, I believe that, but I also wasn't there for the Nazi scientists. And I'm going to just sit there and act like that's not the same thing. And to
But
me, that is the very
sorry.
is extremely like the same thing in my opinion. So I'm
How?
just trying to establish some consistency from you guys, and it just doesn't seem like there's any consistency here. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that you can do some actual research on those people. Like I was saying, I've researched Van Braun. He was a part of the Nazi system because he wanted to keep his position. Brian used propaganda made to be anti everything and decided that's his position. He didn't do any other research because he didn't care about it. I actually, when I was confronted by the fact that there were Nazis in NASA, because I didn't know, I'm not American, I'm Canadian. We didn't learn that history. You guys are not that important to us. Sorry.
Stop.
When I went to read about it, I went through multiple sources that mentioned that he was a part of the Nazi party to keep his position where he was. He did not partake in the party. He didn't go to any of the reunions. He was only in there to keep his position as scientists. Do you see what my difference is between what I'm saying and what Brian is doing?
Not really. I guess I'm getting tied up into when y'all throw the Nazi thing around and y'all say, well, it's because you support Hitler. So, like, basically, what you're saying is, I don't know if every single one of those Nazis supported Hitler, so I'm not going to take a position on it. But that's like your main argument for everything else. But it's like with the NASA stuff, it's like, well, I don't feel like I got to take a position because I'm just not sure. But it's like, well, why are you not sure? Well, because I wasn't there. But you also wasn't there during the Holocaust. So, like, why do you get to? I mean, you get to pick and choose, right? You can do whatever you want. But again, it's just inconsistent. I'm waiting for somebody to say, yo, F the Nazis over there, F the Nazis over there, F the Yazis up. Sorry, so F the Yazis over here. Whoever is supporting y'all, yo, I don't got not a German thing in my house. If I got a German spoon, that thing getting thrown out tomorrow. I want a refund. Like, I'm waiting for y'all to stand on this the way that y'all be tweeting and raging in real time every single day. Like, I'm waiting for someone to be like that, and I haven't found not one of you that's like that. Not one. And why? Like, I'm confused. And to me, like Proud said, it seems like it's just a conflict because you probably support NASA. You probably appreciate all the things that they're doing because really without them, you really don't have no leg to stand on when it comes to the actual conversation what we talk about every single week with Flat Earth Friday.
That's a whole different thing, which is not true, but continue.
Yeah, I mean that's just my estimation because
That's
you
your
guys
opinion, yeah.
you guys are just tying this to the flat Earth conversation. So it's just like, well, if we're gonna talk about flat Earth and globe Earth, well, and you want to bring Nazis into it, as Yahtzee or whatever the case is, like y'all gotta address NASA. Yeah, NASA literally brought these people who were that, according to the official narrative, funded them, which is then empowering them. And you don't see nothing from, at least I haven't. I'm not gonna say it doesn't exist, but I don't see anything denounced by NASA saying, "Hey, yo, this wasn't right." Like the tweet that I found,
It's
it's
the
literally
government
NASA.
that should do it. It's not NASA. NASA is not the government.
What you mean? NASA is government funded.
It's
It's
government
not
funded, but it's
privately
not them
funded.
that recruited the Nazis. It's the FBI or SCI or whatever the fuck they used back then that went to recruit them and use them.
I mean, it was maybe there was people around. I don't know if that's true, bro. I've read the fact that NASA recruited these people. Now you're saying it's the FBI and this and this and that and
It's the
third. I mean, if
Americans that
that's the
recruited those people. It's not NASA specifically. They didn't go like, yeah, I want like this person, that person, this person. They just went over there and grabbed whoever the fuck they could because the Russians were doing the exact same thing.
okay, so you don't like America then?
No, like I said, fuck whoever recruited actual Nazis to do this.
I didn't hear you say that, but that's the position that you
I
should
said it
take.
earlier. I said
You
it's
didn't have
disgusting.
a position. You probably ended up clarifying
No,
your
I
position.
said it's disgusting if was actually full of actual Nazis. It's disgusting what the United States did, and Russia I'm gonna had to.
Okay, so you're holding United States accountable. Like
And the Russians.
you don't support USA.
I don't support recruiting actual Nazis to build space shuttles. No.
And if it was the USA that did that, you don't support them for doing that. You condemn them for doing it.
I would condemn the people that did that. Yeah, I'm condemning the whole country.
So why you? But you said it was the FBI. You said it was these government agencies.
I don't know who did it, but yeah, whoever did it back then.
Oh, so you don't know if it's the FBI?
No, because I don't know if the FBI was created back then. I don't know if the
Alright,
I'm
bro.
not. I don't know your history that much. I'm not American.
Okay, all right, that's fine, bro. I appreciate the little back and forth. I gained a little bit of clarity. It still seems a little bit inconsistent, but as long as you are going to stand on anything that was related to Nazi from here on out, then I'm cool with you being consistent. Hopefully, if more information or if you learn more things, that you would update your position and you're not just going to stick to an emotion. But yeah, I'm looking for consistency. I'm looking for people to condemn all of these different things. And since they are associated and affiliated with NASA, I don't expect you to share no NASA information when we start engaging back in Flat Earth and Global. Do we agree on that?
No, because it's whatever. It's fine.
So you agree on that?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because it's not the same.
Wait, you're gonna use information supporting Globe Earth and Flat Earth arguments by the very organization that you're condemning.
No, because there's no Nazis at NASA.
NASA was built on Nazi scientists according to the mainstream narrative.
So was Volkswagen.
So you're not gonna have Volkswagen either. You're just gonna put your own self in the hole, bro. You're not gonna put me. I don't own a Volkswagen, gang.
Do you hate Ford because Ford was a raging racist? Like,
I don't have a Ford either, bro. Do you have a Ford?
Do you hate Fords because he was in?
Well, I don't like bro. I don't like nobody that is racist or condemns the whole people. But this is your position. You are passionate about this, not me. Like, I don't sit there and say I'm going to sit there and pro and chase everybody around that talks about you are doing that. So
I'm not chasing anybody around. I'm just telling. I'm just.
Well, you are. I didn't invite you over here.
Shit.
You came over here passionate, coming off the mic and everything. Like, you were the one that wanted to confront Brian.
Yes, because he's a piece of shit.
Okay, but you're saying he's a piece of shit based on this whole conversation about Nazis. So I'm saying, so you're not going to stand by nothing related to Nazis, correct? No. You can't support it, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. You can't, if you're going to be that passionate, you can't support. I know it's a tough position to take, but y'all got to stand on this, bro. Y'all cannot be inconsistent in this passionate.
At NASA. It's completely
but it was
different.
founded, and they still got Werner von Braun up there, part of the Nazi party, whether you believe that he supported Hitler or not. Y'all is mad about.
You're not separating. Whatever, doesn't matter.
You're
not going to get my argument anyway.
Yeah, I'm trying to, bro, but it just seemed like inconsistent. But
it's not inconsistent. You can separate the entity from the people.
Well, how can you separate the entity from the people if the entity literally empowered that people?
Are they still Nazis at NASA?
But I don't know. It was funded on that was what 80 years ago. They probably died. That doesn't mean that it wasn't wrong. And if you're that passionate about it, then why are you supporting it?
Show me a Nazi at NASA, and I will deny NASA.
So raging, you consider that to be compartmentalization?
I don't know what that word is. I'm sorry.
Compartmentalization. They're able to separate sectors of NASA, maybe where it was funded, where we talk to now, mainstream media section. Like, you believe that the people who may have funded NASA, the Nazis who started NASA, are completely separate, compartmentalized from the people today that we're referring to as NASA.
Yes.
Okay, so by that logic, when flat earthers say, I'm gonna switch to flat earth real quick, this argument should never, you should never refute this argument when flat earthers say that the reason it's a secret is because of compartmentalization. Can you from now on update your position on that? You believe that? Oh, hold on.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
You already denying it, but you about to contradict yourself. So I'm trying to give you the reins to hold on, because you can't say that NASA is capable of compartmentalization, separating Nazis from the everyday people. But then when we say as flat earthers that the secret is kept because of compartmentalization, it all of a sudden does not apply now.
Have you ever heard of the? I don't quite remember what it's called, but the amount of people you need to keep together to keep a secret. You know how many people have worked at NASA since whenever it was created? It would
But
have
there's
leaked.
literally fraternities right now that you have no idea what that be going on
Oh
over
yeah,
there.
of course.
All right. So I mean, that I don't know what you mean. There you go.
But it's still leaked, like the Illuminati leak.
That's a secret society, not a society of secrets, not a secret society. A secret
Illuminati is
society is a
secret
society that is a something that you don't even know about, right? So there's a difference between a secret. I always talk about that difference between a secret society and a society of secrets. If you know about it and you just don't know what they talk about, that's a society of secrets.
But the more
If you don't
people
know
that
about the
know about the
organization,
secret, it's gonna spread.
Say it again.
The more people that know about something, it's gonna spread one way or the other. Okay, I'm just tangent real quick. There's so many different countries that have to be talking to each other to keep this lie in
Shut the
quotation
fuck
marks
up.
for going on. It would mean that every country that is a part of the space station that you don't believe exists, even though we have pictures and we can take pictures of it from the ground here, blah blah blah, not relevant to this conversation, that would need to keep this secret. And how many people are working on this? Because it's not going to be one person. It's always going to be a group of people, and it's going to spread.
So like we have examples of these things happening, right? We have examples of the Antarctic Treaty. We have these examples of secret clubs. Like we
The
have
Antarctic Treaty is not secret, though. It's out there. We know
yeah, but
exactly
there's
what's on
things
it.
that's going on in Antarctica that you don't know about. Like they
Yeah,
literally
'cause I
had
don't know
like
what
the
all their
world,
research are doing, of course, because I'm not a part of their research. It's not
right?
relevant
So
to
it
my
doesn't matter
information.
how many people that you're not gonna sit there and act like mad people that
But it's
work
not a
in the
secret.
organization. It is if you don't know what's going on over there, like you literally don't. Like they had the World Economic people going over there and holding meetings over in Antarctica. Like what they
Okay.
got to do with the science? What did
Since
they
I
what did they
don't know
talk about?
since I don't know what your age is it secret?
That what?
I don't know how old you are. Is it a secret?
I mean, to you it is, not to people
Exactly.
know about.
But other people know it, right?
Only the people that are allowed to know it. Like no one's not.
That
I feel like
information,
you're turning that
that
argument.
information is compartmentalized. Raging. That information is compartmentalized.
Oh, that's a good point. Yep, there you go.
But
Compartmentalized
people doing
information.
research in Antarctica is not the
Hey,
same.
can I jump in
No,
real
the
quick?
conversations that
Hold on one
happen
second,
during
bro.
the World Economic Forum meetings, that's secret, that's private, that's compartmentalized.
I'm pretty sure it's not. You can probably find out
Can I
what they
jump
talked
in real
about.
quick?
But
Real
that's
quick.
that's just an opinion, bro. That's just an opinion.
But so is yours.
What's an opinion about what?
You get invited to that meeting? Did you?
No, it's your
Okay, so
opinion
how is
that
that
whatever
public
they're saying is
information?
secret. But it might be probably. Did you try FOIA it? Did you try asking for it?
Bro, we are not world leaders. You don't get
You're right.
invited
Like,
to
what
those
do you
Doesn't matter. You
mean?
can still, if it's part of the government, you can FOIA it, right?
I
Have you
don't.
tried it?
I don't know. I don't think you could FOIA everything.
Have
And
you
even if
tried
you
it?
can, I haven't tried it. No, I haven't tried
Exactly.
it.
So have people tried it?
I don't know if people have tried it.
So if you don't know if people have tried it, how do you know that whatever's over there is secret?
Because
I'm hearing you, Brian. Shut the fuck up.
yeah, because we already know that some of these conversations that they're having, like how are we privy to that information? Even some of the documents that you can FOIA, they'll blank it out, right? Even if
Yes,
we
because it's
do put
information
a
that's
FOIA.
not relevant to what you're asking.
Not all the time. I mean, there's black. I could FOIA across a black budget or black dark budget or something like that. They're not gonna give me that information, bro.
No, they're not,
Just
because it's
security.
not FOIA.
Okay,
They're
bro.
gonna
So it doesn't.
release
So
it later.
basically, you're seeing our point that it doesn't really matter how many people go through. If there is an effort to keep things secret, we
Well,
don't
if
act
nobody
like
tried it, how do you know that you can't do it?
I don't know if nobody's tried it. You're just
Exactly.
asking me
So
if someone has done it. I'm just saying, like, no one has any information yet. Otherwise, it would be out. So I'm not saying that you couldn't get it. I have no idea, but I'm just saying no one has that information of what went on in that
nobody
secret.
has it right now.
Okay, so it's capable of being a secret. Then it's capable of being kept. I was just using that as an example because you're making it seem like, whoa, there's so many. Hold on, I'm just making an example. 'Cause there's so many people that you said be going through this and that. It'd be hard to keep a secret, and we're just giving you example after example after example of how people keep secrets, bro. Like I don't even know why you acting like it's not possible. Like there's security clearance, and you making it seem like the government is a huge. Like people with security clearances only get specific things. Like it's part of the
I know.
hierarchy.
I know. I work for
All
the
right, bro.
government. I know that.
So I don't.
So,
So you work for the government? You said?
can I chime
I'm
in
an
real
IT.
quick?
I'm
Like,
web
hey,
dev. It's not relevant to
hold on a minute, Raging Cajun. It's like 12 o'clock where I'm at, and I'm getting ready to take off, guys. I just want to let everybody know that I presented my case.
You did not.
The counter was emotions and appeal to crybaby stuff. Also want to let everybody know that Gandhi thought Hitler was a cool dude as well. Anyway, appreciate everybody's time with this. I hope you guys are you guys good? Are we good?
Yeah, I didn't want to keep it too long, bro. I appreciate you. I'm pretty sure some other people may have some questions for you, but I mean, we'll probably be live when you get up. So
yeah,
by doubling back, you could. But I just wanted to make sure that people saw me have this conversation with you. Wanted to ask you some of the questions that seemed like nobody wanted to ask, or whatever the case is. I think we gained a lot of clarity on your position, whether people believe you or not. They can't just deny the things that you say. The only thing that they can say is they don't believe you, which is fine. I mean, people don't believe me either. People think that I'm not really a flat earther for some reason. I don't know what the fuck that means, but yeah, the conversation was had. They can't say that anymore. You denounced everything that people were making speculations about you. You clarified on some of the antagonistic posts and some of the generalizations, and I appreciate that. Probably did a really good job summarizing that. And I don't think that we need to continue tying these conversations to flat Earth. That's the main point. I don't know if I necessarily agree with everything that was said because I got to do my research. I'm not going to blindly believe what Brian is saying, but I'm going to listen back. I took some notes and I'm going to do some more research and I'm going to come to my own conclusion just like everybody else. Probably got anything for Brian?
Yeah, I definitely understand this is Twitter, and the antagonistic ones are usually the anti-flirts, so it's hard to appeal to them and, come to them level-headed all the time. But definitely, do a better job of generalizing specifically who you're talking about for future reference, so we don't run into these issues. They're gonna complain about everything, but definitely we do our parts to make sure we aren't antagonizing people that are on our side and that are cool, and that we, get the real message out there. But thanks for coming up and speaking your piece as well. Anybody in the mentions, we might read off some comments later, but y'all heard it here. Conversation had and addressed. Episode 108.
You heard?
I need my 4 or 5 hours sleep, and I'll be back.
Go charge up, man.
telling you. All right, man. You guys be good. Just remember, it's still flat, man. You can't prove it otherwise. Learn relativity and kinematics, and you realize that we have a 50% stance in this fight, but you don't understand relativity or kinematics, so you don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
What's the drop rate at 100 miles?
You tell me, man.
You're the one that said that it should be 666 whatever miles.
6,666.
Is that elevation or curvature?
That's your curvature, man. That's your drop.
Oh, okay. So now you know what the elevation and curvature is. So if you
elevation is something that's real, and curvature is not.
Oh, that's your opinion.
That's the difference. You got that, Slick?
No, I don't, because you still don't make any sense. So sorry, I'm taking while he's left, whatever. Just before I go, because it's late as well, I posted pictures of the doors and documents and the link to the website. So if you want to take a look at it, Sacred, or anybody else here that doesn't believe me, you won't look at it. I don't care. But it's there. It's in the comments So have fun reading through.
And you watched the documentary that they said to watch too?
Oh, Europa? No, I don't watch that piece of trash.
Oh, well, what the hell? So you want me to look at your information, but you're not gonna look at ours?
It's 12 hours of
Well,
propaganda.
I'm not gonna say ours because it's not mine.
It's
like,
12 hours of propaganda. I don't have the time or the patience to watch all
Well,
that.
how I know that you're not sending me no propaganda?
Because it's actual pictures from the spots and actual documentations from the camps.
So what if they got some pictures too in a documentary that you don't know about?
They probably do, but they probably don't understand what they're talking about.
Probably, and your thing probably. Like, imagine me just like shrugging off your information.
Oh, look, it's the guy that called me a faggot earlier.
But imagine me just saying, probably your information, probably this, probably that. Hey, bro, I would challenge you that if you want us to look at your information, that it would only be right for you to look at the other side information. You just said you didn't.
I didn't look at Europa, but I look at other stuff.
Yeah, look in the jumbotron before you bounce too. Fucking.
Oh, call me a faggot again. Do it, please.
All right, bro. All right, let's leave on a somewhat civil note.
It's interesting though. It's interesting how you like mainstream propaganda, but then you call other things propaganda.
Yeah, I think that's the point. And you question some of the mainstream stuff too, which like you seem like you picking and choosing. But anyway, I still do agree that you
that's your
did.
opinion, but thank you for.
I mean, you did. You said that. But I do appreciate you being honest with some of the things that you said. Some of your some of the emotions. I do hope that you fix that in the future going forward. Some of the things that you may not agree with. And if you're welcome to come back talk about global flat Earth next week.
Sure. Have a good night.
Later.
And before, fuck you. You're a piece of shit.
Shit, faggot.
You're so mature.
Oh my god, bro. Anyway.
Brody, I said it. Oops.
Who are we gonna go to? I think we need to get a few more ways. Let's go to Shaz real quick, and I think Jesse, and then I think we got some requests. I see Taylor's up here, Flocky's up here, COW's up here, IMB. Man, you've been going a little crazy, bro. Like, you need to tone it down a little bit too, brother. But Shaz, good to see you. Say that, bro.
Xavier was up here too.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we're gonna rotate a little bit too. But good to see you, Shaz. What's up?
Hey, you're right. Xavier did have his hand before me, but I'll be really quick. But it's up to Xavier if he wants to go first. I'll literally be 2 minutes.
Go ahead, Lily. I'll wait.
All right, cool. So yeah, hey, Sacred, hey, Proud. Condolences, love, hate. Happy to have you guys back, but sorry you've come back to this kind of shit show, really. I just want to make a couple. Been Flat Earth Fridays for about a year and a bit now. I ain't ever heard you were proud allow anyone to deviate from flat Earth. Basically, you don't allow political, religious, like conspiracy theories, and you always upfront and truthful. Let's not talk about stuff we don't know about if we can't bring receipts. The fact that you guys were called Nazis, that hit hard. TM, like Brian, like, nah, man, that went right. Shout out to Levelheads as well. I heard that space, and I don't want to go over everything, but that Nadine chick, she really like pressed my buttons. I think it was childish. It was personal. She was contradicting herself left, right, and center. Couple of things she said I want to point out. How she's new to flat Earth, but yet she was up in this space, what, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, acting like she knew her crap. She was saying Flat Earth Fridays is stupid. She was swearing nonstop about Flat Earth Fridays. And then the best line she come up with was, why are you lot all talking about Flat Earth on Flat Earth Fridays? Why don't you talk about something else? I think the clue's in the name, love. So I'd love to get her on here, and I'd like to have a bit of a chat with her. But and then the last thing, again, I don't want to regurgitate what Brian said, but I like to know what Globers think about Europe not wanting the Jews, to be fair. And they decided they'll just pick a land and send them there because they didn't want them in their own countries, hence Palestine. But oh no, hold on. Palestine apparently wasn't a civilized country. It was just dirt and sand, whatever. And my only last point is, so let's say this anti-Semitic 80 years Holocaust propaganda machine. Let's say we believe that. You're telling me then if your ancestors or your family went through that, you're going to do the same thing to another race of people? Like, genuinely, I don't want to go into Palestine and occupied Israel, but I mean, they're doing the exact same thing. They're torturing them. They're in an open, like, prison camp. They're inflicting torture. I mean, they just put like a legislation through where they can rape Palestinian prisoners. And their mans there were saying Palestinians aren't humans, they're animals. Let's cut off water and food. So that's my only question, really. My only little comeback is if your family or your mans or your ancestors went through it all, why on God's green earth would you do that to someone else? Is it because it didn't happen? That's it. That's my bit. Peace out.
Dude, shout out to Shaz.
So that was a really good, concise, valuable input. And that's interesting to hear some of the stuff from, I think you were talking about Nadine, because I checked out after a little bit, especially when they wasn't giving me the mic. And that's so interesting to be talking crazy about us. You made a lot of really good points. And I actually apologize to you too, because I know you were going through some things IRL as well. And, to kind of come back, to this type of stuff is just, it's annoying, man. I didn't really want to get into it, but I feel like I had to because it's just for weeks and weeks and weeks. That's all I've been seeing. And it's unfortunate, but hopefully we done got it out the way. But yeah, I appreciate a lot of what you said. And I hope really everyone digested that as well. Because it's very important to look at things with a very clear mind, not be so emotionally attached. And that's what I really appreciate about Shaz. He has a very logical, rational approach to the discussion. Even when she says she doesn't really engage in some of the stuff that's a little bit above, the science technical part. But it's always a pleasure to hear you speak, Shaz.
Level heads all the way, got your backs. You know it. That's the back call. Right, I'm going to drop down, but love you guys. And yeah, keep it cool, keep your chin up. Love you, proud.
And that was like the balance we needed. Oh my goodness. I kind of feel bad for making y'all wait so much. My bad, guys. Hopefully y'all didn't have any questions for some of those other guys that kind of popped out of here. But let's slide over to Xavier. I was gonna go to Taylor, but I think she just dropped. I don't see her anymore. But let's go to Mr. X. What's going on, man? I wanted to give you a little bit of time too, bro, because I know you got put in a few recordings as well. And yeah, man, go for it. What's up?
Oy vey, shut it down. Shut this whole conversation down. That's enough of this. No, but I appreciate that, man. And you know what? I kind of wanted to challenge you, my friend. And I know it's going to be civil because 99.9% of the time we agree. This is the one time I think we disagree. And I don't even think it's a disagree. I've talked to you off of Flat Earth Fridays, and I know how you think, but I think the connotation of what you said might be confusing. So I'm going to present something, and you let me know what you think. Cool? All right. So my approach is with the whole conversation is I believe there's an error in how everybody's applying the generalization fallacy. This question is for everybody in the panel that has a speaker, right? That has a mic. You could come off mic. Give me any example at all that the generalization does not apply, meaning this applies to anything socially, meaning any demographic that it applies to all. Come off mic. I'll just wait 10 seconds. Give me any example this applies to all persons of a demographic socially.
An example that applies to all demographics?
All of a demographic or all demographics of anything in the social sciences that you can study via the social sciences that applies to all of a demographic. Take your time. Anybody could come off mic.
We're all human.
Is that a social science?
Social science. Oh, okay.
I mean, it could be, right?
I think that's something that we could verify via the scientific method. but just take your time. Take your time. I'll give it 5 more seconds, and I'll explain why it's taking so long. Anybody could jump up and say anything. You know why it's taking so long? Think of an example. Because when you're talking about the social sciences, there's a problem with repeatability. There's a problem with the repeatability as well as the statistics being dependent on the sample size. And that is because these social, quote unquote, social sciences were once called pseudoscience. They were called pseudoscience, being that in the Karl Popper days, when he was challenging Marxism in particular, he found that a lot of the so quote unquote sciences weren't actually science, right? If the working class did revolt, that proved that the stress on the working class needed to happen. If the proletariat didn't revolt, that's an example of confusion. So it was win-win either way. So with these social sciences, there's the not all fallacy that people are talking about. And to give a specific example based on the conversation, I did a word search for Brian, right? And I typed in the word all to see how many times he used the word all. And here, you want to know what the results were? Y'all are crazy saying this stupid shit. Y'all want to dismiss ether. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. Y'all this, y'all that. I don't see Jew next to all, because in the social sciences, not all is implied because it automatically is a generalization with the social sciences. It's not a controlled environment where you can have IVDV. Statistics are only as accurate as the sample size. That's with everything. That's why you can't think of an example quick. So when people say it's a generalization, that's just common parlance that people don't even think about. It's a tell. It's almost a poker tell. I'll give an example, especially with the hate conversation that's been going on, right? And I don't believe it's about hate, guys. We know what's going on. It's a form of tone policing us because they don't have the science to refute us with their pseudoscience. They don't have ways to prove their globe. They don't have a way to prove their heliocentrism. This is a way to get us to tone police, to get us talking about something else, and it kind of worked. But hey, we're addressing it this one time and one time only, I hope. But if they smell blood in the water that will respond to anything, that's given them. I hope, Brian, I hope you keep trolling. I hope you don't stop trolling. Sure, mind how you say stuff, but that generalization application is a fallacy. There's no such thing as generalization when it comes to the social sciences because it's all generalizations. All of it. You can't think of an example that's not a generalization. So not all is already implied. It's already implied. Statistics are only as accurate as the sample size. Fact. That is an objective fact. So what's going on with the rhetoric? The gentleman before he left, he says, imagine if they talked about Black people like that. Do you know how many times I've been called the N-word because I refuted somebody on the heliocentric model? Shout out to Brian, who was there one time when something racial was brought up. And he says, hey, that gentleman Xavier, he's a Black man, right? Correct, blah, blah, blah. And I laughed at him. And Brian was more annoyed than me because I was laughing. And he goes, hey, why do you got to say something like that, man? He beat you in a debate and you got to talk about his race. But I laughed because there's an expression that says offense can only be taken. I laughed at him because I'm smarter than you. You don't have power to get me offended. You don't have power to get me upset. I bested you in a debate and you went towards my race. Hey, I understand that because in the concept of hate speech versus free speech, and this is the part that I disagree with you on, Sacred, respectfully, I don't think there's either. There are only property rights. Because think about it. There are a lot of things that people hate. I hate pedophiles. I hate liars. I hate people who murder people. unprovoked. I hate a lot of evil in this world, and I don't back off from saying I hate these things and the people who do it. And I think I'm around like-minded people who also hate pedophiles, et cetera, et cetera. But that's just it. Hate is intersubjective. Who gets to be the arbiter of hate? If we're in a liberal room, I'm sure if me not using somebody's pronouns, they'll call me a hateful person. Me saying, I don't disagree with you saying that your kid needs to go through hormone therapy because he says, I like being a girl because I watched, Barbie. Maybe he just watched Barbie. Your son is not a daughter. Maybe we shouldn't do that. I'm hateful to that person. Who gets to be the arbiter of hate? It's intersubjective at best, necessarily. So be that as this may, hate speech versus free speech, no, there's only property rights and platform rights. If I'm at the person's house who says they want to transgender their child, and I could voice my opinion, they could be like GTFO of my house, and I have to respect their property rights and get out. Back in the day, I could probably report them to CPS and be like, hey, listen, they're about to do something crazy to their kid, but we live in a different world now. You feel me? So what do you think about that before I go on, that there's only property rights and it's not hate speech or free speech?
Can I ask a question?
I mean, you can. I just want to say that that's an interesting take. When you say property rights, like to the person that's actually speaking, is that what you mean?
Yeah. So if you and I were at your house and I disagree with you transgendering your child, you could tell me to leave. Just like I'm in your space right now, that you have a no racism policy. And if I was a white supremacist saying black people this, black people that, you can kick me out of the space. Same way, if we were both in another space where they say they want to transgender their child, and we disagree, they're in the other space. So it's not really platform. It's not really property. It's a platform, and that platform is a subset of a larger platform. This is Elon's platform. Ultimately, he can ban whoever he wants, right? So it's not really free speech versus hate speech, because who gets to be the arbiter of hate speech, and whose platform are you on, and whose property are you in? You're in my house, my rules. You're in your house, it's your rules. Unless you're molesting your child, then I could do something about it, get authorities or do something myself, and I won't face repercussions. But if we're in a world where that becomes legal now, that's a problem. Just like transgendering children has become a problem. So the thing about hate is it's intersubjective at best. We will be called hateful for not using pronouns.
So now I agree with that, but like, how does that apply to free speech though? Because you also said that free speech isn't really a thing.
Right, because where are you free to do that? In your own property, on a platform that you created, or you're doing a subset. This is your platform. This is your Flat Earth Fridays of a bigger platform where Elon could kick you out, just like you can kick out somebody who gets out of line. So you have platform rights. You don't have free speech. I can't say anything. Nobody can say anything they want. We follow the rules based on the rule giver on their platform or in their property.
So let's say the largest platform of quote unquote free speech would be whatever's tied to America and the Constitution if you were living in this country as that platform. Is that what you're saying? Like,
correct. I'm so glad you said that. It's a perfect segue. Sacred. Dan, that's why I messaged you. So I put that thing in the nest when I talked about the social sciences. It's automatically a generalization. So when we say it's a generalization, this generalization, that, we're really giving a testimony to what we don't like to hear. Because think about it. I've been in other people's platforms where they called me the N-word, and I understand. I just jumped in that space. It said white supremacy, groypers, this. I'm like, all right, I already know what I signed into. So that was different. And they like to bring up a statistic that says Black people in the United States are the most incarcerated for violent crime, not just smoking weed and unjust crime, but violent crime, convicted. So they bring up that statistic. I can't say that statistic is wrong. I could just deny the FBI statistics. But if I were to say that statistics to concede to it, I'm not going to get in my feelings when they say Black people commit the most crime in the United States. I'm not going to say not all, because I'm not a retard. I understand the context, like that context what Brian was saying. I took the word all as a word search just to see if I, just before I started talking about him and defending him, he never once said the word all. He said X people of a demographic. You got to use your common sense to know that he doesn't mean all. Specifically, he doesn't say it because this happens all the time, whether we're talking about race, politics, men versus women, Black versus white, whatever the controlled opposition narratives that they program for us to fight over. Somebody might state a true statistic. Another person says, not all. Stop generalizing. When social sciences necessitates generalization, it's built into the cake. It's silly. Get out of your feelings, man.
That's a good point, right? Because I mean, I've corrected people where I made a statement and someone said, "Well, what do you mean?" Da, da, da. I was like, well, "I didn't say all. Like, I didn't say all of them. I just said da 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 da." So, like, yeah, that's a very important distinction to make. It should be taken as you are making a generalization, but that doesn't mean all people. Yeah, we should take those social cues into account when having a discussion. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
No doubt. And I know you would understand what I'm saying because you're a smart man. You're not in your fifis all the time. Like so many people who jump into this
Cyborg, gang, cyborg.
I'm sorry. Wait, the cyborgs have part man, right? So you're the parts that are not robotic, they manly.
Fair enough.
Pause, no diddy. And the last thing I'll say, and I put in the nest. Speaking of which, the largest platform, the largest piece of property is the United States, right? And the Constitution, the mother effing Constitution, sacred. Take a look at this in the nest right now. So we always hear, oh, the liberals are against free speech, the liberals, the libs. No. There's bipartisan support to uproot the Constitution of the United States, the amendment that grants us this quote unquote free speech. Ain't so free when they pass in laws against some certain speech, isn't there? So take a look at that at your leisure. This was during our friend Trump's administration. I voted for him, so I'm not dogging the guy, but I don't think he's Jesus sent by the Q army. Sorry to offend some people here. I'm sure a couple of people just unfollowed me. But it's good to understand that some ideas are there to float around, to consider, and not deny right away. Okay, Q is interesting, but take a look at what your boy Trump did, right? For the colleges, they're in financial struggle if they dare speak about a particular group, which I won't mention, that we've been talking about. So they added this to an existing, and I'm going to go speed through it real quick. I'm not gonna read it all because we don't have that time to go read bills, but I'll give the shorthand explanation of this. Based on the Holocaust Alliance, right? Their definition of anti-Semitism, and you know what that includes. And to be fair, there's some on there to not denigrate all of a group, right? To not act on violence, et cetera, and some of those are very reasonable. But there are some that says you cannot question you cannot deny certain events of history. That's anti-Semitic. And not only can't you deny, you can't say, okay, we don't deny it, but the figures might be exaggerated. You can't even do that. That's part of the bill. So what we just said, those people, how many people that took that poll, probably 70,000 that you said, something like that, under that bill, they would be considered anti-Semitic. This is unconstitutional. The IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. And there's some other stuff on here, like applying double standards to behavior, using symbols, images, drawing here's the last one I'll say, and I'll land the plane right after. Drawing comparisons to contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. So our friend Shaz just talked about what's going on with Gaza. You are anti-Semitic. Good thing you're not part of a college because your funding will be jacked. This is unconstitutional.
Damn, that's crazy.
This is unconstitutional. The receipts are up top. Forget about our opinions or interpretations. You know I bring the receipts, homie. It's right up top. Read the bill yourself and go coordinate that with the IHRA. There's actual violations upon our supposed constitutional rights. The rules of the property owners that got it not through just means, mind you. This wasn't through trade or original appropriations. This was through slaughter. So are you really property owners? Yeah, well, that's debatable, whatever. There's nothing in history that was clean, right? Proud talked about, hey, you know what, there was some things that were done. Do you have receipts? And I think it's safely to say that there was a lot of slaughter throughout history. There's nobody who has very clean hands, who's completely innocent. There's blood on everybody's hands. And through that, we got to understand that there's been hate. And hate is intersubjective nowadays. It used to be that, hey, listen, a call to action was violence. That's the only type of speech that wasn't allowed. I'm coming over your house and punching your face. You better not be in the front yard when I get there. Oh, okay. Oh, you trying to do something to me? That kind of speech is a threat, homie. That's a call to action. Okay, I'll be ready. And you'd be in just right to be ready because that person said they want to do something to you. And that was there's nothing subjective about, I'm coming over here to punch in your face. There's nothing subjective about that. That's a threat. But all this other stuff is, you know, what's going on? You're not addressing by pronouns. That's a microaggression. Words are violence. What? So we have a lot of growing to do. And the disagreement wasn't really a disagreement. Do you see how civil that back and forth was between me and Sacred? Why can't that happen with everybody? You know? Well, not everybody could be Sacred, and not everybody could be a level head. No, I understand.
Damn. Yo, I'm just like shocked that you had these tweets already like handy, bro. Like you already was engaging in this. Like that's super fire, man. You know, this is just the value that I found in the community of being able to challenge each other, to show how we don't always have to agree, but we can find some common ground. We can learn from each other. And, you know, I always not only like, I just appreciate listening to Xavier contribute in these conversations, and super versatile, man. Like it's just so dope. A lot of logical points, and you know, gave me some things to truly consider. Just in this short, you know, quick couple minutes after I was, you know, doing my little sacred rant for a few hours. But yeah, man, I really appreciate that. You made a really good point. I hadn't considered that aspect, and it just seems like everything is really subjective when it comes down to it. And you know, that's super interesting. So shout out to you, man. Does anybody want to chime in on that? Got anything for Xavier?
Only that Xavier is absolutely brilliant. Always. Always.
Super facts. Y'all follow my man, Miss X.
I think it's an interesting take on where you're allowed to have free speech. Because I don't disagree with hate speech. Like I do think it is possible to perpetuate hate speech, which is denouncing a whole group of people or a specific person for specific reasons. It's like it's possible to perpetuate hate speech, but I do think, you know, as a people, we have to determine when we want to allow things to trigger us or when not to trigger us. Sometimes it is okay to take the high road and just understand that, yo, these people are rage baiting, race baiting. They're trying to get the reaction out of you. And I think it's okay to acknowledge that at times, like, this might not be worth my energy. It's only gonna lower my vibration to a place of someone who's just angry and miserable. So I would say that's where me and Xavier maybe disagree.
I think it's more about tolerance, how much we're able to tolerate each other, than restricting expression. So long as you're not causing any harm towards anybody. Most of the things that are passing right now is just like outrageous, like the social media censoring. They are violating free speech. They are not allowing us to speak on specific issues because of the vested interest they have. Even some of these courtrooms you are taken in, you should know the vested interest of the judges, so that you can disqualify them from standing over your case because they are not a neutral party. And the parliament itself, I don't believe if statutory law contradicts the common law, I don't think it becomes valid. And what they are passing, isn't it statutory law? I'm not from America, but I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
POW, that was for Xavier. You said you wanted him to clarify what about the statutory law, you said?
Yeah, if the so-called law is talking about concerning the free speech, is it coming from the common law?
Oh no,
point
that
of
that,
view
that
of
was
the
skipped through.
statutory?
That was an executive order by Trump himself. That didn't even go through Congress. This was him showing his alliance to our greatest ally, supposedly our greatest ally.
I don't know if anyone's talking, but we do appreciate Xavier for his knowledge and wealth. I think we're gonna let Alan chime in because I know he was up here before. I want to hear from him. Hey.
Yeah, shout out to Alan, man. So hopefully we didn't get you shut down. My bad. I didn't know I was off mic.
Oh no, you're straight. I'm just gonna pull it off YouTube. It's backed up on everywhere else though, so you know feel free to shoot away, boys, or whatever. So anyway though, let's see. I posted a thing on Warner von Braun, right? He was in SS Major, right? Like the equivalent of the Major. So if this guy was just some guy that just joined the party to get his job, right? That would be felt out through the process of, you know, compartmentalization, the military promoting you, et cetera, right? Vetting you to make sure that you're not a snitch and all that kind of stuff, right? So he wouldn't be in charge of the rocket program and the camps that ran it, the prison camps and stuff that ran that operation, right? But he was the commandant of like 3 factories that worked on all this. Like he was in charge of like 20,000 prisoners to do all this stuff. So the idea that, you know, he didn't know anything about anything is retarded, right? Like that's the weakest possible stance. It was so gross to listen to those 2 guys you know, do like a trial interrogation of Brian and what his true meaning, and they could decipher his true feelings. But when it comes to the Warner von Braun cover story, right? Dude, they're like, oh, well, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's the rocket guy. Sometimes you gotta, you know, bad stuff. Nah, dude, you're mentally weak. That's insane. You can't think for a second, okay, let's just say he did a bunch of bad stuff, and then you're going to bring him over here and put him in a position of power and put him in charge of a new program. How are you going to spin this to the public? Okay, buddy. Okay, Von Braun, your new cover story is you're just a guy that looked at rocket diagrams and you were so fascinated with rocketry and calculations, you know, you just turned a blind eye to the madness, and the only thing that got you through it was your love of rockets. All right, just stick to that and you're good, bro. It's a joke, man. I was looking for the YouTube video they had NASA threw a party for Von Braun. I think it was for his retirement or something like that. But they had a party for him, and they had this comedian come in and sing. And you know, the song was about how he enjoyed being a Nazi and how he enjoyed, you know, torturing people and stuff and being cruel to them. And he belly laughed at it super hard, right? Like, it's insane. So, you know, this idea that, you know, Brian's up here clarifying his position, telling you what's up 1-to-1, but you're going to retroactively like have no opinion of Werner von Braun, act like, you know, well, I mean, you know, the guy was probably a saint though. He was just in the party. It was like, well, can you be friends with someone that's in the party? No, because that ideology's stupid. Well, have you looked at Zionism? If you could just dismiss an ideology because it's stupid, right? Or you don't agree with it. Have you looked at Zionism? No, you guys are all down for that. All right. Bunch of fucking cowards, dude. It's insane. We had, oh man. Shout out to Brian. Shout out to Brian, dude. Post more, bro. You're a fucking homie.
Yeah, when they started taking that position, it was like, wait, like you appeal to the narrative when it suits you, and then you become a conspiracy theorist when you find a contradiction.
So glad you continued out the conversation with that to point that out, because it was just like, you already know, like that's their position because they're just mentally weak and following the mainstream narrative. But to have him in real time be like, to you know, to realize that was great. So thank you for that, Sacred. You're the master at that. That's why we pay you the big bucks, dog. That's why we get you the big cyborg upgrades, right? That new, you guys heard of that new NVIDIA graphics card? No, because it's compartmentalized, but we got one specially for Sacred. Dude, talk about compartmentalization real quick. Have you guys ever been to prison and the guard, like, do you know what the hasn't, dude, get the fuck out of here. Oh, nobody could take a secret. You know how many people would have to be in on it? As many people as don't want to be caught, dog. That's how many. And then on top of that, when you're doing military secrets, so they do a vetting process and there's levels to secret, top secret clearance, right? Like, even if you have top secret clearance, like that might be like baby bitch top secret clearance. There's levels above that. It's levels and levels and levels. Y'all are never going to know shit about anything. It's so crazy. Talking about, oh, you could FOIA that. Buddy, have you ever tried to FOIA fucking cam footage from a cop? Good luck. Just that. Let alone some shit in Antarctica that you'll never fucking know. Oh, man. Dude, y'all are wild, bro. Wild with the dog shit. Want to waste all our time about Nazi dog shit. Just talk about science for 10 fucking minutes. Oh, no, you guys are all fucking clowns. Okay, well, maybe we'll just go and call and say everyone's a fucking Nazi. Yeah, dude, you're going to social shame a bunch of motherfuckers that go against the grain on pretty much everything because we look into things and we stand on our own research and our own opinions about the research. And you think you're going to say the N-word and we're going to flip, dog? Ah! Yeah, right, dog. Get out of here. The amount of just insanity, dude. I can't
socially shame a truther. I dare you, bro. We try.
I like, bro. All right, I'm done. I'll end my rant. But thank you for that, Sacred. That was getting the flip back on the end of that was all worth it, man. Because that was so tenuous, man. I was losing my mind.
Bro, so was I. I was just really trying to make it to the end in a way where people could hear how it was gonna go, and just trying to just use reasoning through the irrationalities. Man, it's just it's a bit draining, but I'm really trying to understand because again, like I prefaced by saying this whole thing, I'm ignorant to a lot of these things, so I'm using a lot of deduction as I'm moving through the conversation. And I mean, you could see whenever I see inconsistencies or when the argument becomes a bit remedial, then I know that it's pretty weak. And I hope everybody can see that as well. And I just challenge people to be better, man. Just be better. I appreciate it so people can see how it plays out, and people that's engaging from the other side. But yeah, man, just challenge yourself to just think a little bit more clearly. And Alan, of course, coming through with that sauce, as usual. And I see your hand still raised, but I think you good. Maybe I'm glitching a little.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot to take it down. Yep. I think Shane had some gravy to add on. Like, I think he has a 7-minute summary of the Khazarians. If you guys want a quick history lesson on Khazar and the difference between when we talk about the Jews, right? Did you guys know there's people that claim to be Jews and they're not really Jews, and they have an entire separate ideology that deviates from, like, you know, the Torah and all that. So like maybe you guys should look into that.
Ooh.
Yeah, man, I had a whole presentation that I never gave to anyone because I'm iffy about doing it in public, right? But since we're here and Brian's taking all the heat for us, I mean, I could do like a quick rendition for everyone if y'all were down.
In Brian's name, we trust.
Well, I wanted to say I'm the real Jew. These are Polish people calling themselves Jews. Even their language itself is German. It's not even the real language. It's German, made up by a guy called Eliezer Ben Yehuda.
Well, yeah, I was going to start with what is Jew, right? What is a Jew? Where does the word Jew come from? What does Jew and Gentile mean, right? They're not even in the Bible. Translators added these words and then they altered the meaning for it. So you get Judean
Don't get me
or
wrong.
Judahite,
There are
right?
people who call themselves Jews. They have been there. They're still there.
Yep.
But it's not these German people. These are just people masquerading under other people's identity.
Yep. These called that's the Khazars, right? Back in like 800, they took this oath to do it, but we'll get there because when you start with the terms like Judean and Judahite means Yehuda in Hebrew, which doesn't actually refer to any ethnicity or any group of people. According to the Bible, the distinction is actually Judeans and nations, right? Which actually gets incorrectly translated as Gentiles, which is based on religious worship. So the real distinction here is the worship. So who do you worship, the true God or pagan gods? That's where Judahites or Judeans really comes from. That's referred to the people from the tribe of Judah, of those people who worship from the God in the temple in Jerusalem. So that's not an ethnic group, right? So Jehovah being a variation of Yehudi, and since there's actually no J until any language in past the 13th century, actually turns out 1775 is the first place you'll see it, right? And then its modern connotation points to someone of some similar faith of the Pharisees of Judah. So not the tribe and stock of Judah. In other words, Jews are people from nations other than the 12 Hebrew tribes who practice religion known as Phariseeism, right? It's the doctrine of the Pharisees. And of course, if you remember, Jesus always denouncing the Pharisees because this is their base religion is a fallacy, right? If you were to call the practices of Christianity because they follow Christ, you wouldn't say that all the Christians are Judahites because Christ was of the tribe of Judah. That would be a fallacy. In the same way, you have Jews that are not Judahites, so they're not Judeans. Anyway, when you get back to the Phariseeism, it's actually Judaism, right? So Phariseeism, meaning Judaism, is actually the religion that they're practicing. So it's nothing to do with an Abrahamic faith of any sort. It's a pagan doctrine of the Pharisees of old. It's actually an evil creed brought back from Babylonian captivity. Now, doesn't follow anything to do with the Bible, nor Old Testament, New Testament, nothing. Its central tenets are on the Talmud, right? Actual satanic verses, book of worldly traditions, lies, and superstitions, essentially. It's based on mystical religious practices from Babylonians back from the Judahite rabbis. It's literally the teachings of Judahite rabbis, which are not allowed to be told to the Goyim, which is, everyone else. Essentially, we get modern Jews, particularly European Jews, are not actually Israelites. So they're not actual Jews. What they are, descendants of the Khazars, which were a Turkish people who converted to Judaism by force, mostly back in the 8th century. This is from, by the way, The Wrath of the Jesuit Council, a wicked good documentary, but the Khazarians actually had fled to Russia back then, and these are the people who become Ashkenazi Jews now. These are the bloodlines that we're going to trace. They were threatened by other ethnic groups and because of the same horrid deeds that got Judah kicked out of actually 1,200 other times. The king that back then told them they had to convert to Christianity. They gave them options. The actual letter for their reply from their leader for what they were to do here is this is what it says. I'm going to read it. It's really quick. It says, as for what you say to the king of France that obliges you to become Christians, you do it, since you cannot do otherwise. But let the law of Moses be kept in your hearts. As for what you say about the demand to despoil you of your goods, Make your sons merchants, that by little they may despoil the Christians of theirs. As for what you say about making their attempts in your lives, make your sons doctors and apothecaries, that they may take away Christian lives. As for what you say about their destroying your synagogues, make your sons canons and clerics, in order that they may destroy your churches. And as for any other vexations that you complain of, arrange that your sons become advocates and lawyers, so that they always mix themselves up with the affairs of the state, in order that by putting Christians under your yoke, you may dominate the world and be avenged upon them. Do not swerve from this order we give you, for you will find by experience that humiliated as you are now, you will reach the actuality of power. So literally, they're told to make believe to be Jews or Christians, convert and do whatever they say, infiltrate every aspect of society, commerce, medicine, religion, and institution, education, legislation, with the sole purpose of revenge and destruction. This is why it's called the wrath of the Jesuit Council. These people feel that they're slighted and they're coming to get you, right? That is what they're born into. Similarly, how the people are propagandized in Israel today to hate everyone. These are the same people, right? They became Ashkenazi Jews based on the historical accounts, genetic tests, and historical presence of all these people in the same Jewish communities by the Khazars. Now, Old Khazaria is basically Lower Ukraine. If you want to put into what happened with that first war, how we got to there. The conversion that these people did is no real religion, right? They have no blood connection to the biblical Israelites. Therefore, they have no legitimate claim to the land of Palestine, which is how we get to the New York Times today, right? This is where that whole thing came from. As Brian told this earlier, I think the Rockefellers actually did the Balfour Declaration, part of World War II, to get the land of Israel from the Palestine, but as a contingent for starting World War II and having the America join. That was their claim to fame. But anyway, if we get back, there was an article back in the New York Times from a Jewish historian called Arthur Koestler, right? Called The 13th Tribe. Literally goes through all of the genealogy, proves all this, suggests that the Khazars Empire conversion to Judaism is actually what marks them as the Ashkenazi, and they migrated to Europe, forming the Jewish communities in Poland, Germany, and Russia, as our other boy was pointing out as we started. So the Jews today are not known, they're not from the Bible, right? They're known as Jews, but they're non-Israel Ashkenazim or Sephardim, Samaritans, literally practices are converted of Judaism or Phariseeism. Remember, I think our boy mentioned Henry Ford, who was a based G, by the way, the international Jew. When he figured this out, he wasn't smart enough to write a book. He hired a bunch of smart people, literally built a think tank. They put it all together, confirmed the same genealogy that we just went through, that these Khazarians are actually not Jewish. They're Khazars. They're from the Turkish people who were forced to do their conversion way back 800 years ago. So we have these people who are pretending to be Jews who are not, right? Where do we hear that? Oh, right. Revelation chapter 3, verse 9. I'll make those who are of the synagogue of Satan claim to be Jews that are not, but are liars. So make them come down and fall down at your feet, right? So that's
Same
all
for
that's
Revelation
being proclaimed.
2:9. Revelation 2:9 says the same thing.
Nice. I know there's a couple. And then you get to today, right? So you have the descendants of the Khazars, the Turkish people, and you have this guy in 1951, a retired military intelligence officer, Colonel John Beatty, published his book, which was going hand in hand with Ford's book. His was called The Iron Curtain Over America. Literally gives overwhelming evidence that not only are the Eastern European Jews Khazars and not actual Jews with no racial ancestry in Israel at all, but that by 1951, they had a strong vice hold on politics, American banking, American credit, all sources of news, entertainment, Hollywood, education, and that they were prominent in the predominant races of judges and lawyers. Where did we hear that before? Oh, the literal statement from 800 years ago given by their king and their doctrine to do exactly that, infiltrate everything. So that's crazy. Now, bring us back to the Rockefellers, their involvement with someone called Cyrus Schofield. Literally is a convicted criminal lawyer, a dark occultist. He helped to write the Schofield Study Bible, which is the first footnoted Bible, introduces the doctrine of idea of the state of Israel, literally being a state and not a physical place, right? So they're insinuating this concept of Israel as not as a biblical promise, but as the political, emphasizing, practical kingdom. This is how you get
And
the support.
If you look in like King David's temple is actually in Palestine.
Yep. If you look, that's how they get the support of all the people today, by drumming it up just like that. So they trick you into thinking that actually it's promised by the Bible to get this spiritual place, and really it's a political place. And no, it's a spiritual place, not political place. Certainly mass genocide is not backed by the Bible, nor is any support for any sort of state of Israel. Now, bringing it back to the Talmud, the people who are, these are the Phariseeisms that worship in Talmud. Let's just quote a couple things from the Talmud to finish it off, right? We have Jews always have to deceive every non-Jew. That's Zohar 1:168a. We go back to, let's see, all children of Goyim are animals. That's from Yebahath 98a. And then a Jew may violate but not marry a non-Jew young girl. That's Gad Chase 2:2. Gentile Goy girls are in a state of nada from birth. That means that they can be raped and the hymen goes back. And that's Abdu'bah Zara 36b. And then let's see, Sarahin 54b is a Jew may have sex with a child as long as the child is less than 9 years old. Cool, great. Now there's a couple more and they go a little bit worse, but this is the general sentiment and doctrine that they hold in their religious sanctum. So this is the Jewish Talmud, literally the basis of the Babylonian Phariseeism practice of Judaism. So what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, the Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 is on point because this talks about how in the end times there will be Jews who are not really Jews but are of the synagogue of Satan. And so that's really interesting. And, the Jews, that's just the tribe of Judah, like you mentioned. Like, there's also 11 other tribes of Israel. And many figures in the Bible, they were not all from the tribe of Judah. And also, like the Pharisees, right? They were saying that they were Jewish, but Jesus called them illegitimate. They're not legitimate children of Abraham. So even the people running the church back then were not legitimate Jews. So that's what he exposed. And the Bible also talks about how the Jews rejected Jesus, and how they fell away. Yeah.
100%. And they kept trying to reclaim him and they kept murdering him, right? And he was like, come back to me. And they just murdered those people.
Let me correct you one thing. The Jews never rejected Jesus. That's the Roman propaganda.
The Bible said the Jews tried to stone him and they tried to murder him in the Bible.
That's just propaganda by the Romans so that they may end up looking good.
Well, I just wanted to...
Why do you think Caesar was the only person who forgave Jesus?
Can you share with me that list, Shane, about the quotes in the Talmud and stuff?
100%. I also have the list of 1,200 expulsions, if anyone wants that, and a couple other choice documents. But I was just trying to bring attention to the macro, because a lot of people get caught in the micro with the question of Jewish mysticism, right? The war and practical and names, and really it's way bigger than that. And if you focus kind of on, where it comes from, who the people are, what the goals are, then it kind of snaps into focus, I think.
So I really don't want to talk about the Nazis again, but one thing I did hear was that top level Nazis actually were Jewish. I don't know if obviously
they were Jewish.
Probably from. Okay, so yeah, I've heard that before. And I'm not a big fan of them. They're in the occult. And I'm a Christian. I believe the Bible's literal. And they were reaching out to, demons and stuff, so I don't know.
You might even be surprised people like Putin are Jewish people.
Zarians, some would say.
Even Xi Jinping might be a Jewish person and you don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not against the Jews per se. I just am, quoting the Bible and quoting facts that I've heard.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm against people who worship, sacrificial and sacrifice children and do blood worship. And literally all the children are missing in the town. All of a sudden, what happened to that Jew? Oh, got you again, right? That's what was happening through all of history. And the fact that nobody knows this is crazy.
Yeah, but what I was really trying to say was that Jesus was from the tribe of Judah. So, the authentic one, and so, I can't just be against that tribe of Judah. It's one of the 12 tribes of Israel. But definitely back, Revelation 2:9 through 9. In the end times, there will be Jews who are of the synagogue of Satan. So, absolutely.
Could we lay off the religion stuff, if anyone minds?
Just a brief historical contextualization.
We're not quite done yet. We're going to let everybody get their thoughts off. We want to get through this conversation so we don't have to return to it. But appreciate that, Shane and Taylor dropping sauce. It was a good build. I do want to let Liliana get her questions off. I know Pollock was next. And then from there, if Taylor want to go back or if Brock wants to go, you guys can jump in. But welcome, Liliana.
Hi. Welcome and thank you so much for holding this space, and my condolences. I know you've been through some difficult times, but I'm so happy to have you guys back on here. And yeah, this is kind of a difficult conversation, and I know that, this whole thing has been based upon trying to deflect from the real issue, which is flat Earth and globe Earth. And so they want to entangle us in all this other rubbish. And of course, they called me a Nazi and that, started telling me that I needed to tell all these other people that they're Nazis. And I'm like, they're not Nazis. I think, everybody here, I would say with confidence, regarding the flat earthers, is that we basically do not like any kind of evil. And we basically see two sides, we see two factions. One is evil, one is good. And we want the good side. And I think all of us here have the common sense to know that, people and life and society is really nuanced. And not every quote unquote Jewish person is evil, and not any quote unquote, Christian person is a saint. I mean, there's good and evil everywhere. There's no group that is without evil or without good. They all have good and evil. And that's the only real division that there is. We can't just paint any kind of set of people. And it's interesting because, when Brian or anyone else, spoke about Jews, I always understood who he meant. I could always see that he meant the Jews that are doing evil things that have power. Because I've always I've worked in health food stores, and as just a lowly clerk. And that's, the only kind of job I've ever had. And I had Jewish coworkers that were just, like me, making $10, $12 an hour. They're just schmoes like me, So the rich Jews who are in control and high up in power, whoever few, people that are up in power, you think they care about the poor Jews? They don't give a damn. To them, the poor Jews are just as, much cattle as the rest of us. Like, they don't care about anybody. And it's the same thing with any group, right? That you take the super duper billionaire Christians, you think they care about all the other Christians, the poor ones? You think the rich Hindus care about the poor Hindus? You think the rich Muslims care about the poor Muslims? No, it's all good and evil. That's all there ever is, And yeah, and having said that, I've felt sad in the past when there have been like very, very staunch flat earther Christians that have just demonized me just because I was born in the Vedic tradition. I mean, I'm not even technically a Hindu. I don't believe in any organized religion. For me, connection to God is very direct, very, very personal. And even though even though I was born in the Vedic tradition, I have a very, very strong bond with the Christ. And my personal bond with Christ has been seen as something of like, being not legitimate because somehow I have to go through the book, through the Bible, or through Christianity or some other authority, that I have no rights. Like somehow, people have a group of people have monopoly over Christ. I don't see it that way. To me, Christ came to me at a very, very difficult time in my life. And when I had lost my firstborn child, and the doctors had told me I couldn't have any more children. And, Christ showed up in my life. Okay. He just approached me. I didn't even go looking for Christ. But right before I lost my child, Christ started appearing in my consciousness. It's like I was just seeing him and he was saying things, and it was like witnessing conversations between him and others. It's not like he was interacting with me, but he was showing up as if I was watching a TV show in my head, And I couldn't understand why all of a sudden, Christ was showing up and I was seeing snippets of his life, knowing very little about him, And then I lost my child, and then I realized why is because he saved me from dying of grief, because at that point I felt very abandoned by God, And to me, he is God made flesh. He's Son of God, but he's also God made flesh. and I have my bond with him. And, for anybody that believes in the Bible or that is a staunch Christian, for them to tell me that that's illegitimate is laughable because I have my own personal relationship with him. I don't need anybody else's approval. I don't need any other middleman. You don't kiss your spouse through a middle person. You don't hug your child through a middle person. You hug them directly. And my relationship to God has to be completely direct. And, I respect everybody's way of worshiping God. I respect, not Satan, but you know what I'm talking about. Anybody that's, practicing worshiping God in a good way and who's living their life in a good way. I totally respect that. Like, I don't tell people how to worship God or who to believe in or anything, but it has broken my heart in the past when certain flat earthers who I support and love, and I don't have anything against them. I see it as ignorance. Is they demonize me simply because I'm from Vedic heritage, and I know my parents and I know my grandparents. These were like exemplary human beings with the highest level of integrity. They weren't a bunch of drunks like cussing in front of children. They were not that kind of people. They literally were model human beings, decent, loving, um, taught me all the right values, always said, look, follow your heart when it comes to spirituality. They never pushed dogma on me, so it has broken my heart. And just to clarify to Christians or Muslims or whoever else is there, there's tons and tons of misunderstanding regarding the Vedic tradition. Like, modern Hinduism is deteriorated. It's not the same as ancient Vedic philosophy. And in fact, Vedic tradition is not even a religion. It's honestly, it's just a way of life. And basically all they're telling you there, like, my mother has read the Bible and she had Christian friends and she studied the Bible, not just read it, And I asked her, I said, just give me the gist of it. She said, you know what? She said, everything that Christ taught is literally verbatim of what our Vedic values are. They're completely 100% in alignment. And this is how truth is. There's only one truth, and that is to love God and to treat his creation with love and respect and to embrace good and to reject all evil. Every kind of evil has to be rejected, period. Like, there's no Christian evil or Hindu evil or Muslim evil. There's evil. It's evil is just evil. So, I would just say to my flat earther brothers and sisters is that, a rose by any other name is just a rose. And the one thing I want to clarify is that people have this misunderstanding that there's thousands of gods and goddesses in Hinduism. Actually, that's not true at all. There is only one God who's beyond name and beyond form, and he can have any kind of aspects that a devotee who has true love and devotion wants to project, because we're human beings and it's difficult just to love an abstract, nameless, formless God. And so we ascribe any kind of form or name, and all the names that there are for God in India are just basically the describing qualities. They're not names per se. Like, they'll have a name that means all merciful. They'll have a name that means loving father. They'll have a name that means our protector. They're just names. And then, Cabal, one thing I will say is that I think the term Jew triggers a lot of people. So I think using the word Cabal might make more sense. But, whenever our flat earthers did say the word Jew, I always understood what they meant. So for me, it was no problem. That's why I never had any problem with how Brian or anyone spoke, is that because I understood what he was saying. And I did watch, I think, 5 or 6 hours of Europa. So I did understand about Hitler. And I did understand that, he was trying to protect his own country or whatever. But I just wanted to clear the air about quote unquote Hinduism or Vedic. The only time, that I've ever like talked about Vedic is in relationship to cosmology, because the more physics I'm learning, I'm like, oh my God, that's what that story meant. It's like they put this physics into story form as a way of shorthand so that these facts about our cosmology would never be forgotten. So that is my only relationship really to Vedic writings, even. Like, I haven't even really, I've never been interested in reading spiritual books because for me, the relationship with God is very simple and very direct. I don't need any books. And if I was going to read some books, I first owe it to reading of my own ancestors, what they wrote, simply based on what exemplary humans my parents and grandparents were. I can only judge my further ancestors by my close ancestors. And if what they produced was my parents and my grandparents who I knew, then I know that they were basically good people, at least my direct ancestors. So to my flat earth brothers and sisters, that have condemned me for just because I was born into Vedic tradition, I just want to let you know that, as far as I'm concerned, we're all creation of the one God. And that's all there is that one God. And I think that the fact that in Vedic tradition, I think Westerners call them gods with a small g, that's what's created all the confusion, because really what they should think of the g's with the small gods, the gods with the small g, is think more in terms of angels, then you won't be as confused, because they're really their role is closer to how the roles of angels in Christianity. So I just wanted to extend my love to everybody, and I'm not mad at any of my flat earther brothers who put me down, for being born in the Vedic tradition and accusing me of being a demon and having a demon religion and how we worship demons, because that's just dumb and preposterous. But I have nothing against you. I forgive you. It's your ignorance. Until you can completely steel man the Vedic position, really you shouldn't even think about it or talk about it, because it's just dumb. And it'll be impossible to steel man it, because for that you really need to know the language, and you literally have to go and live in India for at least 10 years, because it's so multi-layered and it's so nuanced that the only way to understand it is to have the passport of knowing the language. So if you have any weirdness around it or questions, come and talk to me, because I know that as an insider, and I have the Indo-European uh, perspective of the whole thing, because I know the West and I know the East, and I can give you like a very pretty accurate position on everything. And my children, I'm a person of color, and my children, their father is European descent. He's American, but he's white European descent. So I have nothing against white people. Why would I have anything against white people? My children are half white, and I'm a person of color. So I would just say to all my flat earther brothers and sisters, I hope that you will always just think of me as a human being, because that's how I think of all of you, and not think of me as an Indian or this or that or whatever, because I don't even see myself that way. I just see myself as a resident of our gorgeous flat earth that our creator has made. So I hope that we never have to come back to all these weird divisions and go back to just talking about science and flat earth. And yeah, and I have so much love for you. And the other funny thing is that, I am a loving person and I express a lot of love. And I express a lot of love towards my teachers, because I have a lot of respect for them. And I have been accused of being a cult member and being in a cult because I love people I've never met in person. To me, it's such a ridiculous argument, and they think that I hero worship because I admire all the people who have knowledge in our flat Earth community, and so that's just so ridiculous. But again, it's just Glober's trying to divide us, as much as they possibly can. So, anyways, I love you guys, and I hope that we can keep growing and, becoming more knowledgeable in flat Earth science. And I hope that we never have to come back to all this garbage. Thank you. Love you.
Appreciate that, Lily. Thanks for giving us your take. And we are sorry that you had to go through that. We try to tell people that this conversation creates a lot of negative energy, and we get attacked for anything we believe in, no matter if it's the furthest thing from the shape of the earth. And this has been said before, but flat earth is the only demographic of people where you can ridicule, attack, ad hom, insult, and it's okay. Like, everyone just turns a blind eye, and we are so sick of it, and we're finally standing up about it and for it. And then now they're just spiraling. They don't know what to do about it. Now it's becoming, oh, well, you guys are this, you guys are that, and now they want to label us when they could just stick to the science and we could have a genuine conversation. So definitely keep engaging. Stay true to who you are, because yeah, like, we're not gonna let them tear us apart just because they can't think of genuine answers for their beliefs. I want to make sure anybody else doesn't want to chime in as we keep going, but I know Block, Flocky Podcast was next, and then Brock. Welcome, guys. Stationary Saturdays, Flat Earth Fridays. Go ahead, podcast.
I know I'm not supposed to speak before my turn, but if anyone could just chime back into, um, I suppose, what makes us think that this is flat Earth. Otherwise, then it would be a globe Earth.
Oh, so I could add some clarity real quick, Spectre, before podcast goes. This is Flat Earth Fridays. We have been talking about Flat Earth for 107 episodes. Unfortunately, though, Sigrid and I took a week off to deal with some IRL things, and we came back to Flat Earthers, anti-Flat Earthers, calling us Nazis, and basically trying to guilt by association us with some of the other people who engage in the flat earth conversation, as well as the Holocaust conversation, the Jew conversation. So we decided to address it this time around to get it out the way, because we don't normally allow that in our space. It might come up, Stationary Saturdays, but
Yeah,
predominantly
yeah,
the
yeah.
topic is flat earth. So now that we're being dragged into other conversations that happen in other spaces, now we're giving the anti-flat earthers, the flat earthers, a chance to address their grievances about this said topic.
I get you. I get you. So listen. Not that I'm a necessarily like globe earther or flat earther, but my brother kind of opened my eyes to just having like that, two sides of the coin. Like it's always there's just one side and another side. So I respect everyone here and their thoughts and stuff, and I just kind of wanted to chime in and see if there's anyone who could just kind of enlighten as far as like flat Earth goes, and also as far as like globe Earthers and what their ideas are. Because again, like things are written, things are they exist, and people have research and such, and same as you guys that like flat Earth has their research. So what is to help that credibility, if that makes any sense, on both sides of the coin.
Well, I think Pi was having technical difficulties. But just to give you a brief summary, the globe model has specific rules that it has to abide by, a specific rate of curve, a specific motion, like things that have to be true in order to classify an oblate spheroid moving through a vast empty space. So these things that we're, or that globe earth scientific community are claiming to be true, the flat earthers have looked into and determined, hey, that doesn't align. Michelson really, in fact, did not disprove the ether. So that's where we are butting heads, because the information that globe earth is using to prove its stance doesn't hold up when we research it. But we're going to double back to flat earth. I think it's only a couple more people who want to chime in about this specific topic. It is an open topic, so y'all can jump up if we do deviate back to flat Earth. But yeah, let's let podcast finish up, and then Brock, and then I do believe Taylor was next. Daniel been up here as well, so I want to make sure everybody gets this thought out so that we can move on to some flat Earth if we need to.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Loud and-
Yeah, I had issue before. First of all, I want to say it's really great that you are both back, because like other tried to replace you, but honestly, like Flat Earth Fridays without you is not Flat Earth Fridays. So like it's the energy, even if this topic isn't like the usual topic, it's great that you are back, and I like this. If it's like not such a good topic. And I want to say that I had this same thing in Czech Republic, because our movement is growing in Czech as well, and they are doing the same thing that they are doing to you here in USA and in West. They are doing the same thing to us in the East. They are trying to label us as Nazis, as like anti-Semite and all of these things, and they are doing this because they don't have anything against our position, so they can't like pursue us about alternative cosmology. Like that's insane. What you can do? How would you like publicly represent it to society that they are like pursuing us for alternative cosmology? There's no way. That's why they are need to brand us with something else, something that it's like able to present to public. This is why they are so bad. They are trying to radicalize society. They are like Yazis. They want to like they are and these things, they are doing this on purpose, and it's happening right now, because I had this big debate in Czech with these scientists and astrophysicists and things like that, and one of them was a young NATO leader from WEF, and he should be like the dude that is programming satellites and things like that. And the whole debate, not even with me, but with two other flat earthers in Czech, he was trying to like do some social test on us, or social like investigation, and he's like trying to label us as like Yazis or some radical movement, and he's like trying to flat earth is not so bad, but it's becoming bad when you have to like force your opinion, or you are so I don't know how to say, but they are trying to do this, and it's like them doing this, and it's this is what is happening to the social places and X and all that does. It's because they are they are like they are the start of this. Why is this happening? It's because like they want to label us, and like they will do that more and more, because things with flat earthers or with people are people are as like us, is that we are seeking the truth. And the thing is that when you go to the narrative in World War II, you will find out that things are not true, or they are not as they said to us that they were. So that's the reason why they are now labeling us as Yazis, because like we are not like saying Yazis are good, but we are saying there is an issue with the narrative, and we should like look at it, as well as there is an issue with the curvature, there's an issue with the movement, and they are doing the same thing. You can see the same thing that is in the science, where they tell you that this is the best proof of relativity, or things like that. And when you look at it, you will find out that it's like not the best truth, that it's like the best rebuttal, that's like the worst thing for the relativity. And the same thing is here. When you look in the narrative in World War II, because that narrative is the Holocaust, and when you look at it, you will find out that the best proof that this atrocity, like it becoming like the worst proof, and that's like repeating the narrative. So I think we like maybe I don't know. I am all for the truth, and when somebody want to talk with me about this topic, I will definitely like say my mind. I wouldn't like be lying or not saying the truth but I think like we should stay out of this topic, because the more we like talk about this topic, the more they will label us. And actually, like, I think it's hurting us. Like, we need to like say our piece. Like, yeah, that's true. They cannot like smash us, but the more we will talk about it, like if we don't have to, the more they will like trying to use it against us. And we should like try to maintain in the science level and trying to like show that why we are doing this. Like, it's not because like we want to like make some Yahtzee movement or pursue Jews or whatever. I think there's a Zionism, and Zionism is like a big problem. And I think that the narrative about World War II was about Zionism and was about Zionism before that. And I think it's all about New World Order, and like we are against New World Order, and that's, I think that's okay. But the way we can oppose them and like stop their movement is by saying the truth about where we live, saying truth about the science, and like stay loud and don't be afraid to talk about where we live, because they cannot pursue us about alternative cosmology. They cannot pursue us about when we talk about science experiments and show them science paper. And I think we should like go this way, because this way our movement is growing, and more they will trash us and try to label us as Yahtzee and whatever. It will make new flat earthers, new people that will look at it, because they will be like, dude, he's like just showing us some papers and showing us it's not as they were saying us, and you label him as Yahtzee. That's insane. And I think that it's a similar approach that McToon is making new flat earthers, and Professor Davey making all the new flat earthers. So I think like we should stay on our path, and that's what I want to say. And it's just funny how it's happening in Czech and in everywhere else, and they are trying to label us and things like that. And it's insane. And funny about the guy that was before that, raging Canadian. I knew that he would be like defending Van Ember Brown and things like that. You just knew before he do that. You knew he would do that. So that's just so funny. Like there's a pattern, and you can see it all the way. So that's what I want to say, and props to you guys. It's amazing, and I love how this community is growing and connecting. And I think that's the thing that they are most afraid of, and that's why these attacks will be growing and growing and growing. Because the closer we are to our goal, the more aggressive and scamming and things like that will be happening. But when we stay to our path, they have nothing. They just, it's lost fight for them. So props to you guys. Thank you.
We love Plucky Podcast.
Dude, if you're
Hello
not
everyone,
subbed to the
I am Ali. How are you?
Hey, real quick, shout out to you, Plucky, and you too, Liliana. I heard you. I was kind of like doing some other things in the background, but beautiful value added as always. Shout out to the ambassadress as well as always. Plucky, I was really interested in hearing your take. Being that you're from the Czech, to see like what your take on all of this, like this topic. And it's very interesting to see that you're being attacked in a similar way as well, even over there. So again, it just seems like a tactic and an emotional response, or just another ploy to deviate away from the conversation, like you said. However, I did want to get some clarity from you, Plucky, because there's two sides of this coin, right? Obviously, I don't want the anti-truthers and the anti-flat earthers to dictate what we talk about every single week. Right now, we do open up, conversations for them to come bring evidence for whatever they want to talk about. But, I thought it was important to make sure we got it out the way, because I want to see what's going to happen now that we did exactly the thing that they said that we wasn't ever going to do. And, the thing that they kept focusing on, you guys aren't addressing this. You guys are da-da-da-da-da. And we know that why they're doing that, because you don't have any arguments when it comes to the science. We've been talking about it for 107 weeks. We gave y'all 1 week to get into y'all drama, and we see how all that played out. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond. But you did say something interesting, which I want to gain a little bit of clarity. You said that we shouldn't engage in that conversation anymore, and I just wanna understand what you mean. Like, do you think in Flat Earth Friday specifically, or do you mean like in all like truth conversation? Because when we're talking about us being truthers, or narrative skeptics, however you want to categorize it, we can't be afraid to speak our truths, right? I don't want to come off like that, but like I said earlier, I don't want these other guys who don't really have any power or influence over us to dictate what we should and should not speak about. So like, what do you mean when you say that we shouldn't talk about that? You mean like in general, or just like when we're engaging in flat Earth conversation? Like, explain that to me if you can.
Yeah, first of all, I'm sorry, my English is not the best, but how I mean it, it's like our movement now is growing, and we can feel that, we can sense that it's growing, and like from my opinion, this is like scale, and our scale is now slowly becoming balanced with the mainstream and with their propaganda and things like that, and the way we are going is the right way. And now there's this thing is like out of the nowhere they are labeling us as the Yazis, and everybody is searching about this narrative. And it's great that everybody is searching about this narrative. And as I said it, when somebody wanted to be level with me and want to speak truth, I will always do that. I'm not afraid. That's why I'm doing this publicly. That's why I'm doing in the check with my name. That's why I'm doing all these debates. I'm not afraid speaking about it, and that's why I was like a few days ago, not relative with this, but I was sharing publicly things about the Holocaust and stuff like that. And I seen the response from the other group, like from the anti-flat earthers, and like it was evil. It was super evil. They don't care about the evidence. They don't care about stuff like that, and they are preparing to put like a lawful suit on me just because I shared images and stuff about math, how it doesn't add up with the number that should be like burned and stuff like that, and that's the thing. Why I am saying that, because from my point of view, it was good that I shared the truth with other people, and maybe someone else will like look in this stuff, but potentially it could like stop my whole like movement or my whole action on internet when enough like anti-flat earthers put a lawsuit on me. They can like really complicate my life just because I'm speaking the truth. Because in our country, there's a law that we can't like say stuff about the Holocaust or whatever. Like we have to obey their narrative. So that's why I'm saying this, because just imagine that I forget his name. He was saying the truth and had an issue with that Canadian dude. But imagine when that Canadian dude bring enough people to lawsuit him and cause him a problems. That would like diverse his action that he can do in science and in flat earth and in this movement, because he would have to like protect his like own personality and his own life being. So they are trying to do this. So I'm not saying like we shouldn't speak the truth, and when they ask us directly, then I will direct answer. I'm not afraid, but it would be like, because you asked me and I'm answering you. That's why I'm doing that. I'm not like promoting Yazis or whatever. You ask me about this specific topic, and I'm saying you what I know, and it's not my opinion. That's things I learn on the internet. I know what is the official narrative, but I found this, and you can do whatever you want it with that. But you ask on me, and then you cannot like lawfully pursue me because you ask about it, and I gave you the information I know. So I think like this is the way we should approach it, not like publicly share all the time. Like it won't help us. We can publicly all the time share stuff about science, about like how Earth couldn't be moving because MMX, MGP, and Dayton Miller, things like that. They can't do shit about it, and I think it's same. I think the value of the information, like Earth is not moving, against like the narrative of World War II is different, has like for me or my opinion has a similar value of information, because I had like when I was starting the search of my true journey, I had like 3 big cognitive dissonation. One big cognitive dissonation was about where we live. One big cognitive dissonation was about the pedophilia stuff and Hollywood and all this stuff. That was my second big cognitive dissonation. And my third big cognitive dissonation was about World War II and about how they can like change the narrative. That was not happening so while ago. So that was the 3 major cognitive dissonance for me. And maybe I'm just judging it by myself, but I think that like value about like Earth is not moving, and we can like disclaim, show these claims by science and prove that Earth is not moving. It has a similar value as how we can show that the number is not adding up, and the Red Cross said it. The number is like 370 whatever. That's the Red Cross official statement. So that's for me. It has a similar value, and when somebody asks me about it, I will say the truth about it. But when I can choose what I will be like spreading to the public, I think it's better spreading like science about Earth is not moving and science about curvature and battle of the beams and things like that, because they cannot like pursue me in my country about things like that, and has a similar value and similar like how would say opening eye for public or people that wanted to search the truth. So that's only why I'm saying that. I'm not saying like we should be afraid, and I think this is great that we are like publicly showing them, because this will be recorded and everybody can hear that we are not Nazis, that we are like searching about the truth, and we are like reacting about their claims about us. And this is great, but in the future, I think when somebody has a chance that if he can like spread truth about Holocaust, that can get him in the jail, or he can spread truth about our Earth is not moving and things like that, that can't get him in the jail, and actually like. I think that's a better. Or that's just my opinion, because I did share things about World War II, because I am Turtle and I'm not afraid. But maybe it will get me some provocation or some problems. That's why I'm saying that, because I don't want you to have the same problems as I do. And I'm thinking ahead, and I think this is their plan. Because as I'm saying, they don't have nothing on us, so they have to label us as something. They will label us as anti-LGBT. They will label us as Yazis. They will. I know they will find always something, but my point of view is like, don't give them like ammunition if you don't have to. That's what I was trying to say.
Don't give your enemy a live grenade, Sun Tzu once said.
That was summed up perfectly, Alan. Hey, Plocky, thank you for clarifying. That makes a lot of sense. It's unfortunate that alternate theories of history can be weaponized against you to deflect away from the actual conversation that we're trying to have. And you're right. It's unfortunate that you can't just question things and speak your mind without being like completely labeled and attempted to be discredited. But to be totally honest, I haven't really seen like people that are sitting on the fence say, you know what, I'm not doing flat Earth no more for real because of this other conversation that's going on. Like I haven't really seen that. I kind of mentioned it earlier with the whole Nadine thing. I kind of like thought that that's where it was going, and then like again, like in the DM, it turned into like, well, a personal thing that wasn't even really true. So I'm like, okay, you weren't really even looking for the truth of these accusations. You just got a personal gripe against me that it's just based on a falsehood, which is why you're siding with the guy that's personally attacking me and then censoring me and muting me and taking my mic and won't let me come defend myself or even just come address what you're saying to see if you have any evidence of your claims. So you're probably right. Probably it's kind of like pointless and like worrying about it so much. Because I guess that's what I'm more concerned about. I'm more concerned about, like, obviously the level heads, like, we're not gonna switch up on each other. Like, we know what's really going on out here. The anti-flirts, they made up their mind already. Like, they're really not gonna change. They're just gonna be whatever that's gonna be. I was more concerned about the people that may be looking on the sidelines, the people that are sitting on the fence, and I didn't want them to be influenced by a false narrative. It's very easy for people to be misled with something that may seem to be convincing. You know, a lot of people were getting confused where the quote unquote true Flat Earth Friday was, just because someone may have had, you know, Flat Earth Friday in their title of their space, which was a pregame or something like that. You know, there's other space hosts that kind of try to do that. And even though people know that I'm the host, you know, there were people that were coming to me saying, hey, people are getting confused thinking that guy is hosting Flat Earth Fridays, and, like, you know, they're kind of trashing Flat Earth Fridays. They're not really realizing what it is. So that just always stuck in the back of my mind. Like, you know, people make mistakes like super easily. So I didn't want that to truly be a thing. I didn't want people to like continue to make those same type of mistakes. However, that might just be something that I'm just personally just thinking about that I don't really have to worry about. I mean, I've been up here. I mean, I don't know how long I was going, you know, just getting everything out of my system over these past couple weeks. And not one person that has been tweeting at me for the past 3 weeks has came to talk to me. Not one, which is crazy. It's like, how do you act like y'all care about this conversation so much, celebrating about a funeral of my family, thinking that Flat Earth Fridays is shut down? Like, I didn't know I was applying that much pressure that y'all felt like y'all had to celebrate. Like, what is super crazy. And on top of that, me trying to talk to the flat earthers that are like quote unquote falling victim to the narrative, which I don't really think they're falling victim. It seems to be just a lot of jealousy and personal gripe and hate and envy, which is ridiculous. It's just so cringe to even think that a flat earther could behave like that. But I mean, the shape of the earth doesn't necessarily mean that you're coherent, I guess. Like, if you are aware to the fact that, you know, maybe the earth may not be an oblate spheroid spitting through a vacuum of flat space, you may still act emotionally and do and say incoherent things. Especially when it comes to, like, I guess, social media engagement. And it sucks. It's like those guys are validating some of the things that the anti-flat earthers are saying about us. And, you know, that's why I feel like it was necessary to engage in this, even though I don't want to, right? Even though I feel like we don't really need to for real, but just to get it out the way. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. I'm probably going to wake up after recharging, right? And see a bunch of things in my mentions on Sunday or Monday, Tuesday, and none of them guys ever came through at all to say anything. And I had this space scheduled. I know we started a little bit late. I had this space scheduled since Monday. You would think that somebody, one of them, was going to pull up and say anything. And the two guys that pulled up was two guys that didn't tweet at me. And that was my main issue. It's like they're making claims about me and my co-hosts. And that's where I like draw the line. It's like, all right, bro, like, y'all know that that's not what it is. I know we apply super amount of pressure when it comes to the science, the physics, and even like the history of the sciences and physics, but we don't even really engage in any of that, like this conversation too much, like at all. So the fact that we were being tied to that was just very, very weird to come back to. And, you know, the conversation has been, you know, people have been talking about this for a while now. Like, you know, this is not like a new thing that people have been talking about. That's why I put that post of the poll from a couple of days ago that a Glober posted about, you know, the Holocaust and how 72,000 people voted and 80% of people said this was bullshit. So it's just like, sorry. Anyway, that it's just you cannot tie this to the shape of the earth. Like, this is an ongoing conversation. This is an ongoing discrepancy. And it's just such a weak thing to do. It's almost like I'm trying to convince myself, like, yo, the anti-flat earthers wouldn't really do this. Like, I cannot believe we're doing this. But of course they would. Just like Plucky said, like, he's even dealing with it over all the way in check, bro. So this is not even them. I wouldn't even put it past it that they have this large like group chat where they're sending it to different countries. Like, yo, this is how we need to handle the flat earthers. Let's just label them this, and that way we don't have to address anything that they're saying, right? Like, at this point, I wouldn't even put it past them that that's what's actually happened, because it's just so blasphemous. Yo, bro, y'all don't have, there is no argument that y'all could make against us that we can't make 10 times against you. Like, it's just the dumbest thing that y'all could literally do. And I'm telling you, bro, if I see anything going crazy after this, I don't want to, but I will literally make an example of the anti-flat earthers and these globe earthers, quote unquote, on other platforms and on this platform that have a very, very checkered past. I've already said it in the beginning. Like, it's no secret if you want to go look for it yourself. But I seen it in real time recently. There's been a lot of weird things in the past going back within the last decade in this flat earth, globe earth conversation for some of the people that y'all may know, some of the most quote unquote popular names in this anti-flat earth community, that is really, really strange when you start to look into the details of the things that are still on the internet to this day. Hey, one thing that you want to go do, if you got a favorite anti-flat earther, type their name in and also type in allegations. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. But I'm telling y'all don't want to take it there, bro. Like, the most prestige anti-flat earthers that y'all appeal to will be taken down instantly if y'all continue to engage in this weird hate trip. Like, hate is tied to flat earth, bro. I'm telling y'all, you anti-flat earthers got a bigger problem than us. You should be policing your own community. Don't make me do it. I'm telling you, you do not want me to do it, bro. It's just like, I'm going to make it blatantly obvious and blatantly clear. And I don't care how much y'all cry about drama, because y'all wanted us to talk about this. I've been trying to talk about the science and the physics for 107 weeks, bro. 107 weeks straight. That's all I've been wanting to talk about. And now y'all want to sit there and spam all of this stuff. I'm telling you, it's not going to turn out well for y'all. So anyway, I'm going to end there. I don't want to rant too much because I already got my stuff off earlier. But it's just not going to work out well for y'all if that's what y'all want to do. Like, there's so much weird things going on if you want to tie the shape of the earth to like criminal activity, harassment, PDF files. Like, I'm telling you, bro. Like, y'all, I'm not saying that every single flat earther is clean. I met some real cringe ass flat earthers too. But if you're telling me that the globe Earth has the biggest population, even though the anti-flat earthers are the smallest, boy, y'all got, by that exponential amount of people wrong, like amount of hate wrong with y'all, that like you can't do anything with us. Like, if y'all got more people in y'all community, then y'all got that much more hate, that much more problems. And I will highlight that if you really want me to. Case closed. I'm gonna leave it there. So shout out to you, Plocky, man. Who was next? Oh, Brock is in here. Oh, Witz is up here. What up, Witz? My bad, we missed you live earlier, bro. But let's go to Brock. I think Daniel just put his hand up. Okay, let's go to Brock and then Daniel. Is that right, bro? Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man. Good to see you.
Hey, happy Saturday. Stationary Saturday, I think we're at now. But,
yes, sir.
I kind of wanted to bring up, I know you guys did the basic 101 after the 100th episode, but when it comes to the like 8 inches per mile squared, is that a NASA like number? Do they put that on their website? Because I got in a conversation with a buddy, and we like to chat and live fact check each other. So we're searching on Google, and the first thing that pops up when you look up curvature is like Reddit, and then YouTube videos of it saying, debunked. The squared is debunked, and so I'm trying to figure out where the actual sources are for this stuff. It seems like Google is become, when you try to search stuff, they're just there for businesses and YouTube videos and stuff like that. There's no real information. And then I got the blue check mark for X just to have the Grok AI to see what it says. And then when you search up Grok AI, it says, yeah, the curvature is a good estimate, but it has like a disclaimer that over large distances, it's not, valuable. So, and it says the same when you look up curve calculators on Google. So I had like a specific example, a video I saw from Oahu to Kauai. And I have friends that have both lived in Kauai and a friend that lives in Oahu. One, they say there's a video, it wasn't very descriptive, to be honest. When you look into it, he says he's at like 6,000 feet up. I'm not sure how the height calculation formulates over 100 miles, but my buddy that lived in Kauai said, yeah, on a clear day, you can totally see Oahu. And I want my buddy in Oahu to go and, to the spot that the guy took the picture and take a picture and see if that's what it is. But Brian and Rage and Cajun brought it up earlier, the 100-mile distance, and I think he said it was 6,666. I think it was like 6,668 when I looked it up, but that was just like a basic Earth curve. I'm just curious where the actual number comes from. Is it on NASA's website that they have the 8 inches per mile squared?
So there's different ways that you can derive it. You can do an arc length, you can do a horizon length, you can do the peak to peak or a chord length, or you could do the 8 inches per mile squared. They'll say that it's not accurate, right? But it's actually accurate up to like 2,000 miles before there's a 10-foot deviation. So that's pretty good. It might even be less than 10 foot actually. I think it's like a couple yards, like maybe 10 yards maybe. But yeah, so if you're using it for like a couple hundred yard or like a couple hundred miles out, like you're solid. There's no deviation. I put a link in the Jumbotron. If you know what that is or how Twitter works, you can go up to the top. You can click on that video there. That's the most recent one. It's by a YouTube channel called I Can Science That. He's a mainstream glober, PhD, and he did this whole thing on how the 8 inches per mile squared thing is super correct and accurate. And he shows a graph of the differences and the predictions of if you take an arc length or what have you, and the 8 inches per mile squared is actually super solid. It's the best one out of it. But yeah, it's accurate. It's dead on. So,
What do they claim that it's like not accurate? At what point? How far?
At 3,000 miles, it deviates from the other prediction by like 10 yards.
Yeah,
So,
the deviation comes from the way that inches per mile squared is calculated. It's a parabola, right? It's
Yep.
not a circle. So
Yep.
that's why. But it's at the range that we're talking about, it's pretty much dead on. For all intents and purposes.
Yep. And real quick, just for a fun fact, if you do 10 inches per mile squared, you can complete the whole circle. You had a guy come on the show and math that out, and then like halfway through, he agreed to it. Like they're super into the math and stuff, and yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. So if you wanted to make it a perfect circle, you could do 10 inches per mile squared, and that's pretty close too.
So like I've seen Witsit say a lot of times like over, I want to say from a ship they use like radar or lidar to scope a mountain that's really far away, and so that's like at sea level. So it just seems like those arguments, the ones that you can physically see and tell people like if it's supposed to be 6,000 miles underneath, the curve, why are we able to see it? And I just think that's like one of the best arguments that you can have to show people, like people are always like, if I can't see it, I can't believe it. So if that is true, I don't know if the video, it's a random TikTok video or something, and I'm always sketched about posting anything I believe in flat Earth, but it's like I'm very skeptical about misinformation about flat Earth that I don't know. I don't want to put anything out there that I don't think lines up with what we're all thinking about. So,
A great mindset, man.
yeah.
To not just spill out stuff willy nilly. It's for the
So,
best
but
of us, though.
I think is that Shane talking? The model that you had on your website, I was looking it up. I really appreciate
That's
that, but
Alan,
it's
bro.
still
That's Alan.
Alan. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at one of the models that you guys had, and it was pretty mind blowing. I was showing my brother and my sister, or my brother and his girlfriend, and they're kind of same page, But when it comes, like I said, from Oahu to this, I've seen, the guy said he's claimed to see it. If it should be under 6,000 miles, like, let me get him to take a picture. These things are physical proofs. So it's like when we want to come to this argument, let's get the main, I feel like there's tons. Like if you watch Eric Dubé's video, he's like from here to here, from here to here, you know. Anyways, I appreciate all you guys. I just wanted to put it out there. If it's a fact that if you shouldn't be able to see Oahu or Kauai from each other's islands, and you can, then that should say something that what NASA or whoever's putting out the narrative of what the curvature is not correct.
Yeah, I was just to piggyback off of that a little bit. Talking to Gene Techman over on TikTok, like his bag, the 8 inches per mile squared formula, and he always says that it's actually giving more curvature than what's actually required or what's supposed to be there. Said it's more towards like 7.9 something or other inches per mile squared. By saying 8 inches, we're actually granting more curvature. So Alan was right. Like when we're making these observations, right, for all intents and purposes, it's useful. Like it's applicable. At least when we're talking about the convexity of the Earth, you still got to take in the observer height, right, where your eyes are off of the surface of the Earth. But we're just talking about the convexity of the Earth and where it's supposed to be curving at. And then when you just go to check it, it's not doing that, and they always gotta invoke these different type of things like refraction, right, in order to explain the failed prediction, and then they act like that was the prediction to begin with, and it's like, no, you guys just implemented a manipulated radius in order to get that observation to fit whatever you needed to say over any distance. Basically what they do, they take the radius and they multiply it by like 7/6R and say, oh, this is standard refraction. I think most flat earthers, agree that there is refraction. We just don't think it applies the way that they need it to apply in order for the observations to work on a globe. We want the empirical evidence of, okay, let's see what during this observation, what refractive effects are actually happening at that time. We are saying that these things are being visible when, the physical obstruction of curvature is supposed to be blocking distant objects and distant observations. And that becomes a problem. And that's like the first thing that kind of wakes people up. To me, when we talk about refraction, it's distortion. It doesn't make any sense that when there's massive amount of refraction, you can see further. But then on a clear day, you're supposed to have less refraction, and then all of a sudden, like, what, you're not supposed to see further anymore? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's pretty much contradicting. But yeah, you always want to make sure that you take into account your observer height if you're talking about observation. But when you're talking about the convexity of the Earth, then like 8 inches per mile square kind of works over pretty decent distances. And I didn't know, Alan, that I can science that was a PhD for real.
Yep,
That's
he
funny
teaches optics and something else. He was an engineer. He's also an aerospace engineer. But yeah, he teaches optics and perspective right now.
But yeah, I think the guy in the video was about 6,000 feet up at Oahu, looking at Kauai, and then I looked up the highest point in Kauai, and it was about 5,400 feet, I think. So if there was 6,000, plus feet of curvature is 1.2 miles, I think it said, you wouldn't be able to see it, right?
It doesn't seem like it, at least, according to just the geometry. One of my favorite arguments is the Canigou Mountains. Whistle laid that out like splendidly, bro. And I haven't got a refutation yet. They still try to invoke the refraction, but for
Is
some
that the
reason,
one with the light behind the mountain?
yeah. And the reason why I like that one because it eliminates the argument of refraction. So the way I been positioning it whenever I share it, and TM shares it a lot. Shout out to TM. I always ask, well, like, if refraction is dependent on Snell's law, explain to me how Snell's law applies to an
Exactly.
absolute.
So you've got to watch that somehow. Wherever you're seeing those videos, once you get an X account, you're no longer going to spend time on these other YouTube and shit. Trust me. I only got onto it a few months ago. Trust me. It is, look, whether Elon Musk is a two-faced mask wearer or not, he has made Twitter the greatest website. Like, I'm on an X space right now, but I was
Who
even
is that?
thinking I could even, for your benefit, make you an account if you wanted to, like, and follow a bunch of anti-vax shit things that I reckon you'll like.
Who is that?
It's going to be the only social media I promise you use.
Yo, hey, dude. Who's
Oh yeah,
talking
all
right
right.
now?
Well, that's a bit
Who
of a
is
victim
that, y'all? I
mentality,
can't see
isn't it?
who is that.
So
It's
I have no idea.
1933. He doesn't know he's on the phone.
look, I folded a lot of my clothes and put them away about 2-3 weeks ago, but no, the vacuuming hasn't taken place yet. I feel like that's gonna realistically happen soon
Proud,
before
need
I
help,
leave,
proud.
which
I
will
can't tell if he's muted against the mute.
yeah.
You don't have to come back, bro. Your phone is literally fighting the mute right now.
And making a mess, so I'm sure you were, because you made a mess when you were here.
Still hear him. Too.
Probably.
I don't even see nobody that said what's his name? I can't see.
He's
It's
gone. You got him. Dude, that
1933.
was crazy. Dude, this website sucks, bro. We just heard your whole convo with your mom and vacuum for her, dude. Don't argue. How are you going to argue with your mom about vacuuming, dog? You know you left crumbs. Vacuum it. God damn. I carried you for 9 months, bro. Keep that floor clean.
Vacuums don't suck, Alan. You know this. Silly blur. Well, that was crazy. Don't know what happened there. Anyway, yeah, shout out to you, Brock. Great question. If you got your friends that want to come join the conversation, man, feel free to send them the link. Definitely like to talk to them. I want to slide to my man. Let's go to, was it Daniel then Mac? And I see Orwellian up here too.
Yeah, Daniel's been waiting.
Yeah, I just wanted to add quickly to Brock that also he can look in Yandex or DuckDuckGo for more information and like some other experiments like the laser experiments over the lakes, um, you know, and the salt flats and stuff like that. But actually, I wanted to shout out to you, Sacred, because from the previous conversation, all the claims and attacks that you should stay firm and strong. I say we should really stay in our lane, which is the science and the revealing of the deception. Wherever it lies, the shields are always going to try to take you out of your lane. Especially those that the people that are in the public limelight, like you and Witsit. Like I wouldn't really worry about the shields that don't engage with us, and I'd focus on the people that do address us and we can have a conversation with, because we're not afraid of history or science. We have the creator on our side, so just keep doing what you're doing. This all means that we're doing something right. So the harvest is plentiful, and just keep at it, bro. I love you.
Hey, real quick, Daniel, didn't DuckDuckGo though just did they sell out and start using Google or something?
I don't know for sure, but it'll definitely give you more results. Like for example, if you search for shadow reveal, which has like how shadows um would appear on a flat Earth versus a globe Earth. If you look it up on Google, you won't find it. But if you look it up on DuckDuckGo, like type shadow reveal shadows, you'll get more results. I'm not sure about the selling out. So if you're afraid of that, you can go do Yandex or something else.
Yeah, I kind of heard the same thing. I still have it, but like I did hear that like there have been a compromise. I switched over to Brave, and then someone was like, "Yo, Brave is compromised too." I'm like, "Man." And then Wissett came in here a couple months ago. He's like, "Yo, use pre-search." So I got pre-search, but it's weird functionality. I haven't gotten all the way used to it. As a matter of fact, Wissett, do you still use pre-search? Does that still work?
Nah, I moved to Yandex.
Yeah,
Yandex
see,
is
every single time,
fire.
every time I get comfortable, like it's something else.
Pre-search got compromised quick, but Yandex is fire right now.
Yeah,
Yandex is
that's
like Google back in the day before anything got censored.
oh, okay. I'm on it right now. I had it here first. Shout out to you, Daniel. Appreciate you, bro.
Thanks to you, man.
Mac, what up? And then we slide to Orwellian.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Good to see you back. Sorry about your loss in the family. I guess I just wanted to touch base on this, subject since we're on it, because I think it's part of the Matrix, honestly. Like I know for me, just like growing up German, I was just raised to believe that, I should be ashamed of myself. I should be ashamed of my family and, things like that. And it sets me into this matrix that they created for me that, it causes me to be depressed, have anxiety and hate myself and all these things. And, I think unconsciously with flat earth, we're actually destroying that matrix, with everybody coming together. Because I see it a lot of places too, like it's just weird when, we hit that wall of like information and we're about to shatter through the firmament, racism always comes up. It's like, oh, we don't have any information, so you're a Nazi. And, this isn't the first race it's happened to either. So, I mean, I don't know how long they're going to try to run this system of defamation or whatever. But I like with me, I think the abuse just like accumulated to a point where like, it doesn't faze me anymore. And, you push your ego out of the way, and that's all they really want from you is an emotional response. But once you can get past that, then we can start moving forward. And that's why I'm glad I found you guys, because, like, once I started looking into it, I'm like, oh, wow, all these motherfuckers are lying. Everybody's lying, dude. And, it is up to me to find the truth and speak the truth and, stay on that path. And, I just have to remind myself, all the time not to get emotional. And because I don't even think, like, I think it's so bad, like, they don't even know they're being racist themselves, by calling us Nazis, you know, because it is a direct form of racism. I'm not a Nazi. I don't know what to tell you. Like, and the fact that they keep calling us that is just like, digging the knife in, in my side even more. And it is just like it's like a systematic matrix, and they've been playing it on us since day one. And I think we're about to break out of that, and I'm ready for this next chapter to see where it goes and where we land. But yeah, I was just trying to put it in perspective for maybe somebody else that feels like that, or this is all. And like I said, I don't even think they know that they're doing it. Like, it's a form of Stockholm syndrome. Like, they have to protect their ideas so much that it's just like, bam, racism. Like, just defend it with racism, and it's still going on today. I see it in Colorado with the Venezuelans and everybody taking over. Like, that's triggering me. Like, somebody comes takes my town over, buddy. Like, you got another thing coming, and then it's just like an emotional response with me personally. But I'm trying to break out of that, and this group helps me do that with logic and reasoning, and glad you guys are here. Thanks.
Hey, Mag, I appreciate you, bro. Experiencing loss, over this past couple weeks. Not my first time, but it's always a little bit weighing. And even when I wanted to come and do, Flat Earth Friday that week, I was just like in a weak moment, and I just really couldn't. I'm just letting you know, bro. If you ever need, like, if you want to reach out to me, if you feel like you in like a weak moment, just hit my DM. Let me know. We all can't. A lot of this stuff gets really stressful. Just life in general, it's just super stressful, right? And then, like, trying to find the truth and realizing that there's a lot of things that have been pulled over our eyes to literally deceive us. I always say that awakening up to that fact isn't comfortable. I always say it ends up becoming beautiful when you realize exactly what they may be hiding. But that process is always like it's tough. It's difficult. So for anybody that's like on their journey, no matter what what part of the journey you're on, just know that, like, we've all been there. Some of us are getting there, like, depending on where you are on your journey. So you're not alone. And I'm so glad, Matt, that you find some value here and know that we're some like-minded people. You always know you can come, talk to us, ask some questions, and just at least share that positive vibe and that energy with us if you ever need to. And if I'm not here on Fridays, there's different spaces throughout the week too that the guys hold. So the whole goal is to make sure that we got the whole week on lock every single day. That's why I want all my guys to, like, thrive and do well. Take their own platforms into their own hands and speak about things that you're passionate about, and just keeping it together. This community is so dope. It's so beautiful. I say it all the time. Like, I never really knew it was gonna grow to be like this. I didn't know I was going to actually develop relationships with people online in this manner, just because we have specific views on history and the nature of our world. And there's always just like a silver lining to a lot of the things that we go through, and we're moving in and out of this conversation. It's so polarizing. But week after week, you guys show up and support. And I always say we stronger together. Yo, the stronger the team got, the stronger the group got, the stronger the community got, the less and less I started seeing, the anti-truthers pull up. I only see them, like, when we're kind of like falling back a little bit, when we're not live. I don't really see them too much whenever they got an opportunity to come pop, in real life. So that's interesting. But the main thing is that, we have our own journeys, we have our own path, we have our own truths, and we're here to share it. And, we don't really got to let all that other negativity stuff dictate, what we do and how we feel. And we shouldn't give too much power to it. However, if they really with it, they can come sit there, come and grab a mic and say what they got to say. But my goal is to stay on the righteous path and to keep, that energy high. That if we can come, and if we don't have another debate for the rest of the existence of Flat Earth Fridays, and we just come in here dropping sauce for the community, hey, That's cool too. I do not mind kicking it with my homies every single week. That is okay with me. Either way, it's up. You know, we gonna keep on moving forward and keep on doing it together. So shout out to you, my man. You know what it is, bro.
Hey, Sacred, I think your mic's having a little cyborg malfunction. There's like a little squeakiness when you're talking.
Is it? Hold on, I'll be right back, y'all. My bad. While I go ahead and reset, let's slide to my man Orwellian. Thanks, Alan. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Just the WD-40's out back. So
What's going on, guys? Can you actually hear me?
yes, sir. Sounds like you're building a bridge.
But
Ooh, it's amazing. Nah, I'm in the Ethermobile, bro. I literally carried you guys from Kansas through Oklahoma, through Texas, and now we're in New Mexico, bro. We've been traveling. So, hey, welcome back. Obviously, hopefully, Sacred got it. You can hear me at least. I know he's just tweaking with the cyborg mic. But I was gonna stop at 10 hours, right, and take a nap. Y'all carried me all the way. I'm about an hour and a half from my destination, bro. I'm almost to Roswell. But no, man, definitely welcome back, and yeah, obviously condolences for your loss, bro. I did enjoy the dialogue that you had with Brian. I know you're aware that that shit that you guys got tagged in, I was in that too. Like, I'm a Flotsy, I guess, right? Yahtzee. Some of y'all do not see, but no, man, I really enjoyed that. At the end of the day, now people just got to go, you know what I mean, or not believe him. But I mean, we have those same conversations when I kick off spaces, right? And it's not like that's the goal, but these when we're dealing with truth, right? It doesn't have an agenda, and it doesn't care about your emotional connection to a historical narrative. That may be offensive to some people. It may hurt some people's feelings. It is what it is. At the end of the day, the goal isn't to do that, even though that may be an unfortunate side effect of the conversations that we do have. But yeah, man, I got to hear that whole thing. I lost you guys for a little bit in Texas, came back. My phone actually couldn't handle the GPS and being on a space, bro. Like, I could not, my phone was plugged in, the battery was just doop, 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 doop. So I had to pull out and recharge for a minute. But no, I'm gonna kick it and listen definitely for as long as I can, hopefully all the way to my destination. And then shout out to y'all from Roswell. But no, it's been a while coming, this conversation, right? And I think it's pretty cool that you decided to address that this evening in the way that you did. You know what I mean? It was laid out like, hey, y'all got questions, y'all want to come at him. Y'all want to come at us, you've been in the comments, come at us. It doesn't sound like anybody really rose to the challenge. We had a couple people that just wanted to attack Ryan, but aside from that, where y'all at? It's just crickets. I'm a mute there, man. I don't know. Yeah, actually, I still got signal. That's amazing. But yeah, I'm gonna mute up, bro. Listen to the conversation. I just happy you guys are back. I told you, man. We all get it. We understand. IRL, that takes precedent, man. Sometimes you just you can't deal with this negativity while you're trying to deal with a loss. So again, man, condolences, and I'm just glad to hear your voice, man. I'm glad you.
Man, I appreciate that, brother. I'm good now. Am I all right?
yes, sir.
Yep, that's all gone. Your little squeak is all.
That's what's up. Hey, man, you might have I know we got a few truckers on Flat Earth Fridays, but that may be the longest distance of Flat Earth Friday traveled, to be totally honest, man. Shout out to you for hanging in there. Get some rest, though, man. Like, you know, if you need to pull over, please do that, bro.
As soon as I get, excuse me, as soon as I hit the Airbnb, bro, that's where my brother's at. They got this little spot, man. I'm hitting the couch, but no, I'm not even tired, like, not at all. Trip meter says 17 hours and 8 minutes, 1,165 miles, bro. So I'm getting it.
Keep it pushing, my man. And I appreciate the kind words too, man. Definitely love always. You know, already know what it is, bro. And yeah, man, I just felt like, you know, let's just attack this and get this out the way, right? And it's very, very interesting how passionate everybody has been celebrating the fact that they thinking Flat Earth Fridays is over. It's like, what y'all really was hoping that was the case, huh? Sorry, not happening. And like literally none of them, not a single one of them that I seen spamming the whole time came in here to press the issue. I mean, you literally had, not to speak of myself in the third person, but like Sacred and Brian are in the same space, and Proud, because Proud was thrown in there too. That's what really did it for me. I'm like, bro, why y'all, like, if y'all even knew, man, stop it. Like, I don't even know why y'all would even do that. But here's your opportunity. And we had the squad come up here. Everybody had their hands raised, and we made sure that we gave the Globe Earthers the mic first. As tedious as that was, thank y'all for being patient. But what else do y'all want us to do? We done addressed everything from the science to the drama to the history. Like what do you want? Well, like what else? Y'all just gonna keep on like just shooting from the bench? Like, I mean, don't you even think it's pathetic that y'all could act like y'all really that passionate about it, and then when y'all have us all in the same place, you don't show up? I know you listening too. Like, I'm talking to you, anti-flat earthers. Like, I'm talking to y'all. It's pathetic, bro. Literally, that you could act like you was that passionate about anything that we talked about today, and none of y'all showed up. It's embarrassing. If it's not even pathetic, it's literally embarrassing. That means you're frauds. You really don't care at all. You're using hate and race baiting for views and clicks and engagement, and as a tactic to try to take us down. Like, that is disgusting. I'm like, man, if I hold this conversation, we gonna get a full court press, and I was prepared for all of that. Like, I'm thinking we're gonna have a full panel full of anti-truthers that were gonna be sitting over here just draining the entire space, and none of you pulled up, bro. Like, I better not see a tweet. I better not see a post. I better not see a clip. I don't want to see any post that y'all was using against Brian and the Pat. Like, if you didn't pull up for the conversation tonight, bro, I don't want to hear it no more. All I'm going to do is reply episode 108. That's all I'm not even going to, like, I probably shouldn't even reply, but if I do see it, I'm just going to say episode 108 and y'all wasn't there. Frauds. You don't care. You using hate and all this stuff for literal engagement. And all because you think that the earth is spherical, because you wouldn't even care if we wasn't even flat earthers, because I posted the poll of 72,000 people voting on this exact same topic from a globe earther, and 80% of them said, yeah, I don't really agree with the narrative. So y'all really don't care about it at all. You're not pressing the globe earthers about it. Most of the globe earthers actually agree with us, so it means it has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Why would you use this topic to try to discredit the platform that we built from scratch, and then use my name and Proud name to try to come up? Are you crazy, bro? And you want to act like we're scum? That's ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous. While I'm going through a traumatic experience in my life, in real life. Like, not that y'all care, obviously, but it's like, just everything put together, it just highlights, like, y'all have no soul. Probably why y'all don't believe in a creator, or whatever the case is, or an immaterial world, or anything outside of this third density. You think that you mean nothing. Like, you probably really don't have no soul at all. It's sickening, man. Y'all, and I hope people that are on the fence actually see what's happening. I hope they don't just think that I'm up here ranting for no reason, bro. Like, no, I'm literally getting off exactly what I've been wanting to say for a while, and addressing everything you're saying, and exposing y'all for not actually really caring about the topic that y'all swear that y'all care about. It's ridiculous. I don't know how much I got to keep holding y'all hands through this Flat Earth Fridays. I mean, I give co-hosts, I present topics. We talk about globe earth. You cry that we only talk about globe earth. Why don't we talk about flat earth? We talk about flat earth. You say, oh, flat earth's ridiculous. Then we get to globe earth and flat earth. Now y'all want to talk about anti-Semitism and all this. Like, bro, it doesn't matter what we do. We could literally play in every single playing field and playing ground that y'all on, and y'all will always deviate, obfuscate, switch, deflect, won't address things, won't keep consistency. It's the same thing over and over. At some point, we probably just gonna end up disengaging from y'all, for real, in totality. And then you're probably gonna cry about that. So it's really no winning with y'all. Not that we actually think we was gonna win, but I think because we hold ourselves to certain standards, we like, well, I mean, if we hold ourselves to these standards, I mean, you got to do the same thing, right? And I think that was just like the most ignorant, wrong approach. I don't know why we thought that y'all would have whatsoever.
Slight misjudge.
Yeah, complete misjudge, to be totally honest. But hey, man, look, to me, what we doing is historical. Now, y'all might not see it. Y'all might think that I'm like being, whatever the case is. But man, whatever's happening on the internet gonna stay on the internet. People gonna remember the fact that we was doing this during this time. Like at the beginning of Twitter Spaces, like we was the ones. Like you can't talk about flat Earth or truth or questioning reality or globe skeptic or anything like that in Twitter Spaces without mentioning the level heads. That's why every single time y'all go live, y'all gotta bring us up. And then when we pull up, when y'all start talking about us, y'all start slipping, y'all start dropping the ball, turning it over, looking ridiculous, getting caught saying things that y'all don't even mean, slipping up, don't even know what y'all talking about, can't keep the story straight. It's almost laughable at this time. And then the way that we do it, then y'all try to make it seem like we're doing it for entertainment. No, man, y'all just make it funny as hell. Like y'all do it to yourself. Just because we got personality, swag, whatever you want to call it, and we do it with such ease, I mean, yeah, we make it look easy, I guess. But like, we not just up here for entertainment. We just make the truth entertaining. And it's y'all that end up exposing yourself as a different element of entertainment. At what point are y'all just going to concede that y'all don't know what you talk about? At what point are y'all going to concede that you have more tactics than actual information? Just do that. Because you have no more excuses. We changed the narrative, bro. Like, that's what I mean when I say, like, this is historical. Like, there's certain narratives that y'all created back in when I first came on Twitter. It probably was before that, but I came on Twitter 2021, 2022, for real. And there was certain narratives that I was seeing going around that I don't see anymore. There'd be a few people that think that they can come on my mentions and say, oh, you guys are scared, you're always running. But you're literally in my mentions while we're live offering mics, talking about we're running. Like, I don't even know why you would think it's coherent to post that while we're live offering you a mic to come argue your position and you won't show up. You're just highlighting, hey, I'm really the one afraid. It's almost like when Witcher says, like, y'all keep on saying word salad and you're just highlighting the fact that you don't understand words and you don't even realize it. Like, just, I don't think that y'all even coherent enough to know that you are just embarrassing yourself. There's been so many people that come up here and say, hey, I wasn't really sure about the Earth, flat Earth, globe Earth stuff, but y'all flat Earthers make a lot of sense listening to the incoherency of the globe Earthers. Matter, you should have seen, that was what I really wanted to talk about. You should have seen what's the debate with this Daryl guy. Bro, go through them comments, bro. Oh my goodness, go through them comments. Those comments are disgusting, but there's a lot of people in there that's saying, bro, this was ridiculous. Like, I cannot believe that this guy handled the way that he was handling. Whistle was asking specific questions, literally laying out things like in order with specifics to the things that they were arguing, and dude couldn't even acknowledge anything and just basically just lied. Whistle didn't show anything. Are you kidding me? Like, why would you say that? You know this is recorded, bro. Like, you came in here with tactics instead of like actually addressing the information. And it happens all the time. And these are the guys that are supposed to be at like the peak of information. These are supposed to be the educators or the ones gaining like the credentials and stuff like that. And you're talking to guys that we don't have credentials, and it should be like a wash, except the flat earthers catching W's all the time. It should be completely skewed in your favor. It shouldn't even be a discussion at this point. Yet we're the ones actually making the discussion. Boy, Witsy would damn near argue with himself. I said in super chat, I said, yo, Witsy, yo, Steelman is joint. Boy, Steelman the whole thing and say, hey, yo, Daryl, you do the same thing. Daryl couldn't even do it. It's embarrassing at this point, bro. Embarrassing. So what I'm saying is the fact that we're having this conversation now is because the anti-flat earthers, the anti-truthers, the dishonest people engaged in this conversation, all they got is tactics. And that's what I'm realizing. And the more I see it, it's annoying, but that just lets me know that, bro, you don't have anything. Same thing that was happening in that debate. It's pure tactics. Why would you have to come up with tactics to win a debate instead of just saying, hey, I'm just going to hit you with the information and you're not going to be able to refute it. And if you can, then let's have a discussion. Let's go back and forth with it. You shouldn't have to come in with tactics. And then hearing Plocky say that he's dealing with the same thing over in Czech, boy, it's getting crazy out here. And I guess this is the effect of when we're being consistent. And then seeing like everybody around me grow is crazy. It would probably, if my whole online presence was dedicated to try to shut this down and I can't do it, then maybe that is the next logical thing to do, is to just resort to just deflection and anything else that you could do instead of addressing the actual conversation at hand. So y'all lucky y'all got this one out of me. Probably won't happen again, but we'll see what happens over the next week or so. So with that being said, shout out to you, Orwellian. Thank you for taking us on that journey, on that ride. Appreciate you, bro. I'm not really sure who was next. Proud. Who's up?
I think Plain was next. I'm not sure if Wizard or D3 want to jump in, but I think Plain Reality jumped in here first.
Okay, let's go Plain D3. We go to Wizard and Clay's back. Okay, Plain. Let's go to you, Plain. What up, Plain?
Hey, how's things, guys? How's the mic? Do I sound all right?
Solid, brother.
Sound good, brother.
Cool, man. Hey, condolences. Sorry for your loss. There's obviously someone close to you, so sorry to hear that. I actually think D3 may have been before me, so if they want to jump on, they can. I'm cool, or I can just go up to them.
It's okay, bro. Go ahead.
Cool, man. Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. Like I jumped in and put my hand up when I think it was Macaroni was talking, and now he's German and kind of feels pretty ashamed of himself and grew up feeling ashamed of himself, man. And I just think that's terrible what we did to the German people in that way to make them feel that way, and the way that, I mean, when you look back from everything that I've looked at, and I'm not sure about, I haven't been here for the whole space, so I'm not sure about what's already been mentioned, but you know, when you look at what we did to Dresden and things like, you know, at the start of the war, Churchill was just bombing cities and just murdering, you know, the citizens, and Hitler was actually targeting military targets until eventually he just said, look, stop doing it or we're just going to return the fire. And they just kept doing it. They just kept bombing cities and killing citizens. So then Germany just retaliated in that way. But then we just get told that, look what Germany's doing. They're killing citizens. They're killing the people. They're just bombing everything, you know. Like, and you look into Dresden, where they literally murdered 600,000 people in 3 days with firebombs, you know. And they want to call us the good guys, you know. So I just don't think that he should feel so bad. I know it's just been drummed into them. It's what they've had, you know. It's kind of like we could say it's kind of like the poor Israelis over there who have just, you know, been indoctrinated. The Germans were indoctrinated to believe that everything that they did was bad, you know. And then look at what happened after the war, where we literally put 3 million Germans into a camp and just let them starve to death. You know, like we certainly weren't the good guys. Not that there were any good guys in any of it, but I definitely don't think that we were the good guys. And look, we vaporized 100,000 Japanese in one moment. But don't get me wrong, the Japanese were pretty crazy. I mean, I had an old Chinese kung fu instructor, and he told me about the way that the Japanese went through China. I think it was before the war or around that time, and they just killed millions of them. You know, so the Japanese were pretty crazy. So, and they've been pretty calm after all that happened. So, you know, maybe it was just something that kind of had to happen, as bad as that sounds, because they are a completely different group of people now. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I could keep going on like that. But yeah, I just don't want him to feel bad. You know, he should know that there were no good players in that, and they definitely weren't just the bad guys. As far as from what I know and what I've looked at and researched, you know, what started the war in the first place with Poland, you know, I mean, Germany had literally, Hitler had gone to the League of Nations and said, hey, look, Poland's murdering what are Germans. Are you going to do something about it? And they weren't doing anything about it. And he said, well, I'm going to go in there and do something. And they just said, do what you want. So we went in there and started protecting his people, and then all of a sudden they went, oh, Germany invades Poland, right? And then they went on from there. So, I mean, I don't know if, this is just from what I've looked at. A lot of you guys probably know a hell of a lot more than what I do. But, when you just look back and you look at everything there, we could get into the Holocaust, which I'm sure you guys have all done. So I'm not going to sort of go into all of that and into all of the deceptions and the propaganda that we got about that. But yeah, just want him to know that he just shouldn't feel that bad. But anyway, thanks for the time.
Appreciate that insight. D3?
Yo, what's going on, folks? I kind of want to holler at Wits and Alan. I guess would probably be the most knowledgeable about it. I'm still on plane surveying, man. You guys know, like, for me, it's the falsification of the proposed curvature, and I want to go into like how they do the measurements and then the corrections. If any of you guys could like help me walk through that, and if there's anybody in here who's a surveyor, that would be fire.
So you just drop a vertical plumb line locally, and then you assume that the Earth is horizontal to your vertical plumb line, which is a plane, and then you just measure as if the Earth is flat, and then you just move your plumb line. You do that again and again and again, and then you piece it
Right.
all together. And then they come in after the fact. They step back basically out of the field, and they apply like a calculative correction to the entire thing. So you simply take the plane geometry and you're going to transfer it over to a spherical assumption. You just add
Right.
spherical trig. So then that requires you to, as to the correction, right, it requires you to deviate the plumb line relative to the center of mass. And then they have all kinds of issues with that. The way that they
What
do
do
it,
you mean there by deviate it to the center of mass? You mean they're going down towards what they assume is the center of Earth?
The deflection of the vertical, to be perpendicular with the gravitational potential, so that they could quote unquote be at the true center of the Earth, or at that, to get that angle to be at the true center of the Earth, because they're saying that there's some sort of gravitational anomaly on the way up from the center, and it's causing the deviation. So when they drop that plumb bob, it's not actually going to the center, and they determine that from the stars, right? So they're looking up with the theodolite telescope, and there's supposed to be a star if there's any, and it's a little off. So they're like, oh, you know what? It's got to go ahead and tilt that theodolite back to correct that. That's the deflection of the vertical. And then when they transpose that to the ground, like all the measurements, that's where spherical excess and all that comes from. Like nobody measures that.
That's the point at where they're introducing spherosity to the ground itself.
Yep.
It's with the deflection of the vertical.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the first step. Yep.
Got you. That's where I'm glad I asked you guys. See,
it's actually I'm gonna be touching on it on Tuesday, because it's gonna be a big portion of it. So it starts with the first cusp of Aries, right? For how celestial navigation works. So, what it is it's basically a snapshot of the stars of their position when they're at the vernal equinox, I think it is. And then from every day after that, they've plotted out where they expect the stars to be. So when they went around to go and measure everything for the geodetic surveying, that's what they were using for the references. So like what it was saying, they'll take their measurements and then they'll compare it to their positions of where the star should be. And when they found that, they couldn't quite get it, they just kept measuring it being flat. And then the only way that they could correct, like even start to correct into that, or like, come up with how much sphere and all that stuff that they can get, it's based off of that deviation of the star position when they go out and measure it in the field.
Got you. And so at the beginning, when they're doing the plane survey itself, when they're using the bob and then they're putting the other spike in the ground and they're going place to place, when those align, what are they doing as far as like changing heights and things like that? Like, how are they determining the different heights? Is it just by laser or
You mean like their
just
elevation or
optical?
whatever?
Yeah, the elevations. Sorry.
Not sure.
All right. All right. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no worries. And if you want to get hella specific with the corrections and the math on it, Shane's got if he's asleep right now, but if you hit him up, he'll drop like all of it for you. It's definitely on the database. I just don't know where. He's got all the corrections and even more in depth on the process for geodetic surveying because it's even crazier than that.
Okay. Copy.
Hey everyone, how's everyone doing?
Hold on, Clay. One second. DD, I'm gonna throw a tweet up top for plane surveying because we did a space on that back in like the early 30s. Ripped it from one of Witz's lives that he was doing, probably a debate that he did. I'm not even really sure. That was so long ago. But it's a cool thread. I'll throw it in the chat and I'll put it up top for y'all too.
Good looking. Which was next too, I guess. So pass it right along.
I don't know. Should we let Witz go before Clay?
Hey, you were the one complaining that no globies were up here. So
No globies that were adding me, calling me a Nazi. That's what I was complaining about. So you should hold all of them accountable and ask them why they don't care anymore.
Well, I think it's just like, not everybody wants to have their voice on a flat Earth some allegedly neo-Nazi flat Earth space.
No, so they don't care that much. Confirmed.
I mean, I don't think anybody cares what happens on Twitter that much. Maybe
Can I cook this
some
dude?
do.
Can I cook this dude?
Please, for the love of God, cook.
Did you just say neo-Nazi?
I did actually, yeah.
Bro, why you sound so soft, bro? Like,
well,
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can ask me a question, and I have something I want to talk about.
Did you know the official Auschwitz death total was changed from 4 million to 2 million to 1.1 million after being reported as a definitive fact for decades and published in official publications and actually engraved in the plaque and in the official guidebook of the museum until 1988?
I did not know that. And if you have a source, that'd be great if you could cite that in the Jumbotron.
Sure, yeah. That's the official story.
Well, I think
it was
a million.
changed from 4 million down to 2.5 to 1.1. So the fact. Think about this. You didn't know that, right?
No.
Okay, that's just nothing.
Well, assuming it's true, right?
It is the official story.
Well, I know. I haven't seen any citations of that. I'm not inclined to trust you, but.
Okay, well, you can go to my page and look at the post, and I actually quote the sources. But this is what's funny, right? It's like let's assume it's true, which it is. I can even tell you like the cover story for it. If you had heard someone just say that, you would call them a Nazi.
No, not necessarily.
If I had said that the Auschwitz death total was a lie and 4 million people didn't actually die, it was less than 1 million.
I don't think so. Maybe I have a different perspective than others. I don't think just denying the Holocaust makes you a neo-Nazi. I think Jewish conspiracies and anti-Semitism makes you a Nazi. And usually those are connected, like usually they are, but not necessarily, right? You can say, I don't think the Holocaust happened and I think the numbers are inflated, and I'm completely fine with Jews and I think they're chill guys. But usually those two are conflated. So if you're just saying the numbers aren't right, but also I don't think like the Jews are anti-God and demonic or something like that. I mean, I think you're wrong.
Don't you realize that if the numbers are incorrect, it requires a pretty massive Jewish conspiracy?
Well, that's exactly what we're going to, right? That's where the neo-Nazi comes. No, that doesn't logically follow that it's a Jewish conspiracy.
Why does it not logically follow?
Because there's no reason it would necessarily.
One of the primary sources for that number is Jewish testimony.
Well, can you define what a Jew is?
Those who claim to be racially Jewish.
Racially, and
racially.
So you have a problem with the actual like race of like the ethnicity of Jews, not the religion.
What are you talking about? I have a problem.
What the fuck, dude? You just asked him to define it, and he just answered it, and then no. What you just did was retarded, dude. You just answered your question.
There was a conspiracy. He
Straight
said there was
up.
a Jewish.
Okay.
Conspiracy.
Maybe you're not able to
clarify.
logically follow.
Let me clarify.
Listen, man.
Can I clarify real quick? Because Alan attacked
No.
me. No, Alan made an accusation against me that I was retarded. So the reason I said he had a problem with it.
Accusation.
Well, let me finish.
I had a problem.
So you said if the numbers are not accurate and overinflated, that necessarily means there's a Jewish conspiracy, which
objectively.
Okay, and that's bad because conspiracy.
You want me to explain it to you?
So then I asked you to define what Jew means, and that you said Jew refers to the race, the ethnicity.
No. He said people who claim to be of Jewish ethnicity.
So
right?
then that means there's a conspiracy within the claim of ethnicity.
Listen.
Okay, listen. Yeah, I'm listening.
You asked him to who, right? He said people who claim to be Jews.
Yeah,
that's it.
The Jewish race. So it's a conspiracy within a race.
Okay, let me just do this.
1 second, dog.
Clarify. If you're wrong.
No. I'm about to listen. What you asked him. I know. Just give me a second. I'm trying because we've interrupted each other 40 times. Just give me 1 second. Don't talk over me or try to do that. What you asked him was who's he talking about, right? People who say that they're Jews lied about it. That's who we're talking about, dude. And then you said, so you have a problem with the race? No. He's talking about people who say that they're ethnically Jewish and are lying. That's not having a problem with the race. You said who's doing the lying, right? So, and now you realize you're fucked and you're trying to confuse everyone and be retarded. That's not going to happen. Now you can continue now that we're all on the same page.
Okay, so I'm confused. Are you saying the people are lying about being the race Jewish, or there's a conspiracy?
Okay.
Let me finish my question. Or there's a conspiracy within people who actually claim to be and actually are the race Jewish.
Okay. Now listen, dude.
Okay.
Go into listen mode. Okay, we've established you didn't even know that the Auschwitz death total has officially been revised by millions.
Allegedly.
No, officially. They claim the Soviet Union exaggerated the numbers and that it was wrong. Okay, now, here is the deal. There were many people who identify as racially Jewish who have propagated the 6 million number to such an extent that they pushed for people to be imprisoned to this day if they dare even discuss it. They have gotten over $200 billion in reparations. They are one of the primary sources cited for the evidence it was 6 million, built upon speculative interpretation of testimony, eyewitness testimony. Many of these people have since recanted or been proven to have lied with their testimonies. There is an entire group of people that benefit from the current Holocaust narrative that have at the least sat silently back while anyone that tried to get to the bottom of what really happened were persecuted to such an extent that people like Ernst Zundel, a revisionist historian, was arrested 22 times. We have David Irving, an incredibly respected British historian, incredibly respected. He stumbles across this subject, starts getting completely railroaded, gets fined $22,000 for pointing out that the gas chamber that was supposedly invoked to show that the Germans had gassed the Jews was actually built by the Soviets once they won. He got sued $22,000 and found guilty in civil court. They then came out and admitted years later it was in fact a Soviet Union built gas chamber that was built as a quote-unquote display. The point of that is that has required compliance, a complicit nature to many of the people propagating the idea who claim to be racially Jewish. That is the point I was making. It had nothing to do with me having a problem with an entire group of people. Okay? And this is the main point I want to say to you, though. This is the main point I want to say to you.
Wrap it up.
I shouldn't have had to explain all that. Should have been Very easy to follow. But this is the point, though. You have not researched this, right? Like, just realistically, you haven't researched it. So, don't you think it's weird? Shouldn't you step back and be like, what has happened that I've been so programmed that I feel I have some moral high ground that I can emotionally react and ridicule someone who has diligently researched this subject that doesn't repeat the official story? Don't you think that's weird?
Again, that's not what I said is not agreeing with the official story doesn't necessarily make you anti-Semitic. What makes you anti-Semitic is claiming ridiculous claims about either the religion or the ethnic
Can you give an
race.
example?
I'm sure. I don't know. Was it Mr. Xavier? I think he was using Christianity as a way to say that there's people who say they're ethnic Jews are actually not ethnic Jews and they're kind of frauds. And there's some stuff in
Okay,
Revelation.
can you still man that position without calling it anti-Semitic like a child?
Sure. I mean, I can't. I don't know like I can't go like.
How is that
specifics.
Anti-Semitic?
Well, no. What I'm saying.
I think Jesus said that the Pharisees were illegitimate children of Abraham, right?
Well, that's
so
exactly.
There's
You're appealing to
a whole debate
religion.
about this. But I'm trying to understand how it's anti-Semitic.
Well, no, I'm saying you're appealing to religion
Well, no,
to find an
Jewish
excuse.
is religious, right? I mean,
What?
isn't that
No,
based
I mean,
on the Bible?
There's a Jewish religion, but most people that identify
But
as
aren't
Jews
they
are
based
just
off
ethnic.
the Bible? So we're talking about the Bible.
Well, no, that's
right?
I mean the historical like Israel and the 12 tribes of Judah are of Israel and the tribe of Judah are just their history and they're also in the Bible.
But aren't they saying they're not Jew based off of religion? So the whole argument's really based off religion?
I mean, no, just the ethnicity itself is based off a tribe that also
tribe
has
that's
a religion.
identified in the scriptures.
Yeah, and also other places too.
Where?
Oh, I mean, I don't know the exact documents,
I
but
know
there's
you
other
made that up.
documents. No,
Okay.
you don't think the Jews have been in any other documents outside of Scripture? What? Like
Well, which
Israelites?
documents are you referring to?
Yeah,
Well,
but the way time out for them to be called Jews. First of all, Jew is a misnomer. It means from Judah, and Jew
tribe
didn't
of Judah,
exist until
yeah.
a couple hundred years ago. Yeah, there was a group of people that were referred to what we refer to now as Jews. Like for example, the Romans wrote about them, but how did they know to
Clay, can
call
you
that
mute when
group of
he's
people
speaking?
Jews? Well, it goes back to biblical claims, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, well,
wait.
why I wanted to join?
Oh, this is what I'm asking you, dude.
Okay.
How is someone saying that they don't think that that group is actually the group identified in Scripture that would be Jews, anti-Semitic?
Well, then you go to Revelation where there says that they're the synagogue of Satan, and if you go to Hitler's quotes too, he calls them devils and demonic. So when I mean, if the claim is also that there's some spiritual darkness to fake Judaism as well.
Oh, okay. How's that anti-Semitic?
Well, I mean, it's hating a group of people based on your religion, which is like it's silly and it's anti-Semitic in the sense that you're hating people for no justified.
So all the
reason.
Jews that hate
Jesus an
all other
anti-Semite?
religions are anti-Semitic, are also
Jesus,
racist,
well,
right?
I mean, Jesus was Jesus an anti-Semite? Jesus was from the line of Judah, so I'd hope
But
not.
he called out people that were not from the line of Judah.
Did he?
Yeah, he said you're illegitimate children of Abraham.
Well, I think he was saying that because they were hypocrites.
No, he said if you actually were the descendants of Abraham, you wouldn't be trying to kill me.
Well, again, we're talking about this is religion. The claims associated. Not everybody
our
here
claims
believes
are
in
based
Jesus.
off of. I mean, I think the claim here is based off of religion, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, so
look, I can make the argument they're not Jewish without the Bible. They track their lineage through the matriarch, and admittedly can only track the records back a handful of centuries because it was all destroyed. They call themselves Ashkenazi, which goes back to Ashkenaz, who is Japhetic. It's not even Shemitic. It's not from Shem. It's not Semitic. It's Japhetic. But then they say, oh, well, they just call themselves that because of the geographical region. Trust me, bro. I'm a Jew. None of that even matters. The point is, listen, dude. Conversations and research or disagreements or disputes about claims of history are not racist. That is really low IQ. Do you not see that? Do you not see the problem here?
We had people in here claiming Hitler was right as far as overall in World War II and good. I mean, and then when you read like some of the claims that Hitler made about Jews, if you like saying stuff like that, you could surely see how that's
Oh, I've
anti-Semitic.
actually read what he said. What did he say?
Let me pull up like one quote from the Mein Kampf. What is it?
You know what he actually said in Mein Kampf? He said,
What?
he said that if my father knew that I would move towards this position where I had a general disposition for Jews, he would be extremely disappointed in me, and I never would have thought that I'd be in a position that I felt this way. But then he proceeds to explain what all they did to him.
Well,
And
let me
I
just,
don't
let me just
even
use one
listen,
quote.
listen. It's a false dichotomy to pretend like Hitler was either the greatest guy to ever live or the most evil guy to ever live. Okay, but do you not see that you are the problem?
Well,
Do you not see how you're the problem? Do
let's
you not see how these talking points? You are
let's use a
completely
concrete.
ignorant. You've never read Mein Kampf. You've never read
Well,
it.
I've read quotes. Let's just use one quote, and then you can see if you agree or disagree.
That
Okay.
quote mining? Yikes.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay.
He's gonna give an English probably mistranslated out of
Okay.
context hit piece.
We'll see. We'll see if you agree with what it says in English, and if you want to say that's not actually that's a false translation. Okay. The personification of the devil, the personification of the devil as the symbol of all evil assumes the living shape of the Jew. Volume 1, Chapter 11. Okay, so first, before we say did Hitler actually write that, what that says in English, bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would say that that's a bad translation, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the context of what he says is that they can disavow the Jewish what became the norm of Jewish culture, which was subversion, usury, and deception, where they actually actively tried to get Germans killed. Like he wasn't against any and all Jewish people, according to what he said.
You said
You would have to actually have researched this, Stephen.
He said
I'm not even.
did the
See, this is what I'm saying.
personification of evil.
You're so ignorant that you put me in a position where I have to sound like I'm actually defending Hitler.
Because you
it's
are.
because you just don't even know anything about it.
No, you are. You like Hitler, basically. Like,
I don't like. Why would I? I like Hitler. You're telling me what I think.
I've seen some of the other stuff you said.
What name one thing?
I mean, you think the Holocaust is a Jewish conspiracy to shame Hitler, who was better than what?
When did I say that?
You literally said at the beginning that the numbers are deflated, and that necessarily implies a Jewish conspiracy.
They're inflated. Wait, you added to go at Hitler. You made that up. This
to
is the
what?
problem with people
Well,
like you,
Nazi
dude.
Germany, right? Which Hitler would be the leader of.
No. The Jewish conspiracy involved with the inflation of the Holocaust is very layered as to what it. For one, they raped the German taxpayer for hundreds of billions of dollars. Two, they were able
Jews
to.
Did?
They were. Yes, they've literally been given hundreds of billions of dollars in reparations based on that claim. And anyone that goes and writes their name in a book gets money if they're racially Jewish. They just have to go write their name in a book. Okay? And they haven't even been able to fill up the 6 million claimed yet. So anyway, the point is that they're taking money, and two, they've used it to completely villainize and demonize the Germans to this day. They used it to justify going and stealing the land of Israel. They've used it to completely shut down any and all criticism of anything that they ever do. They've used it to completely deflect away from what they did. For example, the predominantly Jewish role in the Bolshevik Revolution that mass murdered Christians, right? The problem with the lie about the Holocaust is it's literally illegal to even discuss it in many countries, dude.
Well,
that is not okay.
Let me, as an argument against that, there's also hate speech laws against racism against black people, and you could say those hate speech laws are bad, but that's not an argument that racism against black people is good either. So it's like it's not that simple. But here's
That's
another
not
quote.
what I said.
Here's another quote. The Jews were responsible for bringing Negroes into Rhineland with the ultimate idea of bastardizing the white race, which they hate, and thus lowering the culture and political level so that the Jew might dominate.
Okay. Do you know anything about what they did? They declared war on the German people long before World War II. They literally said, prominent Jewish leaders literally said that they must remove all Germans from the face of the earth, prevent any of their women from procreating. And
who said that?
prominent Jewish leaders. Literally, it's in even a New York newspaper. A Jew published that that the Jews declare war on Germany.
Can you cite an example of that?
Yeah. I have all the sources for all this. Now, this is what I want. You just are unfamiliar with all of it, right? And then what happened was they subverted their entire economy with usury. That's what happened. Now, you should research stuff, but here's the I want to ladle some gravy because you just don't know anything. You're just trying to desperately read stuff. I want people to understand some of this stuff real fast, okay? The reason that because I want to talk to my people, I gave you some time, but look, the reason I started talking about this, I had to think quite a bit about it because I've known a lot about this for a long time, and I don't really talk about certain things, right? And the idea being it's used as an avenue to attack the truth of flat Earth or alternative cosmology. It aids a stereotype fallacy of poisoning the well and discredits blah blah blah. But then I remember one time I said uh, about a super chat about ADL, like Shane's ADL. I said the good ADL, and McToon. Someone sent me a clip of McToon just like virtue signaling over the top, the gayest like 2 minutes I've ever seen. Oh, what do you mean, man? Like so gay. And then I realized all these anti-flat earthers started repeating that. And I really had an epiphany that you people are retarded. Like uniformly retarded. And it makes no sense for me to capitulate to how retarded you are. When the reality is, not everyone is retarded. And there's tons of people that have actually researched it. They don't have like these strong, feminine, emotional opinions about a conversation that they know nothing about. Tons of people are waking up to these lies. And actually, it's just an avenue for them to realize, oh, look, this group of people are truthers that don't care what other people think and diligently research things. The ADL, for example, that's your side of the aisle. Virtue signal about me saying the good ADL, which means I'm implying that one of them's bad, and virtue signaling nonstop for weeks since then. That's the side that you're on. Okay, and this is how I generalize, but we both know you 100% are right there aligned with that. The ADL was literally started, to attempt to vindicate a Jewish guy that raped and killed a 13-year-old girl, then attempted to frame a black janitor. And in the South, in the early 1900s, an all-white jury still found him guilty. The ADL to this day claims he was wrongly convicted. It was appealed and denied in 7 courts, including the Supreme Court. The evidence he did it was so overwhelming that it's undeniable. Literally, an all-white jury wouldn't even take the bait of the framed black janitor in the South. Okay, and that's why they were started. And to this day, just a few weeks ago, they posted something about in remembrance of how he was wrongly convicted. Blah blah blah. So this is what you're doing. You're on the side of Jewish pedophile rapists and murderers, apologists for a Jewish pedophile rapist murderer. So,
So
like, I
that's not.
want
I
the
mean,
room to know that
that's crazy,
I know
dude.
you didn't necessarily do that. You probably don't know anything about that. But my point is to the room, because a lot of people are kind of triggered because I'm clearly not. I've been talking about all kinds of stuff that is like when people don't hear me out, they get really triggered when they just assume what I'm talking about. I wanted everyone to know why, though. Right? I just want everyone to know why. It's because these things are super important, and they're passing speech laws here, and this is something that's coming to light to millions of people right now, and it's actually an avenue to basically network, right? Where tons of other people, when they hear me break all this stuff down, or they hear me debate it in a space, and they're like, "Dang, this dude is like on point," and then they find out I'm a flat earther, it's way more difficult for them to disavow flat Earth. They can't just claim it's stupid. So I just want people to know why I'm discussing what I'm discussing. And and in closing, I would encourage you to research this stuff, dude, because what actually happened, just so you know what actually happened, the Soviet Union. So, like for example, I have a family friend. He was a prisoner of war for American soldiers, right? He was in a German concentration camp. He was a prisoner of war for like 9 months. He said he lost like 50 pounds. He said he never saw anyone exterminated or executed. What happened? And this dude, he was propagandized to think that the Americans were saving freedom for the Allies against the Nazis and all this, right? He was just telling me what happened, and he told me this years ago. He was like, what happened was we started bombing all of their food supplies and their water supplies. And so not even the German soldiers had food. And they were trying to ration up the food the best they could. It was very difficult for them to have clean water. People died from malnutrition and disease, just like they did in the camps under Eisenhower. That's what happens. Okay. So then he ended up getting broke out. Long story short, the Soviet Union takes over these territories, the vast majority of all the quote unquote concentration camps. They refused to let any allies go examine the camps or study them or look for evidence to try to get death totals or figure out what happened until the collapse of the Soviet Union. They were in complete control of it until like 1989. Okay, there was a few that they didn't have control of, and there were claims of gas chambers. And by the way, prominent Jewish like fiction authors made up all these stories about like mass extermination of Jews with gas chambers. What happened was Ally historians, Western historians, went and looked at those locations, and it is now officially agreed and acknowledged all of those were not in any way extermination camps with gas chambers. Right? The only ones that are claimed to still be were the ones that the Soviets were in control of. And now it's been proven that they came in and they renovated and added all kinds of crazy stuff there to paint a picture. And they gave us all of our data when it came to the statistics that were used in the Nuremberg trials. Okay. So this is a conspiracy that's crazy. And and the last thing I'll say is they've constantly been caught and had to revise the story. First, they said that they were killing Jews with steam chambers, so basically like cooking them like a bunch of lobsters. And then people found out that that's like physically impossible with the way they said they had. Oh, well, no, it was actually electro chambers, like electrocuting them to death. These are official claims from the Soviet Union that were accepted as fact for many years. Oh no, never mind. They actually mass killed Jews by putting a diesel engine where all the exhaust would pump them in there and they would kill them from carbon monoxide. But then they did the math and they proved scientifically that that couldn't actually kill that many people because carbon monoxide percentage in diesel fuel is actually very low. So then they changed it to gas. First, they said the gas came out of dummy shower heads, gas chambers, cyanide, Zyklon B, and then it killed all the. Then they found out, oh, it's physically impossible. So then they changed it to they dropped pellets coming. My point is that they've constantly lied about what happened there, got caught lying, and had to change it. They've had to revise all the camp totals. There was another camp that was 1.5 million. It was revised to 59,000. Okay. So the
And
actual
sorry,
in conclusion, the actual facts show crazy stuff happens in war. It was definitely crazy in those camps because they were labor camps, right? And there was malnutrition and disease. The Zyklon B, the cyanide, was for delousing. They actually kept them alive by taking their clothes off, delousing them, and because they were getting typhoid. And then they actually took showers and disinfected them, and then gave them their clothes back. That was a process to keep them alive. Quite the opposite of exterminating them. And the Allies bombed all the food and the water, and it got as the war progressed, many people died, just like they did in all kinds of internment camps. It's not a complete. They did bad things. It was war. They didn't go out to mass exterminate Jewish people. That didn't happen. It's important that if that didn't happen, we're able to talk about it because it completely changes everyone's view on history and demonizes
Can I get some
entire
clarified
people.
questions on that? Just
Yeah.
a couple, and like I don't want to make it like long-winded. Witsit. So I just want to clarify your position, okay? I don't want to. So do you accept that Nazi Germany put Jews? Obviously you think that they weren't mass killing them, but do you think they put Jews in concentration camps merely for the fact that they had identified as Jews?
I think towards the end it moved more in that direction, but originally it was communists. It wasn't just Jews at all. It was whoever was suspected of being a communist or had communist ties. Because what happened was they kept having these communist terrorist attacks, and they would it was just like crazy chaos of communism because communism was there before Hitler, right? That was the reason Hitler was so popular.
Yeah, and then Hitler wrote about how he thought communist was a Jewish conspiracy.
Well, Jews write about how Judaism is communism, right? So
well, I mean, early Christianity could be seen as communism as well. But
my point is that prominent Jewish rabbis are quoted as saying Judaism, Bolshevikism, communism, they're all synonyms. They were like proudly communist,
Yeah,
predominantly.
that's a religious Judaism. But a second question is, do you think? I mean, and be straight up with this answer. Do you think there's something either biologically or spiritually inherent that inherent or generally
No.
makes people with the Jewish ancestry more corrupt than the rest of the population?
Not more correct. No, although I think from a spiritual perspective, being the group that killed the Messiah and then boldly bragged about it and said, bragged about how his blood would be on all their future generations. I do believe in generational curses, but I don't believe that there's anything like inherently subhuman or less valuable because they have a certain race. No, I do know people that think that, and they think they have a compelling spiritual argument for it. I don't currently think that, no.
But you think there might be some of the conspiracy that's happening today might, maybe not all, but might trace back to the fact that the Jews killed our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yeah, maybe so, but I think it's much more cultural, right? Because I actually feel bad for the Jews. That's the ironic part. I literally feel bad for them because they're brainwashed into like trauma-based mind control from a young age. They're shown all these crazy propaganda films. They're told everyone wants to kill them. They're super scared. They feel like they have they're told as children to survive, you have to be like, you have to have this really intense in-group preference. We have to subvert everyone else just so we can survive. And so that's sad because they grow up with this tainted worldview via trauma-based mind control. And that's why I think the Holocaust lie is the worst thing ever for the Jews because it actually makes people mad at them, and that's my actual position, and undeniably so. The Jews do subvert non-Jewish people. Many of them think they're ethnically chosen, and they subvert entire countries. They think that they can lie and steal as long as it's a non-Jewish person, and maybe not all of them, but this is a very popular trait. There's a reason that they've been kicked out of so many
So
countries. It isn't just
you say
because
the
they're
majority. When you
perfect,
say they,
innocent
just
people.
because I want to make sure we're like precise. When you say they, you're not obviously saying all of them, but you're generalizing and saying probably the majority of self-identifying Jews would be this way.
Good, yeah, very good amount, very good
Yeah,
amount.
good amount. Yeah, so
And that's
so
their
I mean,
culture, man. That's not even
yeah,
disputed. It's like,
I mean, you said like Jews are taught that like people hate them and trauma-based stuff,
yeah,
but I mean,
literally, yeah.
but you know people personally who do think like Judaism is inherently like the ethnicity is inherently corrupted because of some religious belief. So I mean, there's some truth to the idea that there might be some individuals who think just their ancestries alone make them inherently different or more corrupt. So I mean, there's some truth to that discrimination.
Yeah, it's a like a total minority position though. Like, I mean, there's a idea that they're offspring of the Nephilim, and that is a very, very minority position. Most of them think that they either are not truly the tribe of Judah or the actual quote unquote Jews or Hebrew people, but not that they're Nephilim, just that they're falsely pretending to be that group. That's a pretty popular belief. Another one is that they are the group, and the Jews have historically, throughout the whole scriptures, been very subversive. According to the scriptures, practice crazy things like cannibalism, baby sacrifice. That they like,
Whoa,
they
whoa,
got
whoa!
broken out of Egypt. They got broken out of Egypt with literal miracles, which, by the way, Egyptian secular authors
Where does Scripture say
actually
the
wrote about
Jews
and correct.
practiced baby sacrifice?
Dude, they sacrificed their babies to Moloch. It's
The
in the
Jews?
Torah.
Let
Yes,
me
it's
pull
in.
up the verse. It talks about how they went away and started worshiping Baal and other gods. And
They
their
sacrificed their
star,
babies to
You mean in
Moloch on the
the
25th of
star
each
of no
month.
fan.
you mean in defiance of God, but they were still God's chosen people. At least the
Well,
tribe of Judah
God said
was.
that they left him, right?
Well, I mean, they left him and came back. That's like the whole Old Testament, at
It
least
says
in
not
the
Well,
everyone
Christian
who's a
tradition.
no,
descendant
in the
from
New
Israel is
Testament it
of
says they
Israel.
denied Jesus too.
Yeah, and
But in
also,
the
and
When did they
even the
come
Jewish
back? Like,
authors called him like the Jewish authors, right? Called in the Bible, called them the enemy of mankind because they killed the Messiah, and they aren't sorry for it.
so it's I mean, part of it's a religious belief. You have a religious bias.
No, that's not my critique is not that because I'm very malleable with my position. I don't think I fully understand all the secrets of the scriptures. My issue with them is that they are generally speaking, and I shouldn't have to keep saying that. That's obvious. It's obvious there are exceptions. Dave Weiss is a good friend of mine. My attorney, hilariously enough, is Jewish. I love him. Very cool guy. I actually have mad respect for Hebrew culture. I named my daughter Aliyah, which is a Hebrew word for rise up. Okay, I believe in Hebrew cosmology. Okay, I don't like. This is obviously generally speaking, but they are very subversive. They come in, they feel like they have no homeland. So what they do is they infiltrate other countries and they 100% try to take it over. And so when 0.2% of the population controls almost all of the media, all of the banking, these aren't these are just facts. Facts can't be racist, right? Then
Yeah,
like, yeah,
well,
I have a problem with a group. Time out. I have a problem with a group that's causing major demographic shift in my country, trying to destroy it from the inside out, right? Like, yeah, I have a problem with a group of people who claim that they have to destroy our country so they can bring their Messiah and reign over us. Even secular Jews are in charge of almost all the depravity in our society. Pornography, the subversiveness of modern banking, usury, putting us in debt. The fiat currency scheme as the Federal Reserve. So, like, that's my beef. My beef is with a
yeah,
group of people that have doctored IQ tests to claim they have a higher IQ to supposedly justify their overrepresentation, that have dual citizenship in place of another state over mine and control my country and have my friends go and die for wars that they start. I have issues with when Israel starts wars and lies about them, right? I have issues when they attack our ship and we still give them billions of dollars. I have issues
yeah,
whenever they knew about 9/11.
yeah,
So I have valid criticism. It isn't just like I think the
yeah.
Bible might be saying this.
So, but like when you say like secular Jews in power, like obviously you said you have a critique of religious Jews as well. I mean, because the religion.
Yeah,
I mean, but you also have you also have a criticism of secular Jews. What is
yeah.
what is them
Generally speaking,
what is them identifying as the ethnicity Jew have to do with the fact that they're
nothing,
atheist and
not,
awful people?
nothing. Like it's like if someone like they're not all Jewish, right? Like the people that are in control are not all Jewish. They're just like predominantly Jewish. And the reason that their race is relevant is because they openly admit to working together to subvert non-Jewish places. They claim it's for survival. So we need to acknowledge the threat, which is that they have an in-group preference. That's actually how they operate. That's how they take over the country. That's how they're taking over our country. It's because Jews only hire other Jews. Jews only sell media companies to other Jews. This is how they have such control. So it would be ignorance not to point out that variable because someone calls me some stupid word that
So
doesn't even make
so
sense.
you think that people with the ethnicity of Jewish are brought up to believe that they're in the in group because of their race, and that's why they, even though they're atheist mostly and secular, at least positions of power, they still feel an in group because of their
Not only do
upbringing.
I think that, I've never met a Jew that didn't openly admit that to me.
A secular Jew or a religious Jew
Both.
that they have an in group.
Yes, yes, secular Jews. The way they feel is that because they're a minority and historically they've been attacked and kicked out of so many countries that they have to stick together. That's the way that they're told. They don't take their 5-year-old and say, "You must be evil and manipulative and subversive and take over countries
Yeah,
and wipe them
yeah,
out,"
and
right?
I get
Yeah,
that,
but
but
it's still a dangerous mentality. So
I'm about to say something, and I'm pretty sure I've seen you say this, but if you haven't made this claim, just completely correct me, and I'll apologize, okay? But I'm pretty sure that you are of the belief that race, in a general sense, races and ethnicities should stay together. At least the white population should stay, at least interbreed with the white population, and other maybe Asian population should stay kind of in their population, and a multi-ethnic culture isn't that valuable. Is that accurate?
sort of. More specifically, every time that you have like a homogenizing of culture, and what happens is that society collapses. I think all groups of people should be proud of who they are. And for example, I love that when I look at my daughter, she looks just like me and has blue eyes. If someone doesn't have that preference, that's fine. But I think it's important, historically speaking, that cultures embrace their identity and ancestry And specifically when it comes to white people, I have been talking about that lately because people don't really seem to know what's happening. But white people will no longer exist in a few years. Like literally within a few decades at this rate, there will be no such thing as white people. And that is insane.
Okay,
When
yeah,
we're
yeah.
if we're
I don't want to go down like a tangent
But
about
anyway,
that
that's the
necessarily.
reason. That's the reason.
Yeah,
Do I like this is the thing. This is the main point of that. The reason I've been talking about that, though, just so you understand, is because the white people are the one group of people you're allowed to say any crazy thing about. You can publish a paper in New York Times, an article that says we must abolish the white race, and that's okay. So yeah, I talk about that. I think that's
yeah.
insane.
No, and then that's fair. Yeah, yeah. But my point in doing that is like if you have an in group among your people, right? Like you want to promote your in group of white. I don't know what like specific if you're European
Yeah, white
I'd assume you're European. You want to promote your European and kind of sometimes at the cost of others, not always at the cost of others, but sometimes just your culture. So it's like are not Jewish people just doing the same thing of having an in group like
What?
you have an in group?
No, not really, because
Why not?
I would never promote that us as white people get together, only help out white people, and then go take over someone else's country and try to eliminate them.
Well,
I would
that's
never
I mean that's the claim. I mean, if but in the
that is
general of
literally
just
what they do.
sure, yeah, yeah.
Why do you think do you actually this is my honest question. Do you honestly think that they're just unfairly picked on 109 in 109 countries? Do you think 109 countries were all so unjust and just inherently racist that after they opened their doors to them, that they all just changed their mind and decided to unfairly pick on the innocent Jewish people? Or do you think that the Jewish people might be doing something consistently, such as taking over all of their finances,
Well,
not respecting their
let me
culture?
answer. Yeah, let me answer.
Mhm.
I think in Western society, this is mostly what we're talking about is Western society. Western society was dominated by the Roman Catholic Church for most of it, and the Roman Catholic Church, for most of its history until pretty recently, hated Jewish people because the Jews killed their Messiah, Jesus Christ. So I think that kind of that pushed Jewish people away, and
Then why'd
Jewish
they open
people
the
were
doors for
just
them? Why'd they take them
well,
in over and
because
over?
the Roman Catholic Church eventually came around and decided
That's
we
not
don't
how it
hate all the
worked. They
Jews.
took them in and then kicked them out.
No. Initially, the Roman Catholic Church persecuted and didn't like Jews, and then they as
No.
pretty recently they I
No,
forgot what
no.
council it
Many
was.
countries, what happens is they would be kicked out of one country, another country would take them in, and then eventually kick them out. Sure, there was like Roman Catholic presence in a lot of Western countries, but that's not, dude. What happened
They
was
would
they
kick
took
them.
them in and then kicked them out over and over and over, and they have an excuse for it. But dude, anyway, this is what I want. I want to level with you real quick. I want to understand if I want you to acknowledge this, right? Me being proud of my identity and my ancestry and wanting to ensure that they don't disappear from the face of the earth is not evil.
I mean, no, not. I mean, when you say it like that, it's not evil. If
Well,
you
that's
take
what.
it
What do you mean say it like that? That's my position.
if you take it further, I mean, you could have a genuinely racist person that would frame their position like that, but they would also have deeper seated beliefs as far as like they don't want like they think that interracial marriage is actually like like a bad thing, and if you went that far, I'd say, well, that's evil.
I personally think in the current climate, it is a bad idea for white people to do that. Like
To what end?
obviously there's exceptions, but when I'm talking about holistically. Like because for example, dude, my preference with women weren't white women, bro. They were like Hispanic women. Like or mixed.
Yeah, but
Like
like,
okay, but the reason listen, but it's like a preservation
well,
stance. It's a stance
but
of preservation and admiration for culture. Dude, okay. This is going to be too heavy for you, but I'm going to break it down for you really quickly. The actual reason I think it's so important is regardless of whatever people have been brainwashed into thinking, white people did build America. And yes, of course, we did have slave labor, and black people helped literally build it. But white people helped actually formulate this country. That's a fact, right? This country is the last one in the entire world that has free speech. If we completely abandon and villainize the culture that built this country, not saying it was perfect, if we do that, this country will collapse It will no longer be America. And then there will never, ever be free speech again. To me, that sounds insane.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
not realize that we need to respect the culture. And last thing I'll say is I grew up kind of being brainwashed as well. And then I found out, wait a minute, do you actually think that white people went over to Africa and jumped off and tracked down black people? Like they were able to like physically catch them or something? Like, hey,
Well,
just a second, bro.
yeah,
I
the
need to
slave.
take you back to be a slave.
Africa sold slaves to.
Of course, because the white people would have no chance. They're gonna go out there with their little
Yeah,
cotton suit
yeah,
and their
yeah. We're not
musket
gonna.
and chase them down running a
Yeah,
5.6.
we're not gonna be able. Yeah, I mean, the African slave trade is just as awful as the
Right. So
American.
then what
But
actually happened was we brought them over here. White people are the actual race that ended up being like, okay, wait, time. Let me say this. White people are actually the race that, specifically Britain, that was like, you know what, slavery needs to end. And we not only ended it in our countries, we started going to other countries and saying, this is immoral, it needs to stop here as well. We've been told white people are so evil because of slavery. White people ended it. Now, sure, slavery was bad here, just like it was bad everywhere. My point is, like, actually, white people ended it, and slavery was predominantly Jewish in the United States. So we were lied to about it.
Yeah, but what, like, my question is, what is? I mean, we have an established culture in America. I mean, there's always been division, and there's probably more division now than other times. But why do you have to be white to promote American free speech culture?
You don't. Like in all these spaces I've been in, I've been specifically making a point that isn't what it's about. It's just about truly respecting American culture. This is why.
But you said if white people let me. You said
Oh
maybe
my
maybe I
God.
misheard, but I heard you say that if white people are extinct, go like intermarry and then go extinct, that American culture and free speech will die.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. But I'm sure the room doesn't want to fully hear this. I'm just going to say this one more thing to explain it to you. Okay, look, there is whether you are able to accept this or not, there are powerful groups of people that manipulate societies, and they are currently attacking America. It's because we're the last one with free speech, we're the last one with guns to back up the free speech. Like, we're the last one standing, okay? Now, so we're under attack from all angles with our food, propaganda, you name it. Our children are being sexualized, sexually confused. It's just an onslaught of attack, demographic shift. Our borders are being flooded. It's a full-on attack. That group of people that control that are specifically aiming for one group of people, and that is white Americans. And there's a very specific reason for that, because they know that if you completely homogenize a land, that the culture that was with it will dissipate and start to conform to the onslaught of other cultures. People don't realize the magnitude of that, but it will just be the end of America. Last thing here, this is important. That's why the whole push is make America great again. That's racist. America was never great. They're trying to get everyone to agree to, okay, let's create a new America. Let's get rid of this America. This America is no good. America's bad. America's evil. It is a trick, and they're using white people as the guys to do that. It will be the end of freedom in the world. Okay. So my position is very well thought out. It isn't just some like, I like white people like
But
me.
let me just clarify. Like if you married an African American lady and then had biracial kids, you're
Oh
saying
my
that
God.
that would be less. No, I'm just clarifying. You would have less of a chance of having a truly like American culture, free speech valued family than with a white woman.
No. I wouldn't say family like on an individual level. No, I'm talking about culture as a whole, bro.
Well, I know. Well, that's what I'm generalizing. I'm saying if you have enough of those families.
Yes, because then white people will cease to exist. And I'll tell you, bro.
But like an
I'll
interracial
speak very
kid.
bluntly here. I'll speak very bluntly here, and I'll lead it with a genuine compliment. Black people are very, very resilient. Okay, and so they are. Listen, so they are being attacked almost as much, right? That like because really the white attack is more recent, and they've completely degraded their culture, and they have gotten them to basically do lots of things they shouldn't be doing, like killing themselves, aborting their babies, like massive deception is the abortion, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Now, one of the major things that they're deceiving the black community with is that what I just said, that America is evil, that the white man is evil, that America's evil and that we have to do away with it, right? We need to do away with what is known as America.
You
Okay,
mute
that's
Cliff,
why.
please.
Now look. I would love for that to change. This is the last thing I'm going to end here because I've kind of repeated everything almost at this point. I would love for that to change. Okay, but statistically speaking, that is the majority position in the Black community. I know that because I'm welcomed in that community. I know plenty of people. I know what the culture is. I grew up in it. Okay, I know what it is, and my point is that will be the end of America. So yes, I do think completely homogenizing America will be bad for everyone. And I think Black people should be proud of who they are and proud of their culture. I think white people should be allowed to be proud of their culture. I think Hispanic people should be proud of their culture. Oh, and last thing. We're the minority in the world, 7% and plummeting. In America, we have a 1.6 fertility rate. In Europe's already collapsed. It has like a 1.3 fertility rate in France. They're being outproduced like 8-1 by Muslims. Europe is collapsed, and America is almost gone. We may not even be able to salvage it as is. People don't
Yeah,
realize the magnitude of what we're living
yeah.
through.
Well,
But
I would say Witsit. I would say white people, because like you said, they're only 7% of the global population, right? I would say white people are like the Jews, right? A small percent or a minority of the population, but imperializing and having the most power globally. You know,
we don't have the most power. We are only set. But look, you know what the difference is?
you don't think the West has more power than
Yeah, of course, because it's a civilized approach to society. But this is what's so crazy, bro.
I think the
You know the
Jews have the
difference?
most
Actually, there's
civilized
a
approach to
fundamental
society.
difference. There is a parallel there, but there's a fundamental difference.
Okay, what's the difference?
Okay, white Western culture is
We
high
didn't kill
trust.
Jesus. That's the difference.
White culture is high trust. It prioritizes altruism. So the high trust society has been taken advantage of specifically and predominantly by Jews, by Jewish people.
So do
So
you think
that's a total
yeah,
difference. Jews
yeah,
aren't
man.
high trust, bro.
No,
They're
no,
the opposite. They're raised to be the
yeah,
opposite. So,
yeah. And the Jews are the ones at the top trying to suppress the white people.
wait, do
And
you dispute that Jews are like disproportionately in control?
no. I'm just giving like the model, right? So like, why do Jews want America or the white people to decrease and society to collapse, kind of?
Well, good question. That's the part. That's where I'm stuck. You know,
Yeah, same.
I've been talking to the Jewish guy that's like now a Christian a lot. I've been literally trying to understand it. He doesn't even really have a good answer. He's like, that's just the way it is. You know, I'm like, what? Like this
You
doesn't make
think
any sense because they
you think
live
the
here as
synagogue
well.
of Satan?
What? What's up?
You think the synagogue of Satan in like
I
Revelation?
think that what that word actually means is praisers of Yah, and so anyone who claims to be like someone who praises the true Creator but does not is someone claiming to be what's mistranslated as Jew but is in fact the synagogue
Hey,
of
dude,
Satan.
that's a plus for you. Most people use that to say like that's why the Jewish conspiracy exists.
Yeah. So okay, another room. I'm sorry. I feel like we just like race
Yeah,
raped the room,
that's deep,
but
man. Yeah,
but that's my position. Now, the reason I talk about it so much, bro, is because when I
yeah,
started finding out the statistics, dude,
crazy.
actually, dude, do you guys know the statistics?
Mute,
Okay,
please, Cliff.
real fast, really fast. Of all population growth in Europe since 1990, 90% is Muslim. 90%. In Netherlands, 50% of all newborns are Muslim. In 15 years, 50% of the population will be Muslim. In 30 years, the Muslim population of Britain increased from 82,000 to 2.5 million, which is a 30-fold increase. And historically speaking, if you don't have a fertility rate of 2.11, then your culture completely denigrates within 25 years. It's gone forever. And like their birth rate's like 1.3. And the Muslims, which like Muslims is, you know, that's an ideology, but these are typically Middle Eastern people, right? They are out producing white Europeans like 8-1. So my point is like people may be like, oh, who cares? Whatever, it's a new age. Who cares about white people? Bro, when you turn around and you see that white people don't exist anymore, it's gonna be too late. I think we should kind of all agree, like we should all agree that we're about to go extinct, and maybe we should like pump the brakes on like the full-fledged attack on a group of people. Ironically, that's the racist position. The racist position is well, white man bad, that's actually the racism. So,
Well,
all right,
hold
I'm
on a
running.
minute, though. Hold on. That seems really unlikely, just in the sense that, like, white people still mostly marry other white people, and so they'll continue to have white children. It's just if they're getting out reproduced, they'll, I guess 50 years from now, in Europe will become a white minority within I don't even know. I
An
mean, I guess
Islamic state.
Europeans of Middle Eastern descent majority.
It'll become an Islamic state. Like I have all the statistics. Like Germany actually officially came out. This is an official statement from Germany Federal Statistics Office. The fall in the German population can no longer be stopped. Its downward spiral is no longer reversible. It will be a Muslim state by the year 2050. That's an official statement from the government of Germany, bro.
Well,
This is
what could you possibly do about that, though? Like, if people don't want to have kids, then
no. Europe is over. You can't do anything about Europe. I'm just trying to save America.
Yeah, you said talking about America, man.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like, bro, America is great for many reasons. One of those reasons is that we actually do have multiple cultures, and that we accept people when they have nowhere to go. We're like the one country that has free speech. The point is, like, we need to stop bleeding first right now at this point. And yeah, I won't bore everyone with statistics, but it's like it's 1.8 per family in France, and 8.1 is the Muslim ratio. So Europe has fallen, and in America we're at like 1.6 fertility rate. And then when you combine the like Latino immigration, we get to 2.1, and the minimum to maintain a culture is 2.1. That means combining the Latino immigration, we are literally at the exact bare minimum statistically to maintain a culture. That means we are quite literally at risk of losing American culture. If anyone thinks that the world would be better off if America, the United States, became an Islamic state, they are deluded, right? Like that is the end of.
The
Go
Muslim
ahead.
population of the United States is something like 2 million. I don't
No,
think
it's
we're
no,
in
no,
any
no, no, no.
danger of becoming a Muslim state.
In 1970, it was 100,000. In 2008, it was 9 million. But I do agree, it's nothing like it is in Europe. Europe is way worse, but my point is just it doesn't matter. My point is that we're almost not even making enough babies to keep a culture. Like these are just simple historical stats, right? Like it's not two. Okay, these are the stats. If you have a 2.11 fertility rate, that's the minimum required to maintain a culture. 1.9 in the history of recorded mankind, a fertility rate of 1.9 has never been reversed, and 1.3 is statistically impossible to reverse.
Well, according to the census, Muslims in America are about 3.5 million,
Yeah,
which
you're
is
looking
a
at the.
little under 1%.
Yeah, but I'll show you.
So
I look. Yeah, I
I don't
looked it
know
up.
where you're
Yeah, you're
getting your
talking about
numbers from.
like the
That's a much
2020
bigger
Pew
difference.
Census. Yeah, I'll show you the actual stats from 2008. It doesn't even matter. It's not even about Muslims. My point is that our fertility rate is down. Okay, and that means American culture will cease to exist. Do you understand? It's a simple concept. It's like you're not making enough children in relation to how many people are here to make children. So what happens whenever you're bringing in tens of millions of people from other cultures who come here and don't even know how to speak the language, don't respect the culture, could care less, couldn't tell you what the Bill of Rights was. They actually want to bring, say, their Islamic ideology, or they want to bring their South American culture here. Like, I'm just saying, it's going to disappear. People are taking it for granted, and it's going to be gone. This is an
I mean, to
important
be
conversation to
frank,
have.
it sounds like you're telling yourself scary stories to get worried about, and maybe you should
Okay.
stop.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't know,
thanks.
man. Look,
Hey,
I
real
gotta
quick.
chime in. I gotta chime in here because I moved away from where I grew up for about 5 years. And when I came back, the demographic was completely different, bro. Mexican shops everywhere, a lot more Latinos in the place. And I'm mixed, so to me, I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. But I can see his point.
Hey, real quick. Also, Witsit, I heard you talking the other night, and you're just asking. Someone was just asking why it is that white people are seen as a threat, and I think you pointed out the Byzantine Empire as an example of why they might be scared or want to suppress the growing of the white populace.
Well, yeah, historically speaking, it's been white cultures that eventually got fed up and pulled like the disproportionate Jewish power out of control. But, you know, like, I don't know. This is the point. Like, we need to be adults and we should be able to talk about things as basic as like our identity and race. And we live in a climate where like even having this conversation, people get really uncomfortable and everyone feels like they got to tiptoe, you know. And like I made a point earlier that I can say a joke about a white person and no one cares. But if I say a joke about a black person, everyone gets really tense. It's like, why? Do you not see how gay that is? And this is the point I'm making. That's actually, ironically, that is a deception that is racist because you're basically, what are you saying? Like, black people can't handle jokes? Like, basically, you're implying that someone that's black is inferior because they can't handle a joke like the white person can. Or if you implement DEI, right, where it's like you're saying, oh, well, the black people have to be given unfair advantage. That's actually the racism. And you know why? It's because it's put out by a group of people that are actually racist. That's the way it is. So I'm just trying to point out the absurdity in this conversation. So it is what it is. Well, I don't want to take over this room. I've talked about this so much the last few days that I'm kind of burnt out on it. But I do think it's important that people kind of like, dude, look, we should all agree. Look, America did some bad stuff. Every country's done some bad stuff. America is the best country in the world, and we should acknowledge the group of people that helped build it. And it was built ideologically. It wasn't just built physically. It was built ideologically. And that ideological principle of enlightenment, which I don't even fundamentally agree with all of it, did build this culture. We should all appreciate it. And we should be like, wait a minute, why is America so under attack right now? Why is a certain group of people so under attack right now? You know, enemy of my enemy kind of thing. We should just be able to all come together and be like, yo, let's stop the bleeding. Let's kind of like embrace what we still have before it's gone. That's all I'm saying. It's like it should be like very agreeable terms. But anyway, so funny. I knew it would get, and this got brought up because you couldn't handle all the specifics of the JQ. You had to deflect to Austin's racist. Oh, by the way, anyone that's kind of curious about the Holocaust thing, real fast, you can go to that post I made about Auschwitz. I dropped a thread underneath it, and dude, you cannot make it through that thread and ever see anything the same. It's so damning, bro. So yeah, check it out if you're curious.
Yeah, both gave me a lot to think about. That was interesting. Back and forth. I shared that post. I think this is the one you're talking about. Was it the official reported death toll of Auschwitz was revised from 4 million to 2 million to 1.1 million, after being reported and accepted as definitive fact for decades. People have been so brainwashed and propagandized that it is 2024 and almost no one even knows this. And it's a longer thread. I'm not going to read all of it, but I shared it up top. I'll leave that there for you guys. And I think Gilly was next, and then we'll go to Shaz and then Plucky. We got a couple requests, so I'll start rotating you guys. Go ahead, Gilly.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to send out gratitude to Witsit and everyone here. We're talking about something that's very important, and it's like the issue with this one single name of a group called Jews is something that I didn't really understand coming from Iceland and moving over to in Scandinavia, where I was working in a multicultural environment, and I had a friend who was Muslim, and then I had a friend that was working with me, a colleague from Poland. It wasn't until I saw a documentary where I saw how the Israeli people are indoctrinated into believing that they are hated by others. These young kids are going to Auschwitz. It seems to be like a camp where the kids from school go, and they're spoken to in Hebrew, and they're told that they shouldn't go outside because everybody hates Jews here in Poland and stuff like that. And it was very interesting to see how we are all indoctrinated into a certain kind of understanding of what's going on. And once we realize that this indoctrination is maybe not based on facts, And there are people, which I think is this synagogue of Satan, who are hiding behind anti-Semitism lobbies. They're hiding behind these things, and those are the elites, you know, and their beliefs are far away from being Jews. So the Jewish people are also in the same way as black people in America and other groups, you know, Muslim, are taught to believe this divide and conquer thing. And I feel like we have to kind of unite somehow as the people of Earth, that even though we have different religious beliefs, we all are here trying to make the world a little bit better. And right now we're under attack. Like, I live in Norway right now, and it's being infiltrated by young men from other countries. And it's not women or children that are coming and fleeing, it's men. And I had a friend from Syria that I sat down with, and she was telling me suddenly all the men were just disappearing from Syria. There were just women and children left, and a lot of empty apartments. And this is happening under the rule of Obama and Hillary and the Arabian Spring, these CIA involvement. So we just have to be aware that we are being manipulated into hating each other. We just have to start loving each other and try to find the truth together and base it on facts, not based on some indoctrination or what we've been taught about others, you know. So that was just me trying to add to the conversation.
Preach, brother.
Appreciate that input, Gilly. I think I said Shaz was next, and I forgot after that, but we'll go to Shaz and then we'll figure that out.
Yeah, hey, I don't want to bring up another debate or anything. I just want to add a few comments to what Witsit was saying. Love and respect, Witsit. This is nothing sort of personal or anything, but just wanted to make it clear that Muslims aren't really a culture or even a race; it's a religion. So even if white people, for example, was to convert to Islam, it's not going to sort of eradicate the white race. I don't think. Just a bit of an issue if you comparing Muslims and Latinos. It's kind of two different things. But also, trust me when I say I don't think anyone wants America to be an Islamic state. I don't think there's any risk of that. The Islamic states we currently have, they're either corrupt anyway, or they're not working. So yeah, that's just news to me that America's suddenly going to become an Islamic state. And then last point is, if we're so worried about cultures sticking to their own and not putting some kind of control on migration and immigration, to me, it's quite simple. The quotation marks superpowers, they need to stop colonizing and stop attacking other people's countries and maybe think about not getting involved in other people's countries. That might stem that flow of people running to war-torn countries or countries that they've completely ruined. And until we kind of highlight that and we stop getting, I can speak for my country, until we get our government here in Britain to stop getting involved and worrying about your own land and your own economy, it's going to get worse. So, yeah, that's just my opinion. Stop going to other countries and sorting things out, sort shit out at home maybe. But yeah, definitely no Islamic State, nowhere. Doesn't work.
So just real quick, I did kind of try to clarify that Muslims an ideology, but of course in Europe, the Islamic migration is predominantly Middle Eastern, right? It does absolutely have a racial component to it. And I definitely agree with your last point, which is the places that they're leaving, they're fleeing, are places that were destroyed by Western militaries. and all of those were acting on behalf of Israel. And Israel is always creating false flags and dragging them into bombing their enemies. Then they're fleeing and spilling over into Europe. But still, Europe will be like Germany gave an official statement that it'll be an Islamic state by 2050. And the Islamic Strategy Conference in Chicago, they said we must prepare ourselves for the reality that in 30 years there will be 50 million Muslims living in America. So they actually met and made a plan as to how they would. Of course, if Islam straight up says that they have to take over the world, but it's all good. I don't even have a beef. I align with a lot of what Islam teaches.
So that's probably mainly because that's the nearest country to flee to. I'm not sure about Islamic migration, maybe migration or immigration from certain countries, but that's just kind of assuming there's no Christians or anyone of any religion in those war-torn countries. I don't come from an ideology that says you need to go take over the world. If anything, it's live in peace and harmony with all of the religions, especially Jews and Christians, because it's sort of the same kind of cousin ancestral thing.
Like, doesn't Islam want to implement Sharia law in the world?
No, it
Okay, well
wants
that is
Muslims to follow the Sharia law. However, above and beyond that, my religion teaches me that the country I live in, so for example, Britain, I must follow the law and order of this country, not go and indoctrinate and start implementing Sharia law. But just off a tangent of that, a lot of laws in the Sharia law, a lot of the ideology there is actually being picked up by Western law anyway. But no, not at all. It does not state go and implement Sharia law anyway. First and foremost, you be a law-abiding citizen in the country that you live in, and you don't force your religion upon anyone. But again, this could be the propaganda and the indoctrination that we're all kind of susceptible to. With the Germany thing, I think it's more of they're getting a bit worried because of the increase in the amount of people that are reverting / converting to Islam as a religion. But I don't think that's going to be there's no worry about cultural overtake unless we're talking about South Asian people, so from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh coming over and bringing their culture. That's different. That's a culture. My only issue here is Islam being tainted as a culture. That's more of a religion. So that's saying no one in any of those other countries should have Christian people living in it. Like in Palestine, you've got Christianity there. No one's eradicating it. They were living peacefully. That was only my only thing. I just think we need to be careful when we talk about race and culture. Religion can't eradicate someone's race.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
think
think
it's
we're at
beautiful.
I think we're at an impasse. I mean, because like I said, 90% of all population growth in Europe since 1990 identifies as Muslim, and something like 90% of European Muslims are Middle Eastern. So it does have a racial component. I actually agree that it's self-inflicted because they went and bombed those countries similar to America. And actually, they're dealing with a lot of stuff that America did more so, right? But nevertheless, like it is clearly like Germany gave an official statement saying the German population will cease to exist in
Well, and
2050. There
also, of
won't be
course,
a Islamic state.
there isn't a single set Islamic law. Like there's different schools of legal interpretation and different rules that pervade in different Islamic countries. So it's not like even if the goal was to try and enforce some sort of religious law. It's not like it isn't sensitive to local concerns or plays into local politics. I mean, different Islamic countries have different rules about all sorts of things.
Sure. I mean, I actually think the popularly held position is, like she said, like not to just come in and take it over by force. It's to integrate into the society and then work your way into the powerful positions until you make societal change. But most Muslims tell me that, the ideal situation is that at one point the whole world will unify, applying their law. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe I was misinformed.
But don't Christians, I mean, I'm Catholic. I mean, we believe the same thing. We would like everyone to be Catholic. It's not, but I don't think there's a huge push for Catholics to like go into India and try to make them abandon their civil law and start following Catholic canon law. It's not even something we do in countries where Catholics do have a lot of power.
Well, to make it very clear, I've been very vocal about the Western propaganda regarding Islam and how it's misrepresented.